Welcome, my sleep buddies, to tonight's journey that takes us into the quiet world of medieval monasticism. As snowflakes begin to fall outside your window, we're travelling back 8 centuries to discover how monks survived and even thrived during the longest, coldest nights of the year. Let the stone walls close around you, feel the warmth of tradition, and drift into the peaceful rhythm of monastic winter. So if you are new to the channel, or, more importantly, returning, liking the video and commenting significantly helps us out. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now get to that sleepy spot, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin. You stand in the cloister garden as November's first serious frost transforms everything into crystal. The herb beds you tended all summer now wear blankets of straw, tucked in like sleeping children. Your breath makes clouds in the air, and somewhere beyond the monastery walls, a raven calls out with that scratchy voice ravens have, as if it smoked too many cigarettes in a previous life. The sun sets absurdly early these days, pulling darkness over the world like a heavy quilt before you've even finished your afternoon tasks. You're a monk in a Cistercian monastery, somewhere in northern England, and winter is arriving with the subtlety of a drunk uncle at a wedding. The year is 1243, and you've lived through 32 winters in this place, which means you know exactly what's coming. Your abbot, a practical man named Brother Thomas, has spent weeks preparing. The granary bulges with grain harvested before the October rains turned the fields to soup. The root cellar contains turnips, onions and carrots buried in sand, waiting out winter like bears in hibernation. Barrels of salted fish line the storage room walls, their contents pressed down under weighted boards to keep everything preserved until spring remembers how to arrive. The woodshed represents months of labour. Oak and ash logs stand stacked in careful rows, cut to identical lengths with the precision your order brings to everything. Some of the younger monks complained during the autumn cutting season, their hands blistering, their backs protesting. You remember being young enough to complain about manual labour. Now you just appreciate having all your teeth and the ability to bend over without your spine making sounds like a wet log in a fire. Inside the monastery's thick stone walls, preparations have a different character. The infirmarian, Brother William, has hung bunches of dried herbs from the ceiling beams until the room looks like an upside-down garden. Thyme, sage, rosemary and mint dangle above your head, their summer scents fading but not quite gone. In clay pots sealed with wax, he's stored salves made from goose grease and various mysterious ingredients he refuses to discuss, as if revealing his recipes might somehow diminish their power. The wool merchant arrived last month with his cart, and now every monk in the community has a slightly thicker habit, the wool scratchy against your skin in that special way that makes you constantly aware you're wearing clothing. Your sandals have been replaced with boots stuffed with straw for insulation, which works surprisingly well until the straw gets damp, at which point you might as well be wearing buckets of ice water on your feet. The monastery sits on a slight hill overlooking a valley where a village huddles against the landscape. Smoke rises from cottage chimneys in thin grey lines, and you sometimes wonder what those families do during winter evenings. Probably not much different from what you do, really, except they have children running around and arguments about whose turn it is to fetch more firewood, while you have silence and arguments conducted entirely through meaningful glances during meals. The church dominates the monastery complex, its stone walls 2 feet thick in places. When you run your hand along the interior surface, you can feel how cold the stones stay even in summer, and now in late autumn they've achieved a kind of profound chill that seems to emanate from somewhere beyond this world. The windows, those narrow slits designed more for defence than illumination, now let in drafts that could strip paint off furniture if you had any painted furniture, which you don't, because this is a monastery and decoration means vanity, which means sin, which means extra prayers. Your sleeping cell measures 8 feet by 6 feet, containing a straw mattress on a wooden platform, a small table, a stool, and a wooden cross on the wall. No hearth, no brazier, no source of heat whatsoever, because apparently when St. Benedict wrote his rule for monastic living, he lived somewhere warm and didn't think through the whole Northern Europe in January situation. Or maybe he did think it through, and decided suffering builds character, which is the sort of thing people say when they're not the ones doing the suffering. The chapter house, where the community gathers for meetings and readings, has the monastery's only real fireplace. And you've noticed how brothers suddenly develop urgent spiritual questions, requiring chapter house consultations whenever the temperature drops below freezing. Brother Martin claims he needs to discuss theological implications of transubstantiation. Brother John has questions about psalms. You all know they just want to stand near the fire for 10 minutes, but nobody says anything because next week you'll be the one with sudden theological concerns. Outside, the landscape transforms daily. Frost creeps further up the grass stems each morning. The fish pond develops a skin of ice around its edges, which Brother Peter breaks each day with a stick, muttering about fish needing to breathe, which is technically true even though you're pretty sure fish don't breathe in the conventional sense. The Dovecote, that round stone tower where pigeons roost, becomes a place of strange acoustics as winter approaches, their cooing echoing differently through cold air. The orchard stands skeletal against grey skies, apple trees naked and vulnerable looking. You pruned these trees in late autumn, and now they wait for spring with the patience of elderly saints. A few apples still cling to high branches, missed during harvest, slowly mummifying in the cold air. Birds will eat them eventually, drunk on fermented sugars, wobbling through the air afterward in a way that would be concerning if birds had anyone to report their alcohol consumption to. November slides into December like someone pushing a heavy door closed. The days shorten until you're waking in darkness and going to bed in darkness, with only a brief intermission of grey daylight in between. Your body wants to hibernate. Your mind grows sluggish. But the rule of St. Benedict makes no provisions for seasonal adjustment, so you maintain the same schedule year-round, which feels approximately as sensible as wearing a swimsuit to a blizzard. The first real snow arrives on December 3rd, falling through the night while you sleep your cold, dreamless sleep. You wake to a transformed world, everything white and silent and impossibly bright when the sun finally rises. The cloister garden has vanished under 8 inches of powder. The path to the church requires shovelling before Lauds, and you join the other monks in this task, your breath visible, your fingers going numb inside your gloves, which aren't really gloves so much as bags with thumbs. Winter has arrived, and it will stay for 4 months at minimum, possibly 5 if God is testing your patience, which God often seems to enjoy doing. You've entered the long, dark, the cold time, the season when every day requires conscious effort just to maintain basic existence. But you're not afraid. You've done this before. The monastery has done this for 200 years. You know how to survive winter. You might even know how to do more than survive. The bell rings for none, pulling you from your thoughts, time to pray. The monastery's stones hold temperature the way grudges hold anger, deeply and for an unreasonable length of time. In summer, these walls stay cool when outside air shimmers with heat. Now, in December, they've absorbed autumn's chill and radiate cold like malevolent ice sculptures. You've tried explaining thermal mass to Brother Martin, but he just looks at you blankly and says something about God's will, which is his standard response to anything involving basic physics. The church interior achieves temperatures that would make a meat locker feel tropical. When you enter for vigils at 2 a.m, the cold hits your lungs like swallowing crushed glass. Your breath doesn't just become visible, it becomes substantial, hanging in clouds that drift upward toward the vaulted ceiling where they probably accumulate and form some kind of airborne ice. The stone floor beneath your feet feels solid enough, but you've developed a theory that it's actually frozen monk breath from previous winters, compressed over decades into a new geological layer. Brother Paul, who joined the monastery last spring, makes small whimpering sounds during winter vigils. You remember being that young and optimistic, believing your faith would somehow insulate you from physical discomfort. Now you know better. Faith is excellent for many things: salvation, moral guidance, a sense of purpose. But warmth isn't on the list. Faith will not prevent your toes from going numb. Faith will not stop your nose from running like a mountain stream in spring thaw. Faith is magnificent, but wool socks are practical. The warming room, called the calefactory, represents the monastery's single concession to human weakness regarding temperature. A large fireplace dominates one wall, and from November through March, a fire burns there continuously. The room measures 20 feet by 15 feet, with benches along the walls where monks can sit and thaw. The rule permits 2 hours daily in the calefactory, though enforcement of this limit becomes flexible when Brother Thomas, the abbot himself, can be found there reading scripture with suspicious frequency. You've learned to time your calefactory visits strategically. Too early, and the room fills with a desperate crowd fleeing prime. Too late, and the younger monks have claimed all the good spots near the fire. You aim for mid-morning, after terce, when most brothers have returned to their work and you can secure a position close enough to feel actual warmth. without being so close that your habit starts smelling like singed wool, which happens more often than you'd think. The scriptorium maintains slightly higher temperatures because parchment and freezing conditions don't mix well. A small brazier glows in the corner, carefully positioned away from any flammable materials, which means away from literally everything, since medieval manuscripts and furniture are essentially kindling waiting for an opportunity. Brother Edmund, who illuminates manuscripts with gold leaf and mineral pigments, sits closest to the brazier. His breath is still visible, but at least his ink doesn't freeze in its horn. You've noticed how monks drift toward the scriptorium even when they have no business there. Brother Peter suddenly needs to consult a particular gospel passage. Brother John requires verification of a psalm translation. Brother Martin wants to discuss whether the snake in Eden was actually a snake or some kind of metaphorical representation of temptation, which is the sort of question that has no answer but takes a long time to debate, preferably while standing near the brazier. The kitchen maintains actual warmth through simple necessity. The ovens burn daily, baking the dark bread that constitutes most of your diet. The hearth hosts a constant rotation of pots, vegetable pottage, bean stew, and the occasional fish soup when the pond hasn't frozen solid. Brother Geoffrey, the kitchener, rules this domain with the authority of someone who controls food distribution. Nobody argues with Brother Geoffrey. Even the abbot treats him with diplomatic respect, understanding that a monastery runs on prayers and bread in that order, and angering the person who controls bread would be strategically foolish. The dormitory, where most monks sleep in cells along a corridor, achieves temperatures that make the church feel subtropical by comparison. Your cell's stone walls sweat with condensation when your breath meets their frozen surfaces. The straw mattress provides minimal insulation from the wooden platform beneath it, which in turn provides no insulation from the stone floor below that. You sleep in your habit, covered by a wool blanket that weighs approximately the same as a small horse, and provides about the same amount of warmth, which is to say some but not enough. Some monks, the practical ones, fill ceramic bottles with hot water and tuck them into their beds before sleep. This works brilliantly for about an hour, after which the bottles become room temperature, then cold, then actually colder than the surrounding air through some perverse thermodynamic principle. You've woken in the night to find your hot water bottle has become an ice pack, which defeats its entire purpose, but does provide entertainment when you remember the hopeful optimism with which you prepared it. The cloister, that covered walkway surrounding the garden, offers protection from snow and rain, but not from wind, which whips through the open arches like it's personally offended by architectural design. Walking the cloister between offices, you lean into the wind, your habit flapping, your hands tucked into your sleeves. The stone columns stand impassive, having weathered worse than your complaints. Gargoyles on the roof edges stare down with expressions that might be protective or might be mocking. It's hard to tell with gargoyles. Brother William, the infirmarian, has developed a winter routine of treating chilblains, those painful swellings that develop on fingers and toes from cold exposure. His salve contains goose grease, something herbal that smells like sadness, and probably wishful thinking. It helps, though not as much as just staying warm would help, but staying warm isn't really an option. You've all got chilblains by January. Some monks display their swollen fingers with a weird pride, as if suffering proves devotion, which maybe it does, though you suspect God would be equally impressed by devotion expressed through activities that don't involve painful medical conditions. The stones gradually release their cold throughout winter, becoming progressively colder until February, when they reach maximum chill and stay there for weeks. By March, you've forgotten what warmth feels like. Your body adapts, or at least stops complaining, which isn't the same thing but feels similar. You move through your days in a constant state of just barely not freezing, which medieval people would call normal, and modern people would call hypothermia requiring immediate medical attention. But here's the strange part. You adapt. Human bodies are remarkably good at tolerating unpleasant circumstances when there's no alternative. Your circulation improves, your shivering becomes efficient, you learn which positions lose less body heat, which paths through the monastery encounter fewer drafts, and which times of day offer brief temperature increases. You become an expert in cold, a scholar of discomfort, a monk who has achieved oneness with being perpetually chilled, and occasionally, rarely, the sun breaks through winter clouds and shines directly through the church's east window at a particular angle that illuminates the altar in gold light. The stones, those same stones that have tortured you with cold for months, suddenly glow warm-looking, if not actually warm. Dust motes dance in the light beam. Everything becomes beautiful in a way that makes the suffering almost worthwhile. Though let's be honest, mostly you just want to be warm, and beauty is a nice bonus but doesn't prevent frostbite. The bell rings for Vespers. You leave the calefactory, your brief warmth already fading. Time to pray. Darkness arrives at 4 o'clock in December, which feels personally insulting, as if winter isn't satisfied with being cold but needs to be gloomy as well. You finish Vespers as daylight drains from the windows, and evening stretches ahead like an endless tunnel with Compline at the far end, and sleep somewhere beyond that, assuming you can generate enough body heat to actually achieve sleep, rather than just lying rigid in your frozen cell counting the hours until vigils. The church fills with shadows during evening prayers. Candles fight losing battles against darkness, their flames barely denting the gloom. The vaulted ceiling disappears entirely, becoming an invisible presence above your head, and sometimes you imagine the roof has vanished and you're praying directly to the night sky, which would be terrible in winter but creates an interesting theological image. Compline begins at 8 o'clock with bell tones that echo through stone corridors like ripples through water. You file into the choir stalls, wooden seats worn smooth by generations of monastic posteriors, and assume the position. Kneeling, hands clasped, eyes down. Your knees protest this arrangement, having been knees for 32 years and having opinions about kneeling on stone floors in freezing temperatures. You ignore your knees. They'll adjust eventually. They always do. The abbot leads prayers in Latin, the words familiar enough that your mind can wander slightly while your mouth continues making appropriate sounds. You're not proud of this inattention during prayer, but you're also realistic about human attention spans when your body feels like an ice sculpture slowly achieving consciousness. You drift through the Psalms, the rhythm of Latin washing over you like cold water, which is an unfortunate metaphor but accurate. Brother Peter's stomach growls during a moment of silence. In the quiet church it sounds like distant thunder, and several monks shake slightly with suppressed laughter. Even the abbot's lips twitch, though he maintains his serious expression and continues with prayers as if nothing happened. You've been hungry before, you're frequently hungry actually, since the rule limits food intake to what's necessary rather than what's pleasant. But winter hunger has a particular edge to it, a sharpness that comes from your body burning extra fuel, just maintaining basic warmth. The prayers follow patterns established over centuries. These exact words in this exact order were spoken by monks long dead, in this same building, during winters that were probably just as unpleasant as this one. There's comfort in that continuity, knowing your suffering has historical precedent. Or maybe there isn't comfort. Maybe it's just depressing that humans have been cold and uncomfortable for so long and haven't figured out better solutions. Theology is complicated. After the formal prayers end, the abbot adds evening announcements. Brother John is to check the dovecote's roof, where ice might be damaging the tiles. Brother Martin needs to inventory the grain supply and report findings at chapter. Brother Geoffrey will reduce bread portions slightly to ensure winter stores last until spring. This last announcement generates quiet resignation. Everyone knew it was coming, but hearing it confirmed still disappoints. The great silence begins after Compline. From now until prime tomorrow morning. No speaking unless it's an absolute emergency. This silence is supposed to promote reflection and spiritual growth, but mainly it promotes trying not to cough during night prayers because coughing breaks the silence and makes everyone turn and stare at you with identical expressions of mild irritation. You process out of the church in order of seniority, oldest monks first, youngest last. This hierarchy extends to everything: seating at meals, sleeping cell locations, and order of receiving bread portions. You're mid-range in seniority, which is perfect. Old enough to deserve respect, young enough to avoid the responsibilities that come with being ancient and supposedly wise, which mostly means other monks asking your opinion about things you don't understand any better than they do. The walk from church to dormitory crosses the cloister's western side, where wind funnels through with enthusiasm. Your candle flame flickers but doesn't quite extinguish, casting wild shadows on the stone walls. Other monks' shadows join yours, creating a strange procession of darkness moving along the covered walkway. Someone's shadow has an enormous nose. You suspect it's Brother Martin, who has the sort of nose that casts impressive shadows, though you can't turn and check because that would be acknowledging vanity, and vanity is sin, and sin requires confession. Your cell waits exactly as you left it this morning. Nothing has changed. Nothing will change. The same wooden cross on the wall, the same straw mattress, the same small table with its ceramic water jug that's currently frozen solid because you forgot to bring it to the kitchen for refilling, and now it's a jug-shaped block of ice, which is useless for drinking but makes an excellent paperweight if you had papers, which you don't, because you're a monk, not a scribe. You kneel beside your bed for personal prayers, adding requests for people you know in the village below, the miller whose wife is pregnant, the baker who broke his arm, and the little girl who had that terrible cough last month. You pray for your fellow monks, especially Brother Paul, who still looks miserable about winter and probably needs encouragement. You pray for the abbot, who bears responsibility for everyone's welfare. You pray for yourself, asking for patience and warmth, in that order, though you'd accept them in either order, honestly. Sleep preparation involves climbing into bed while wearing your complete habit, because removing clothing would be insane given the temperature. The wool blanket goes over you, heavy and scratchy, and possessing the unique ability to feel simultaneously too warm and too cold, which shouldn't be possible but is. You curl on your side, tucking your hands under your arms, pulling your knees up toward your chest, assuming the position humans have probably used for sleeping in cold conditions since caves were considered luxury housing. The darkness in your cell is absolute. No windows, no candles. The rule forbids private light sources as wasteful. You lie there, aware of your breath, aware of your heartbeat, and aware of how your toes feel like they might not be attached to your feet anymore. Awareness is a big part of monastic life. Sometimes you wish for less awareness. Unconsciousness would be nice. Unconsciousness would be warm, or at least you wouldn't notice being cold, which amounts to the same thing. Somewhere in the building, Brother Peter snores. The sound carries through stone walls and wooden doors like a foghorn, rhythmic and unstoppable. You've gotten used to it over years, the way you get used to any constant background noise, but tonight it seems particularly loud. Or maybe you're particularly awake. Hard to tell. Your mind wanders through the day's events. Did you remember to secure the garden shed? Is the pottage pot properly cleaned? Did you complete all your assigned psalms? Mental checklist items parade through your thoughts, refusing to be dismissed, insisting on review. This is what happens when you're too cold to sleep. Your brain, having nothing better to do, obsesses over minutiae that don't matter, but suddenly seem critically important at 9 o'clock at night in a freezing stone cell. Eventually, somehow, sleep arrives. Not the deep, refreshing sleep of summer nights, but winter sleep. A light dozing that maintains awareness of cold while providing minimal rest. You'll wake multiple times during the night, adjust your position, notice your feet have gone numb, curl tighter, and drift off again. This fragmented sleep is normal. Everyone does it. Spring and its long, warm nights are months away. But before true sleep, in that fuzzy border state between waking and dreaming, you think about prayers, about all the monks throughout this building saying private prayers before sleep, about all the monasteries across Europe where other monks are doing the same thing right now, and about the network of faith that spans the continent like an invisible web connecting everyone who's chosen this difficult, strange, cold life. And just for a moment, you feel warm. The scriptorium smells like ink, parchment, and cold stone with occasional notes of fish glue, which sounds disgusting and is disgusting, but somehow becomes tolerable after you've worked there for a few years. This room represents the monastery's intellectual heart, where knowledge gets copied, preserved, and occasionally improved upon by monks who believe that writing tiny letters in straight lines constitutes a holy activity, which it does, though it's also tedious beyond description. Brother Edmund sits at his desk, positioned near the window to catch maximum daylight, which in December means approximately 15 minutes of weak grey light that requires squinting to perceive. His current project is a gospel manuscript, the text already copied in black ink by Brother Robert, who has beautiful handwriting but no artistic ability whatsoever. Edmund's job is illumination, adding decorated capitals, margin drawings, and gold leaf accents that transform plain text into art. You're not an illuminator. Your role is more basic, copying texts from old manuscripts to new parchment, letter by letter, word by word, hour by hour, day by day, until your hand cramps and your eyes blur, and you seriously question the life choices that led to sitting in a freezing room making chicken scratches on dead animal skin. But then you remember this work preserves knowledge for future generations, and pride overcomes discomfort, at least temporarily, until your hand cramps again and you're back to questioning everything. The parchment comes from the monastery's own sheep, slaughtered in autumn and processed through a series of steps involving lime soaking, scraping, stretching and more scraping until the skin becomes a smooth writing surface. This process takes weeks and smells terrible, which is why it happens in a building far from the main monastery, downwind when possible. Nobody wants to pray while smelling dead sheep in various stages of becoming stationary. Ink preparation falls to Brother Lucas, who guards his recipes like they contain secrets of salvation. He mixes oak gall, iron sulfate, gum arabic, and water in proportions he claims were revealed to him in a dream, which you strongly suspect is nonsense because Brother Lucas is not the kind of person who receives divine revelations. He's the kind of person who methodically experiments until finding combinations that work, then claims divine inspiration to avoid sharing credit. Still, his ink is excellent, black, permanent, and flowing smoothly without feathering on parchment. The quills come from geese, their feathers plucked, their shafts cut and shaped into points. You go through quills rapidly, especially in winter when cold makes everything brittle. A good quill lasts perhaps 3 hours of continuous writing before needing resharpening or replacement. Brother Matthew maintains the quill supply, sitting in the corner with his knife, carefully cutting new nibs, testing each one on scrap parchment, and cursing quietly when they split wrong, which happens often enough to make cursing a regular feature of his work routine. Today you're copying a medical text, translating from Arabic to Latin, and working from a manuscript borrowed from another monastery, whose name you've forgotten but whose handwriting you'd recognise anywhere, because the scribe had this habit of making his letter G look like a deformed fish. The content discusses treatments for winter ailments, chest congestion, joint pain, chilblains, and the various miseries that afflict humans when temperatures drop. You pause occasionally to wonder if the author ever tried these treatments, or if he just wrote down ideas that sounded plausible, which is how a lot of medieval medicine works, based on theory rather than evidence. Brother Edmund adds gold leaf to a decorated capital letter, his breath held, his hand steady. Gold leaf is expensive, imported from distant lands, and thin enough that breathing wrong will scatter it across the room where it can't be recovered. He uses a special adhesive made from egg whites and something else he won't specify. Everyone has their secret recipes. And carefully presses the gold leaf onto the wet adhesive, smoothing it with a polished stone until it gleams. The result is spectacular, catching candlelight, making the plain text suddenly magical. The candles are tallow made from sheep fat, burning with yellow flames that flicker constantly and produce surprising amounts of smoke. Your eyes water, your throat tickles. After a few hours in the scriptorium you smell like burning mutton, which doesn't wash out easily and makes the other monks give you strange looks during meals. Beeswax candles exist, the church uses them, but they're expensive, reserved for important occasions, not for everyday work like keeping scribes able to see well enough to avoid writing complete nonsense. You work in silence except for occasional scraping sounds as quills cross parchment, quiet sighs when mistakes happen, and the soft scritch of Brother Matthew's knife shaping new quills. The great silence technically ended at prime, but scriptorium etiquette encourages quietness anyway. Concentration requires peace, writing requires focus, talking would disturb both, and disturbing scribes is a quick way to make enemies of people who know how to hold grudges and have access to very sharp knives. Brother Robert, the head scribe, moves between desks checking work. He's ancient, maybe 60 years old, which is approximately 1,000 in medieval monk years. His standards are impossibly high. He'll reject an entire page for a single malformed letter, demand complete rewrites for spacing issues, and hover over your shoulder, making tiny disapproving sounds that somehow feel worse than actual criticism. You've learned not to take it personally. Brother Robert treats everyone with equal disdain, which is almost democratic in its fairness. The parchment before you is almost finished, just a few more lines remain. Your hand aches, your back aches, your eyes hurt from strain. But the work is good, you know it's good, better than what you could have done years ago, and that improvement matters. You've copied 17 books since joining the monastery, thousands of pages, hundreds of thousands of words, preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost. That counts for something. That counts for a lot, actually, even if right now your primary feeling is wishing you could feel your fingers properly. Brother Edmund finishes his illuminated capital and sits back, satisfied. The letter has become a miniature masterpiece. Gold leaf border, tiny angels in the corners, and decorative vines curling through the vertical shaft. You lean over to look, offering appreciation through a nod since speaking would break concentration. He grins, which makes him look about 12 years old despite being middle-aged, and returns to work on the next letter. The afternoon light fades quickly, as it always does in winter. Brother Matthew lights additional candles, placing them carefully around the room where they'll provide maximum illumination without casting shadows on work surfaces. The temperature drops as darkness comes, and you pull your habit tighter, tuck your feet under your seat, and blow on your fingers to warm them. Just a bit more writing. Then Vespers. Then the evening routine starting again. Your current page is medical advice about treating frozen toes. The irony is not lost on you. You're copying instructions for curing a condition you currently have, sitting in a freezing room, writing about warmth while experiencing none. Medieval life is full of these contradictions, these gaps between theory and practice, between what should be and what is. You've learned to find humour in the disconnection, because otherwise you'd just be cold and angry, and cold and angry isn't a sustainable state of being. The bell rings for Vespers. You carefully set down your quill, sprinkle sand over the wet ink to dry it faster, and cover your inkhorn. Brother Robert inspects your day's work, his expression neutral, which from him counts as high praise. He nods once and moves to the next desk. You've passed. The work will stand. Tomorrow you'll start a new page, but tonight you've done enough. The refectory measures 40 feet by 30 feet, with long tables arranged in rows and a raised platform at one end where the abbot and senior monks sit. The room is freezing, obviously, because every room is freezing, but it also smells fantastic. Bread, vegetable stew, wood smoke from the kitchen next door, and that indefinable scent of communal dining that's part food, part humanity, and part hope that whatever's being served is edible. You sit in your assigned place, determined by seniority, surrounded by the same monks who surround you at every meal, 3 times daily, year after year. To your left is Brother John, who chews very slowly and makes thoughtful expressions as if contemplating deep theological questions, but is probably just wondering why the turnips taste like dirt, which they do, because they're turnips, and that's how turnips taste. To your right is Brother Martin, who eats quickly and efficiently, finishing his portion while you're still deciding whether the brown chunks in your stew are meat, or possibly mushrooms, or perhaps just very determined vegetables. Winter meals follow a pattern established by necessity and tradition. Breakfast doesn't exist. The rule considers morning food unnecessary, and centuries of monks have somehow survived this logic, even though everyone's stomach growls during prime. Dinner arrives at noon, a main meal of bread and pottage, occasionally supplemented with cheese or fish if the monastery's fortunes are good. Supper comes at 6, a smaller meal, often just bread and ale, because apparently 1 inadequate meal per day isn't enough suffering, and 2 inadequate meals are required for proper spiritual development. Today's dinner is pottage, that medieval staple that exists somewhere between soup and stew, containing whatever vegetables survive storage, some grains, herbs, and the eternal hope that quantity might compensate for limited variety. You recognise onions, turnips, cabbage, and something that might be parsnips. The liquid is thick and greyish-brown, with an oily sheen that comes from whatever fat was available. Probably mutton fat, because the monastery has sheep, and uses every part of them, including parts that shouldn't become food but do anyway. The bread is dense, dark, and heavy enough to be used as a weapon if weaponizing bread were necessary. It's made from mixed grains, wheat, rye, barley, whatever was harvested and whatever proportions made sense. The crust is thick and chewy. The interior is slightly sour from fermentation, which is intentional and improves the flavour, or at least makes you think the flavour is intentional rather than accidental. You break off a chunk, dip it in your pottage, and the bread soaks up liquid like a sponge, becoming soft enough to eat without risking broken teeth. The ale is weak, which is good because you're drinking it for hydration rather than entertainment. Water from the well is unsafe without boiling, but ale's fermentation process kills whatever tiny demons cause sickness, so ale becomes the standard beverage. It tastes like bread water, which makes sense because that's essentially what it is. Fermented grain liquid with minimal alcohol content, dark brown, slightly sweet, and consumed in quantities that would alarm modern doctors, but just represent normal medieval fluid intake. Brother Paul, the young monk who still seems perpetually surprised by monastic life, stares at his pottage with an expression suggesting internal debate about whether eating it constitutes nourishment or punishment. You remember feeling that way during your first winter, looking at turnip stew and thinking, this cannot possibly be dinner. This is what dinner would look like after some terrible accident involving all the worst vegetables. But you adapted. Everyone adapts. He will too, or he'll leave, and either outcome is fine because monastic life requires commitment, and commitment requires accepting turnip stew as valid food. The reading during meals is from scripture, with Brother Richard standing at a lectern projecting his voice across the refectory. Today it's psalms, which are pretty but not particularly exciting, and your attention drifts while your mouth continues mechanically eating. You've heard these psalms hundreds of times. You could probably recite them from memory. But the rule requires reading during meals to prevent idle conversation, and idle conversation leads to gossip, and gossip is sin, so instead you listen to verses about God being your shepherd while eating vegetables that taste like they were shepherded through dirt. Silence during meals is mandatory except for the reader's voice. You communicate through gestures, pointing at the bread basket if you want more bread, holding up your cup if you need more ale, and making eye contact with the server when you're finished. This silent system works surprisingly well, eliminating the chaos that would come from everyone talking at once, and also eliminating the opportunity to complain about food, which probably saves considerable tension, because everyone has opinions about the pottage, and most of those opinions would not be constructive. Brother Geoffrey, the kitchener, moves through the refectory, checking that everyone has adequate portions, adding more stew here, more bread there. He's a large man, which seems unfair given that he controls food distribution and could theoretically eat whatever he wants. But actually he's large because he worked as a labourer before joining the monastery, and muscles don't disappear just because you start praying instead of ploughing. He spots Brother Paul's barely touched bowl and makes a stern gesture meaning, "Eat your food, young man. People are starving and you're being wasteful." Brother Paul reluctantly spoons pottage into his mouth, his expression suggesting he's eating punishment. The portions are smaller than they were in autumn. Nobody comments on this officially, but everyone notices. Brother Geoffrey is stretching supplies to last until spring harvest, which is months away, and spring harvest is theoretical. It depends on weather, on successful planting, and on nothing going catastrophically wrong with crops. Medieval food security is precarious at best. You've lived through lean springs when winter stores ran out early, and everyone survived on increasingly meagre rations until finally something edible grew. Those memories make current portions seem generous by comparison. After dinner comes a brief period of digestion before none, the afternoon prayers. You sit quietly, feeling the warm weight of food in your stomach, which is pleasant despite the food's shortcomings. Being full, even temporarily, even on turnip pottage, represents success. Your body relaxes, your mind settles. This is comfort medieval style, not luxury, not indulgence, just basic satisfaction of hunger, which shouldn't be remarkable but somehow is. Supper is simpler, bread, hard cheese and more ale. The cheese comes from the monastery's dairy, made last summer from sheep milk, aged in the cellar, and now hard enough to require sawing rather than cutting. It tastes sharp and salty, with crystalline bits that crunch between your teeth. You nibble slowly, making it last, because this is your final food until tomorrow's dinner, unless the abbot declares a feast day, which he won't because winter offers no reasonable feast occasions. Sometimes, when you're feeling philosophical, you think about how food connects everything. The sheep whose milk made cheese, whose meat becomes stew, whose wool makes your habit. The grain planted last spring, harvested in autumn, is now feeding you through winter. The monk who baked bread, who stirred pottage, and who maintained the stores. Nothing exists in isolation. Every meal represents countless connections, and maybe that's what the rule means when it talks about communal living, about being part of something larger than yourself. Or maybe you're just hungry enough to romanticize turnips, which is probably a sign that you should finish eating and stop thinking so much. The bell rings for vespers, time to pray. Your cell is exactly as you left it, which would be surprising except nothing in a monastery ever changes unless it breaks or someone dies. And even then changes happen slowly because tradition weighs heavily, and innovation looks suspiciously like pride. The straw mattress has compressed slightly from your body weight over years, creating a U-shaped depression that would be comfortable except straw isn't comfortable under any circumstances, just less uncomfortable than sleeping directly on wood, which you know from experience because your first year here you were too proud to complain when your mattress needed replacing, and spent 6 months sleeping on the wooden platform before finally admitting that suffering stupidly differs from suffering for spiritual growth. The wool blanket is where you left it this morning, folded at the foot of the bed, waiting to resume its nightly role of being simultaneously too heavy and insufficiently warm. You've had this same blanket for 8 years, and it's developed a personality. There's a patch near the corner where moths got adventurous and left holes shaped like tiny conspiracy theories, and the weave has stretched unevenly so one edge is longer than the other, and when you shake it out, dust motes dance in the candlelight like they're celebrating their freedom. The wooden cross on the wall is simple and undecorated, the kind of thing someone carved centuries ago and decided was adequate for reminding monks about crucifixion without being so elaborate that it became a distraction through artistry. You've stared at this cross for thousands of hours across thousands of nights, and sometimes you find it comforting and sometimes you find it accusatory, as if it's asking why you're not suffering more efficiently, which is probably your own guilt projecting onto inanimate objects. But late at night, alone in your cell, that cross definitely has opinions. The ceramic water jug on your table is currently empty because you drank it all yesterday and forgot to refill it, which means you'll be thirsty during the night and will have to choose between staying in your cold bed being thirsty or getting up and walking to the well in freezing temperatures while wearing sandals and a habit, neither of which protects against winter wind. This is what philosophers call a dilemma. This is what you call poor planning. Brother Thomas has the cell next to yours, and his snoring starts around 10 o'clock and continues until dawn, varying in volume but never disappearing entirely, like someone trying to saw through a tree using only their nose. You've gotten used to it the way you get used to all constant irritations. Not acceptance exactly, but a kind of resigned tolerance that looks similar from outside. Sometimes you lie awake thinking about how monks are supposed to be charitable and understanding, and you're supposed to love your brother as yourself. And you do love Brother Thomas generally, but his snoring makes you understand why some desert hermits chose total solitude over community living. The night prayers are simple, just you and God and the darkness. You kneel beside your bed because kneeling is traditional and tradition matters, even though your knees are middle-aged knees with opinions about stone floors. You pray for family members in the village, for the monastery, for successful completion of tomorrow's work, and for warmth, always for warmth. Because while you know that prayer isn't a magic wish-granting system, you also know that God is theoretically omnipotent and could definitely make your cell warmer if God wanted to, and it doesn't hurt to ask, right? Getting into bed requires strategy. You blow out your candle first because leaving it burning would be wasteful and dangerous and stupid, so darkness becomes complete. Then you climb onto the bed while still wearing your habit because removing clothing would be insane. The wool makes contact with your legs, and you flinch because wool is scratchy and your legs were not prepared for this assault. You pull the blanket over yourself, using your feet to tuck the edges around your body, creating a cocoon that should theoretically trap body heat but actually just traps cold air and makes you feel like you're sleeping inside a cave. Your pillow is a cloth sack stuffed with straw, and it makes crinkly sounds when you move your head, like someone walking on autumn leaves, except it's winter and there are no leaves and you're just trying to sleep. The pillow smells like dust and old straw and the general mustiness that accumulates when things are neither fully dry nor actively wet, but exist in some unfortunate middle state. You've thought about asking for a new pillow, but that would require admitting your current pillow is inadequate, which feels like complaining, and complaining undermines the whole suffering builds character philosophy that underpins monastic life. Brother Paul, in the cell on your other side, is having difficulty sleeping. You can hear small sounds, shifting position, sighing, the rustling of his straw mattress. He's still adjusting to winter conditions, and adjustment takes time. You remember your first winter, lying awake for hours, shocked that humans could survive these temperatures, convinced you'd made a terrible mistake choosing monastic life. But you did survive, and you made it to spring, and eventually you stopped thinking about cold as unusual, and started thinking about it as normal, which is either growth or surrender. You're still not entirely sure which. The darkness is absolute. No moon tonight, no stars visible even if your cell had a window, which it doesn't. You exist in a black void with only your thoughts for company, which isn't necessarily pleasant because your thoughts at night tend toward worry. Did you properly secure the garden tools? Is the grain store adequate? Will Brother Martin remember to check the dovecote roof? These concerns are probably unnecessary, but they occupy your mind anyway, cycling through on repeat like someone's prayer routine, except less spiritual and more anxious. Your feet are cold. This is not news. Your feet are always cold in winter, but right now they're particularly cold, as if they're staging some kind of protest about being attached to your body and would prefer to be somewhere tropical. You curl tighter, trying to trap any possible warmth, but your body's producing minimal heat because you haven't eaten enough calories to fuel significant heat production. And this is a problem that prayer alone won't solve, but there's nothing you can do about it at midnight in a freezing cell except accept it and hope morning comes quickly. Sleep arrives eventually, though not the restful sleep of summer. Winter sleep is fragmented. You drift in and out, and sometimes you're not sure if you're sleeping or just resting with your eyes closed. You dream about being warm, which seems cruel, and you wake several times to adjust position because lying still for too long makes everything hurt. Brother Thomas's snoring provides a kind of rhythm to the night, a soundtrack to your semi-consciousness that's almost comforting in its predictability. Round 2 o'clock the bell rings for vigils. You surface from whatever shallow sleep you achieved, momentarily confused about where you are, why it's dark, and why you're so cold. Then reality reasserts itself. You're a monk, it's winter, and it's time for night prayers. You sit up, feel around for your sandals in the darkness, locate them eventually, and prepare to start the entire cycle again. This is your life. This is what you chose. Tomorrow night will be the same, and the night after that, and every night until spring. The great silence between Compline and Prime creates a particular quality in the monastery, a thickness to the darkness that goes beyond simple absence of speech. You move through this silence like moving through water, aware of its resistance, conscious of how your footsteps echo, and careful not to disturb the peace that's both holy and fragile. Other monks become shadows passing in corridors, their presence acknowledged through brief nods, their identity sometimes uncertain in the darkness because you're all wearing identical habits and moving with identical careful silence. The church during vigils is a study in quiet motion. 30 monks enter, process to their choir stalls, kneel on stone floors and pray, all without speaking, all synchronized through years of practice, all maintaining a silence that feels substantial enough to touch. When the abbot begins the Latin prayers, his voice sounds startling despite being expected, breaking the quiet with words that immediately become part of it, prayers absorbing into silence rather than displacing it. You've learned to hear things you never noticed before silence became constant. The wind outside, obviously, but also the building's creaks as temperature changes affect wood and stone, the scuttling sounds that might be mice or might be your imagination, and the distant cough from Brother Peter that he tries to muffle but can't quite suppress. These small sounds become significant when speech is forbidden, taking on meanings they wouldn't have during daylight when conversation makes everything ordinary. Communication happens through gestures refined over decades of silent practice. A pointed finger means come here. 2 fingers walking through air means go there. Hand over stomach means hungry. Hand to mouth means thirsty. Hand waving means urgent. And hand on shoulder means wait. You've developed entire vocabularies of touch and motion, able to convey complex ideas without words, though sometimes the gestures become comically elaborate as you try to express something specific, and end up looking like you're conducting an invisible orchestra while having a mild seizure. Brother John has mastered the art of silent reproach. He can communicate disappointment through eyebrow position alone, making you feel guilty about transgressions you haven't even committed yet. His particular specialty is the look, that combination of raised eyebrows, pursed lips, and head tilt that somehow means you've done something wrong and should know what it is and should fix it immediately. You've tried explaining to him that silent communication shouldn't include judgment, but you explained this during great silence using gestures, and he just gave you the look in response which proved his point. The practical challenges of silence are considerable. When Brother Martin discovered mice in the grain storage, he couldn't announce this verbally during great silence, so he caught a mouse, carried it to the chapter house, and placed it on the table during the morning meeting, which effectively communicated the problem, but also caused several monks to jump and Brother Paul to make a sound somewhere between a squeak and a gasp. This method of reporting issues is memorable, but not recommended. Sometimes silence becomes oppressive rather than peaceful, particularly during long winter nights when you're cold and uncomfortable and would really like to complain but can't. The frustration builds inside you like pressure in a sealed container, and you understand why some monks occasionally have emotional outbursts, suddenly shouting about turnips or weather, or the unfairness of wool blankets before remembering themselves and returning to sheepish silence. You've never had such an outburst, but you've thought about it. Detailed fantasies about standing in the refectory and delivering lengthy speeches about reasonable expectations regarding winter comfort. The infirmary is technically exempt from silence rules when medical necessity requires communication, but Brother William interprets medical necessity very narrowly. You once developed a terrible cough during great silence, went to the infirmary seeking medicine, and had to communicate your symptoms entirely through gestures while Brother William watched with increasing confusion until you finally mimed coughing so dramatically that he understood and provided syrup, though he also gave you a stern look suggesting you were exaggerating for attention, which you weren't. Though the dramatic coughing mime might have been slightly over the top, the scriptorium maintains silence even during speaking hours because concentration requires quiet. This creates weird situations where you're allowed to talk but choose not to, and the silence becomes voluntary rather than mandatory, which feels different somehow. Brother Edmund claims he prefers working in silence because it lets him focus, but you've noticed he's also the first person to start conversations when speaking is permitted, suggesting his love of silence might be more theoretical than practical. Walking through the cloister during great silence, you become aware of your body's sounds, breath, heartbeat, joints cracking, stomach gurgling. These noises that disappear into normal daily chaos become prominent in quiet, making you self-conscious about biological functions you can't control. Brother Thomas's knees sound like breaking branches when he kneels, and during silent prayers, everyone can hear them, and you can sense his embarrassment through his rigid posture, though nobody acknowledges it because acknowledging would require speaking or gesturing, and both would be rude. The monastery's cats maintain their own counsel regarding silence. They vocalise whenever they want, meowing for food, hissing at mice, and making strange sounds during mating season that wake everyone and generate the next day's only breakfast conversation because apparently cat sounds don't count as breaking silence when discussing them. Brother Geoffrey feeds the cats kitchen scraps and claims they earn their keep catching rodents, though you've observed more sleeping than rodent catching, suggesting the cats understand they've achieved an excellent arrangement. Snow falling during great silence creates particular beauty, the complete absence of sound as flakes accumulate, white appearing from darkness, covering everything in soft blankets that muffle even normal quiet sounds. You stand in the cloister watching snow fall, breath visible in cold air, and feel connected to every other person who's ever watched snow fall in silence, which is probably everyone throughout history, making this moment both personal and universal, both isolated and shared. The bell that ends. Great silence at prime sounds like liberation, though nobody immediately starts talking because you're all in church, and church requires relative quiet anyway. But the permission to speak changes everything. The air feels less dense, your posture relaxes, and the world reopens. And then you process out of church and someone says, "Cold this morning," and someone else responds, "Indeed." And these minimal words feel profound after hours of silence. Human connection restored through the simple exchange of obvious observations about weather. Midwinter brings a particular kind of contemplation that's different from other seasons' introspection. When you're cold and uncomfortable and spending long hours in darkness, your mind turns inward because outward offers little that's pleasant. You think about your life, the decisions that led here, the path you've walked, the person you've become through years of prayer and cold and turnip stew. You chose this life at 23 years old, young enough to be idealistic, old enough to know you were making a real commitment. The world outside offered other paths, marriage, trade work, farming, city life. But you felt called to monastic life, drawn to the combination of community and solitude, prayer and work, and the structure that makes sense of an otherwise chaotic existence. Your family didn't understand. Your friends thought you were crazy. Maybe they were right, but you chose anyway, and here you are 32 winters later, still choosing this life daily even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult. The monastery has shaped you in ways you couldn't have predicted. Your handwriting improved from years of copying manuscripts. Your patience increased from years of dealing with Brother Thomas's snoring, Brother Martin's opinions, and Brother Peter's constant questions. Your body adapted to cold, learned to sleep on straw, and adjusted to limited food. You became different than who you were, changed by repetition and ritual, and the slow grinding of daily life against personality's rough edges. Some changes were losses. You've forgotten what it feels like to have privacy, to make your own decisions about your daily schedule, and to eat whenever you're hungry rather than when bells permit. You've lost the spontaneity that makes secular life interesting. You can't suddenly decide to visit a friend, take a day off, or sleep late. Every hour is planned, every day follows a pattern, and while this structure provides comfort, it also restricts freedom in ways you sometimes miss. But other changes were gains. You've learned skills you'd never have learned otherwise. Latin, manuscript copying, herbal medicine from Brother William, and basic carpentry from Brother Stephen. You've read books most people never access, theological texts, philosophical works and classical literature. Your education exceeds what any normal person receives, which is strange considering you chose a life defined by poverty, chastity and obedience. The monastery gave you intellectual wealth while requiring material poverty. The community became your family, though not the way families usually work. You're not related by blood, you didn't choose these specific people, and you wouldn't necessarily be friends in other circumstances. But you share life in ways that transcend normal friendship. You know Brother John's breathing pattern when he sleeps, you recognise Brother Martin's footsteps in corridors, and you can predict Brother Peter's reactions to various situations. This intimate knowledge creates bonds stronger than friendship but different from family, something unique to communal living. You think about God more than you did as a young man, which seems obvious given that you're a monk and thinking about God is basically your job. But it's not just quantity, the quality changed too. Your understanding deepened and became more complex. You became less certain about details but more confident about essentials. You've stopped worrying about theological minutiae that consumed your youth and started focusing on practical spirituality, how to actually live faithfully rather than how to perfectly explain faith. Prayer changed from words to presence. When you were young, you prayed verbally, asking for things, reciting memorized prayers, and speaking constantly to God like God might forget you existed if you stopped talking. Now prayer is mostly silence, being present, paying attention, and listening rather than speaking. You're not sure God hears you differently, but you hear God differently, which might be the same thing. The doubts came too, particularly during winter when discomfort makes everything harder. Some nights you lie in your cold cell wondering if you've wasted your life, if you should have chosen marriage and children and normal existence. You think about the warmth you're missing, the experiences you'll never have, and the alternate versions of yourself living different lives in parallel worlds you'll never access. These doubts don't mean you'll leave. You've committed too deeply for that, but they create shadows on otherwise clear conviction. Brother Paul represents who you used to be, full of enthusiasm and certainty and surprise at monastery realities. Watching him struggle through his first winter brings back memories of your own first winter, how shocking everything seemed, and how you questioned whether you'd survive and whether this was worth it. You want to tell him it gets easier, except it doesn't really. You just get tougher, which isn't the same thing but achieves similar results. Experience doesn't make cold comfortable, just bearable. You've seen monks leave, deciding this life wasn't for them, departing for the secular world without shame because nobody should continue living wrong for them just because they started. You've seen monks die, buried in the cemetery behind the church, their cells emptied, their possessions distributed, their space in the choir filled by whoever's next in seniority. Death and departure both create absence, holes in community fabric that eventually mend but never quite disappear. The monastery will outlast you, which is both comforting and sobering. These stones stood before you arrived and will stand after you're buried. Future monks will sleep in your cell, pray in your choir stall, and walk paths you walked. They'll experience their own winters, develop their own doubts, and find their own reasons to stay. The continuity connects you to the past and future, and makes your life part of a larger pattern that transcends individual existence. Looking back across 32 winters, you see growth you couldn't see while living through it. The young man who arrived here doesn't exist anymore, replaced by someone calmer, deeper, and more patient, but also more tired and colder and sometimes grumpy about turnips. You became who this life made you, shaped by repetition, refined by difficulty, and transformed by years of choosing the same difficult choice daily. Tomorrow you'll wake cold, pray in darkness, eat insufficient food, work despite discomfort, pray again, sleep poorly, and repeat. This is your life. This is your choice. And most days, though not all days, you're grateful for it. Winter will end eventually. Spring will come with warmth and growth and easier living. But winter teaches lessons spring can't teach. Endurance, patience, finding meaning in difficulty, and community sustained through shared suffering. These lessons matter. You've learned them slowly, painfully, and thoroughly. The bell rings for Compline. Time to pray before sleeping, time to choose again. The bell for vigil sounds at 2 o'clock in the morning, which is an objectively terrible time to wake up, and has been a terrible time to wake up for centuries, suggesting either medieval monks enjoyed suffering, or they never figured out better scheduling. You surface from shallow sleep, initially confused why darkness still exists, then remembering this is normal. This is what you do every single night. Wake in complete darkness to pray because apparently God needs attention at 2 a.m, though you suspect God would understand if everyone just slept until dawn. But the rule is the rule, and complaining about the rule accomplishes nothing except making you a complainer. Your feet hit the stone floor and the cold shoots through your body like electric shock, which doesn't exist yet but would be a perfect description if it did. You fumble for your sandals in darkness, locate them eventually, and force your feet inside despite their protests. Your habit is wrinkled from sleep but adequate for church. Your face feels grimy, but washing would require warm water, and warm water doesn't exist. So you skip washing and just run your fingers through your hair, which doesn't accomplish much but makes you feel like you tried. The corridor outside your cell is utterly dark. No torches, no candles. The rule forbids waste, and lighting corridors for nighttime prayers would be wasteful. You navigate by memory, one hand trailing along the wall, feet shuffling to avoid obstacles. Other monks move through the darkness around you, silent shadows heading toward church. Someone stumbles and catches themselves on the wall, making a thump that echoes through stone passages. Nobody acknowledges this because the great silence is still in effect, so you pretend you didn't hear anything. The church is slightly less dark than the corridor because candles burn on the altar, their flames small but sufficient to prevent complete blindness. You find your choir stall through practiced movement, kneel on the stone step, and begin night prayers while your body screams about being awake at this hour. The Latin prayers flow automatically, your mouth forming words without conscious thought, which is good because conscious thought right now consists mainly of being cold and wishing you were asleep. Vigils last 45 minutes, which feels like 3 hours when you're cold and tired. You stand, sit, kneel and stand again, following the officer's rhythm while your knees crack and your back aches. And somewhere in the church, Brother Peter's stomach growls with enough volume that several monks turn to look, despite great silence forbidding acknowledgement of bodily sounds. The psalms wash over you like cold water, which is a terrible metaphor but accurate because cold water is exactly what you feel like you're experiencing. After vigils comes the dead zone, that gap between night prayers and lauds at 5 o'clock when you're supposed to sleep but can't really, because you're now awake and cold, and your cell offers no appeal whatsoever. Some monks return to their cells and try to sleep. Others stay in church praying privately. You usually go to the warming room and sit near the embers of yesterday's fire, which provide minimal warmth but more warmth than your cell offers, and you're not proud of this weakness, but you're not above it either. The warming room contains several other monks with the same idea, all sitting on benches staring at a dying fire, all pretending this is about spiritual reflection rather than heat-seeking. Brother Edmund nods at you. Brother John makes space on his bench. You sit down, feel the faint warmth radiating from stones around the fireplace, and allow yourself to enjoy this small comfort. Nobody speaks. Great silence continues until prime. But you all share this moment of slightly less cold existence, which creates camaraderie that doesn't need words. Gradually, imperceptibly, the darkness outside begins changing quality. Not lighter, exactly, but less absolute. The window shutters show faint edges where night is thinking about becoming morning. This transition happens so slowly you can't see it happening, but if you look away and look back, the difference becomes apparent. The world is remembering how to have light, though it's taking its time about the process. At 5 o'clock the bell rings for lauds, and you return to church, kneel again and pray again, except now there's the faintest grey light coming through windows, making everything slightly visible. You can see other monks' faces, pale and tired but familiar. You can see the altar cross, the candles, and the stone walls that contain your life. Dawn is arriving, dragging morning with it, reluctant but inevitable. After Lauds comes prime at 6 o'clock, and now the light is definite, grey winter morning light that reveals rather than illuminates. Through the church windows you can see the cloister garden, its paths visible through snow, its herb beds buried, and its fountain frozen solid. The view is bleak but real, no longer hidden by darkness, just cold and waiting for spring like everything else. Prime ends, and great silence ends with it, and suddenly monks are talking, soft conversations about daily tasks, about Brother Martin needing to check grain stores, about Brother Peter planning to split wood, about ordinary things made worth discussing by hours of enforced quiet. The voices sound strange after silence, like instruments after a long rest, finding their pitches and rhythms again. Breakfast doesn't happen, which remains terrible every single day, but particularly terrible in winter, when your body desperately wants calories. Instead, you go to your work assignment. For you, that means the scriptorium, where Brother Robert has already organised today's projects and arranged materials with his usual intimidating efficiency. You settle at your desk, prepare your quill, open the inkhorn, and begin copying text while your stomach complains about lack of food, your hands complain about cold, and your mind complains about everything but continues working anyway because work is prayer, and prayer is work and complaining is neither. The morning passes in slow increments. You write letters on parchment, concentrating despite discomfort, producing work that will outlast you. Outside the window, weak sunlight attempts to warm the world, failing but trying, which seems like an appropriate metaphor for monastic life. Failing but trying, continuing despite odds, maintaining faith that effort matters even when immediate results don't appear. At noon the bell rings for sext, and then immediately after comes dinner, that first food of the day that breaks your fast and reminds your stomach that eating is something bodies do. The refectory smells fantastic because Brother Geoffrey has prepared bread and pottage, and after 14 hours without food, even turnip stew smells like something worthy of Thanksgiving. You take your place, receive your portion, and eat with the concentration of someone who understands that this meal matters, that this food provides fuel for another day of cold and work and prayer. Dawn has fully arrived now, bringing winter daylight that will last until 4 o'clock, maybe 4:30 if you're lucky. These brief hours of light become precious, and you use them efficiently, working, praying, and moving through tasks with awareness that darkness returns quickly. The monastery operates on borrowed time between darkness and darkness, making the most of light while it lasts. This is every day, every winter, every year. Dawn arrives reluctantly. Work continues regardless. Food comes eventually. Evening returns too quickly, and then the cycle begins again. Bells marking time, prayers creating rhythm, and the community sustaining itself through shared experience of difficult living. You've done this thousands of times. You'll do it thousands more. Until you die, which will happen eventually, and someone else will take your place, wake to the same bell, pray the same prayers, and experience their own cold dawns in this same ancient building. Winter evening arrives with its characteristic lack of drama, daylight simply draining from the sky like water from a cracked pot. You stand in the cloister after vespers, watching the last light fade from the garden where snow lies in contoured drifts, and you think about legacy, what you'll leave behind, what the monastery represents, and what all this suffering and prayer and cold accomplishes beyond simple survival. The manuscripts in the library, including 17 you've copied personally, will outlast you by centuries. Future generations will read words you wrote, thoughts you preserved, and knowledge you helped transmit. They won't know your name. Scribes don't sign their work because pride is a sin and anonymity is a virtue, but they'll benefit from your labour. That matters. That means something, even if you never receive credit, even if nobody remembers you existed. The younger monks, like Brother Paul, will continue after you're gone, learning from your example whether they realise it or not. They watch how you handle cold, how you maintain patience during difficult times, and how you navigate the balance between strictness and mercy, rule and compassion. Teaching happens through demonstration more than instruction, and every action models possibility. You're showing them that people survive winter, that 48 years can be lived within these walls, and more through demonstration that commitment sustains itself through repetition and faith. The monastery itself represents a legacy larger than individuals. These stones have housed monks for 2 centuries and will house them for centuries more, providing stability in an unstable world. Outside these walls, kingdoms rise and fall, wars devastate populations, diseases spread, and famines kill thousands. But the monastery continues, maintaining a rhythm of prayer and work, preserving knowledge, and offering an example of life organised around something beyond immediate comfort and pleasure. That continuity matters deeply, especially in winter, when survival requires looking beyond the present moment toward longer horizons. You've contributed to the monastery's practical survival. The garden improvements you suggested that increase yield, the copying work that brings income from other religious houses, and the guidance you've given younger monks about everything from manuscript preparation to surviving emotional difficulties. These contributions aren't dramatic, but they're real. Small additions to the institution's strength that will benefit people you'll never meet. The prayers you've prayed, probably millions of words across thousands of hours, create something you can't measure but trust matters. You've participated in a continuous stream of worship that extends backward through generations and forward into an unknown future, connecting you to monks throughout history and across geography. When you pray, you join an invisible community spanning time and space, united in dedication to God and spiritual discipline. That connection transcends individual mortality. Brother William, the infirmarian, talks sometimes about the healing work as a legacy. The illness is treated, the pain reduced, the suffering addressed. You've helped him occasionally, learning his remedies, and you've seen how medical care given with compassion affects people beyond physical healing. People remember being treated with dignity during illness. They remember that someone cared. These memories shape how they treat others when they become the caregivers. Legacy spreads through concentric circles, touching lives in ways you never witness. The community itself, this collection of flawed men trying to live according to difficult ideals, represents something valuable that you've helped sustain. You've been patient when Brother Martin was insufferable, kind when Brother Paul was struggling, honest when Brother Thomas needed correction, and present when anyone needed listening. Community doesn't maintain itself automatically. It requires constant repair, constant attention, and constant choosing to remain even when leaving would be easier. Your choice to stay all these years has helped others stay too. You think about the families in the village who've brought sick children to Brother William, who've received food during famines, who found refuge when their cottages burned. The monastery serves the surrounding area in practical ways, and your work, growing food, maintaining buildings, keeping the community functioning, enables that service. You've never delivered food personally, never treated a sick child, but your labour made those actions possible. Legacy includes supporting others whose work is more visible. The skills you've learned and taught, manuscript copying, Latin translation, herb cultivation, woodworking, will outlive you through students who'll teach future students, creating knowledge chains extending indefinitely forward. Brother Stephen, who taught you carpentry, died 3 years ago, but his teaching lives in your hands as they work wood and will live in the hands of whoever you teach next. This is how human knowledge survives across generations, through person-to-person transmissions supplemented by written records. You won't be remembered individually, which is strange to accept because people generally want to be remembered and want their lives to matter in ways others acknowledge. But monastic life explicitly rejects that desire, arguing that seeking personal recognition is prideful, and that anonymous contribution is more virtuous than celebrated achievement. You've made peace with this, mostly, though sometimes you imagine someone in the distant future reading your copied manuscripts and wondering briefly about the scribe who wrote them, and that imagination brings satisfaction despite its vanity. The graves behind the church contain 47 monks from this monastery's history, their names recorded in the register, but their lives known only through sparse details, dates of entry, dates of death, and occasional notes about their work. You'll join them eventually, become another name in the list, another body in cold ground, another monk who came, lived, prayed, worked, and departed. The thought is sobering, but also comforting. You're part of something larger than yourself, and that participation matters more than individual recognition. What monks do, fundamentally, is maintain an alternative way of living in a world too often dominated by violence, greed, and immediate gratification. The monastery models different priorities: community over individual, spirit over material, long-term over short-term, and discipline over indulgence. This model isn't perfect, isn't superior in all ways, and isn't suitable for everyone. But it exists, it persists, and it offers contrast to mainstream society. That contrast creates space for people to imagine different possibilities for human life. Winter will end, as it always does, and spring will bring warmth and growth and easier living. Then summer with its abundance, autumn with its harvest, and winter again, cycling endlessly forward like prayers through daily offices. You'll live through these cycles until you don't, until you become one of those graves behind the church, and then other monks will continue the same patterns, praying the same prayers, enduring the same winters, and creating their own legacies while barely thinking about yours. But tonight, standing in the cold cloister watching the last light disappear, you feel connected to everyone who's ever stood here watching winter darkness arrive. Monks from centuries past and monks who'll come in centuries future, all experiencing similar moments of reflection on cold evenings when survival seems like an achievement, and continuation seems like a purpose. You're not alone, even when physically isolated. You're part of a tradition, part of a community, part of something that transcends individual mortality and gives meaning to difficult living. The bell rings for Compline. One more office before sleep, before starting everything again tomorrow. You turn from the darkness outside, walk toward the church, and join the procession of monks who've made the same walk countless times before and will make it countless times after. This is your legacy. Not anything dramatic or memorable, just the steady continuation of commitment, the daily choice to remain, and the countless small actions that together create something larger than their sum. You enter the church, take your place, and begin to pray. Outside, winter continues. Inside, candles burn against darkness. Between them, you continue living the life you chose, cold and difficult and somehow still worthwhile, still meaningful, still yours. Thank you for joining us through these long winter nights. May you find warmth in rest and peace in darkness. Sleep well. You stand on the Southampton dock this crisp April morning, watching your breath form small clouds in the air. The year is 1912, and before you rises something that makes the nearby buildings look like children's toys. Titanic towers above the waterfront, her black hull stretching so far in both directions that you actually have to turn your head to see where she begins and ends. 4 massive funnels painted in buff yellow with black tops reach toward the sky, each one wide enough to drive 2 automobiles through side by side. The noise around you creates a peculiar symphony. Stevedores shout to each other in dock language you can barely decipher, their voices mixing with the grinding of loading cranes and the constant clatter of luggage carts on cobblestones. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor calls out about fresh pastries, his voice nearly lost in the general commotion. Yet despite all this activity, you keep looking back at the ship because nothing else seems quite real by comparison. Your first-class ticket feels substantial in your gloved hand, the paper thick and official. It cost you more than many people earn in a year, but looking at Titanic now, you understand why. This isn't merely a ship. It's a statement about what human beings can accomplish when they decide nothing is impossible. The white superstructure gleams in the morning light, and you count the decks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, stacked like a tiered wedding cake designed by someone with extraordinary ambition. A steward in a crisp white Star Line uniform approaches you with practiced efficiency. His jacket buttons shine like tiny suns, and his cap sits at precisely the correct angle. He touches the brim politely and asks to see your ticket, which he examines with the careful attention of someone who knows exactly what to look for. Satisfied, he gestures toward a covered gangway that leads up to C deck, reserved exclusively for first-class passengers like yourself. "Welcome aboard, sir," he says, and you notice he doesn't shout despite the noise around you. His voice carries a quiet confidence that suggests he's said these words hundreds of times today alone. The gangway slopes upward at an angle that's gentle enough to manage easily, even though you're wearing your travelling clothes and still feeling the effects of last night's farewell dinner. Other first-class passengers walk ahead of you, women in enormous hats that require them to tilt their heads carefully when passing through doorways, and men in dark suits carrying walking sticks they probably don't actually need. Everyone moves with the unhurried pace of people who've never had to rush for anything in their lives. Halfway up the gangway, you pause and look back at Southampton. The city spreads out behind the docks, church spires rising above rows of buildings, smoke from morning fires drifting lazily upward. In a few minutes, you'll leave this view behind, and something about that moment feels significant. You're not particularly superstitious, but boarding the Titanic feels like stepping across a threshold into something new. At the top of the gangway, you step onto the ship itself, and the sensation surprises you. You'd expected to feel movement immediately, some sense of being on water, but Titanic is so massive that she barely registers the gentle swells in the harbour. The deck beneath your feet feels as solid as any floor in any building you've ever entered. For a moment, you almost forget you're on a ship at all. The entrance area on sea deck opens before you, and your first impression is of warmth. The space glows with electrical lighting that doesn't flicker or smoke like gas lamps. Dark wood panelling covers the walls, polished to such a shine that you can almost see your reflection. The floor features intricate tilework in geometric patterns, and the ceiling rises high enough that the space feels open rather than confined. More stewards wait inside, directing passengers toward their accommodations. The air smells of fresh paint, new carpet, and something else. Maybe furniture polish or the particular scent of wood that hasn't yet absorbed the ocean's dampness. Everything looks so pristine that you wonder if you're the first person ever to walk here. A young steward with red hair and freckles steps forward, consulting a list. "Cabin number, sir?" You tell him, and he nods immediately, clearly having memorised the ship's layout. "B-52, excellent. Just this way, please." He doesn't offer to carry your small travelling case because another crew member has already appeared to handle that task, moving with such efficiency that you barely noticed his approach. As you follow the steward deeper into the ship, you pass other passengers having their own first moments aboard. An elderly woman examines the light fixtures with evident approval. A businessman stands motionless in the middle of the corridor, apparently overwhelmed by the sheer grandeur. Two children press their faces against a window overlooking the harbour, their nanny trying unsuccessfully to encourage them toward their cabins. The corridors branch and turn, but your steward never hesitates. He knows every passage and stairway, guiding you through Titanic's interior with the confidence of someone who could do this blindfolded. You pass doorways marked smoking room and reading and writing room, catching glimpses of spaces furnished with overstuffed chairs and tables set with lamps. Then you're climbing a staircase, the main first-class grand staircase, though you don't know that yet. Your hand touches the balustrade, and the wood feels impossibly smooth under your gloves, worn to perfection by craftsmen who understood their trade. Above you, a glass dome lets in natural light that plays across every surface, creating an effect like being inside a kaleidoscope. At the top of the stairs, you pause again. This landing features a clock set into an ornate carved panel, showing two figures holding up the clock face. The detail in the carving catches your attention. Each fold of the figure's robes has been shaped with care, each expression thoughtfully rendered. Someone spent days, maybe weeks, creating this single decorative element. The clock shows honour and glory crowning time, your steward mentions, noticing your interest. Rather fitting for a maiden voyage, don't you think? You agree, though privately you're thinking that it's an ambitious motto for any ship, no matter how grand. Still, looking around at the perfection surrounding you, perhaps Titanic has earned the right to such confidence. The steward leads you along B-deck now, past more cabin doors with brass numbers gleaming in the electric light. Other passengers emerge from their own rooms, beginning to explore. You hear American accents, British inflections, and languages you don't immediately recognise. Titanic is carrying a cross-section of the world's wealthy, all drawn together by curiosity about this legendary vessel. Finally, you reach B-52. The steward produces a key and unlocks the door with a solid click that suggests quality hardware. He pushes it open and steps aside, allowing you to enter first. "Your luggage will arrive shortly," he says. "If you need anything at all, simply press the call button and someone will attend to you immediately. Lunch is served at 1 o'clock in the dining saloon. Welcome aboard the Titanic, sir." He's gone before you can even think about tipping him, disappearing back into the corridor with practiced discretion. You stand in the doorway of your cabin, looking in at what will be your home for the next week, and realise that your understanding of luxury is about to be completely redefined. Your cabin is not what you expected. Somehow you'd imagined a ship's cabin would be small and cramped, a place to sleep between days spent on deck. But a B-52 opens before you like a comfortable hotel room that happens to be moving across the Atlantic. The sitting room, because this cabin has multiple rooms, measures perhaps 12 feet by 14, with genuine windows rather than portholes. Through the glass you can still see Southampton Harbour, the water choppy with morning wind. The walls wear a soft cream-coloured fabric above dark mahogany wainscoting. This isn't paint trying to look like fabric. You can see the actual weave when you look closely. The furniture includes a sofa upholstered in rose-coloured material, 2 armchairs, a writing desk with its own chair, and a coffee table displaying a small vase of fresh flowers. Real flowers. Someone placed fresh flowers in your cabin before you arrived. You walk to the desk and run your finger along its surface. Not a single rough spot, not one imperfection. The wood grain flows in patterns that suggest this piece was crafted from a single, yes, high-quality board rather than assembled from scraps. A blotter sits ready with several sheets of white star-lined stationery, the paper so thick you could probably use it as cardstock. Next to it, someone has placed a fountain pen and a small brass bell for summoning the steward. The bedroom opens off the sitting room through a wide doorway. Here the colour scheme shifts to gentle greens and creams, creating an atmosphere of restfulness. The bed itself is larger than you'd thought possible on a ship. A full double bed with a brass frame and a mattress that, when you press it experimentally, feels as comfortable as any in a luxury hotel. The headboard features more of that intricate carving you're beginning to recognise as Titanic's signature detail. A wardrobe stands against one wall, already open to reveal hanging space that could accommodate several trunks worth of clothes. More drawers than you'll probably need occupy a dresser. Above it hangs a mirror in a gilded frame, and you catch a glimpse of yourself, still in travelling clothes, hair slightly mussed from the morning's activities, looking somewhat stunned by your surroundings. The bathroom makes you actually laugh out loud. You've stayed in expensive hotels that didn't have bathrooms this well appointed. A full-sized bathtub sits on decorative claw feet. The porcelain's so white it almost glows. Both hot and cold running water flow from taps that feel substantial in your hands. A sink with its own mirror occupies one corner. The toilet is modern and connected to a proper plumbing system. Thick towels hang from heated racks, and someone has provided soap that smells faintly of lavender. You turn on the hot water tap just to see what happens. After a moment's wait, steam begins rising from the stream, and you realise that you're going to be able to take a hot bath in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The absurdity of that luxury, the sheer improbability of it, strikes you as both wonderful and slightly ridiculous. Back in the sitting room, you discover more details. The electrical lighting can be adjusted with switches on the wall. No more fumbling with gas valves or oil lamps. A small bookshelf holds a selection of volumes, including what appears to be a ship's directory. You pull this out and flip through it, discovering maps of every deck, lists of facilities, and menus from various restaurants. Titanic isn't just large, she's complex. A floating city with more amenities than you could explore in a week. A knock at the door announces the arrival of your luggage. 2 stewards enter with your trunk and bags, moving with choreographed efficiency. They know exactly where things should go, placing your trunk at the foot of the bed, hanging your travelling coat in the wardrobe, and setting your smaller bags on the dresser. The whole operation takes perhaps 90 seconds, and then they're gone, one of them having somehow slipped a copy of the day's schedule onto your desk without you noticing. You pick up the schedule and scan it. Breakfast is served from 8 until 10:30. Bouillon in the cafe at 11. Lunch at 1. Tea at 4. Dinner at 7:30. Between meals, passengers can occupy themselves in the gymnasium, the swimming pool, the squash court, the libraries, the smoking rooms, the lounges, or simply walking the decks. The schedule reads more like a country house party than a sea voyage. Through your window, you watch the final preparations for departure. More passengers continue boarding via the second-class gangway further down the ship. Cargo nets swing loads into the holds. White uniformed crew members move along the decks, checking equipment, securing hatches, and performing the 1,000 small tasks required before a ship can leave port. You decide to unpack, though you're aware that this is something your personal valet would normally handle. But you didn't bring a valet on this trip, partly because you're travelling alone, and partly because you sometimes enjoy doing things yourself. You open your trunk and begin hanging suits in the wardrobe, placing shirts in drawers, and arranging your personal items on the dresser. Your neighbour in cabin B-54 apparently has no such independence. Through the wall you hear voices, a gentleman giving instructions to what must be his valet, discussing which evening clothes to prepare for dinner tonight. The walls are thick enough that you can't make out individual words, just the rise and fall of conversation. But it reminds you that you're surrounded by people of means, folks accustomed to being served. The ship's horn sounds suddenly so deep and loud that you feel it in your chest rather than just hearing it. The departure signal. You abandon your unpacking and hurry to the window, watching as the gangways are pulled back and the mooring lines are cast off. For several minutes nothing seems to happen. Then, almost imperceptibly, the view through your window begins to change. Buildings start sliding past. The dock pulls away. Titanic is moving. You grab your coat and head for the deck, wanting to experience this moment in the open air. The corridors are full of other passengers with the same idea, all of us flowing toward the exits like water-finding channels. Nobody runs. We're all too dignified for that, but everyone moves with purpose. On deck, the wind hits you immediately, cold and sharp with April chill. You should have brought a heavier coat, but you're too excited to care. Southampton spreads out to port now, the city growing smaller as Titanic makes her way down the channel toward open water. Other ships sound their horns in greeting. People on shore wave handkerchiefs and hats. You find yourself waving back, though you don't know any of them. Other first-class passengers line the railing with you. Nobody says much. We're all caught up in the moment, watching England recede, beginning this grand adventure. A woman next to you dabs at her eyes with a handkerchief. A man lights a cigar, the smoke whipping away instantly in the wind. Children point at seabirds wheeling overhead. The deck beneath your feet vibrates with engine power, a deep thrumming that you feel through your shoes. Titanic moves with surprising grace for something so enormous, cutting through the water as though it offers no resistance. Wakes spread behind the ship in wide white trails. The four funnels above release steam in controlled bursts. The sound is like giant sighs. You stay on deck for perhaps half an hour, watching until Southampton disappears from view and only open water surrounds the ship. Other passengers gradually drift away, heading back inside to warmth and comfort. Eventually you follow, your fingers numb from cold, but your spirits high. Back in your cabin, everything looks exactly as you left it, except that someone has been in to light a small fire in the electric heater. The room glows with warmth and welcome. You finish unpacking, hanging the last of your clothes, placing your books on the shelf, and arranging your personal items until the space feels like yours. Then you stretch out on the sofa, listening to the ship's sounds, the distant hum of engines, the creak of woodwork adjusting to motion, footsteps in the corridor outside, and the muffled conversations of other passengers settling into their own cabins. The window shows only ocean now, grey-green water stretching to the horizon under an overcast sky. You think about that clock on the grand staircase with honour and glory crowning time and smile. Perhaps that's exactly what this voyage is. A moment when human achievement reaches a pinnacle, when everything seems possible, when luxury and engineering combine to create something genuinely remarkable. Your eyes grow heavy. The gentle motion of the ship, the warmth of the cabin, and the comfort of the sofa all conspire to make you drowsy. You didn't sleep well last night, too excited about today's departure. Now that excitement is giving way to contentment, a deep satisfaction with your surroundings and circumstances. Outside your window, Titanic carries you toward America. Moving through the Atlantic swells with power and grace. But in this moment, all of that seems distant. You're warm, comfortable, surrounded by luxury, and beginning an adventure that will become a story you'll tell for the rest of your life. You wake from your sofa nap to the sound of the bugle call for lunch, its notes floating through the corridors with cheerful insistence. Checking your pocket watch, you're surprised to find it's already past 12:30. The morning has vanished into unpacking and settling in, and now your stomach reminds you that breakfast was many hours ago. After refreshing yourself in that magnificent bathroom, splashing cold water on your face, straightening your collar, running a comb through your hair, you step out into the B-deck corridor. Other cabin doors are opening as well, passengers emerging like butterflies from chrysalises, everyone dressed appropriately for midday dining. The women wear afternoon dresses in soft colours. The men sport lounge suits rather than formal dinner attire. We're all finding our sea legs together, learning the rhythms of shipboard life. You follow the general flow of passengers toward the dining saloon, but take your time, wanting to see more of this remarkable ship. The corridors branch and connect in ways that will take days to fully understand. Every passage offers something worth noticing: a painting of ships at sea, a decorative mirror, or a carved panel depicting nautical themes. Nothing looks mass-produced or generic. Every detail suggests careful planning by people who care deeply about getting things right. You climb the grand staircase again, and this time you pause on each landing to examine the carved oak panelling. The wood grain flows like water frozen in mid-movement. Your hand on the balustrade feels the silky smoothness that comes only from patient craftsmanship. Above you, the glass dome filters the afternoon light into something soft and golden, making everyone look slightly better than they do in ordinary daylight. On a deck you discover the promenade, a covered walkway that runs the length of the ship, lined with windows on one side and cabin doors on the other. Deck chairs arranged in neat rows wait for passengers seeking fresh air, without the full force of Atlantic wind. You can see the ocean through those windows, watch the waves rolling past and observe the horizon line tilting gently as Titanic moves through the swells. A few hardy souls already occupy deck chairs, wrapped in blankets provided by attentive stewards. An elderly gentleman reads a newspaper, the pages snapping in the breeze each time a door opens. Two women sit close together, conversation animated, hands moving expressively. A young couple stands at the railing looking out at the water, standing close but not quite touching. That careful distance that suggests courtship rather than marriage. You continue exploring, discovering the reading and writing room with its white wicker furniture and delicate colour scheme clearly designed to appeal to female passengers. Next door, the lounge offers more masculine comfort: leather chairs, dark wood, and tables perfect for cards or conversation. The smoking room lies further forward, its stained glass windows and ornate ceiling creating an atmosphere of a gentleman's club transported to sea. But it's the general room, a spacious area near the entrance, that truly captures the ship's spirit. Here, passengers gather naturally, drawn by comfortable furniture arranged in conversational groupings. A piano sits in one corner, though nobody plays it at the moment. Potted palms add greenery, their leaves creating small private spaces within the larger public area. The ceiling rises 2 decks high, making the space feel more like a hotel lobby than part of a ship. You observe how people inhabit this space. Some sit alone, reading books or writing letters. Others form small groups, conversation flowing with the ease of travellers sharing common experience. A few children play a quiet game in one corner, supervised by nannies who chat among themselves. Everyone seems relaxed, comfortable, and already adapting to life aboard Titanic. The attention to comfort extends to temperature. The ship maintains perfect warmth throughout. Not the stuffy heat of over-fired rooms, but a gentle climate that makes you forget you're wearing your coat. Hidden vents circulate fresh air, and you never smell that stuffiness that accumulates in closed spaces. Someone engineered these systems with remarkable sophistication. Following your nose and the increasing number of passengers, you find your way to the dining saloon. The entrance takes your breath away. The room stretches the full width of the ship, with tables arranged in precise rows that could seat hundreds. Windows along both sides let in natural light. The ceiling arches overhead, cream-coloured with ornate moulding that draws the eye upward. Chairs upholstered in deep red provide splashes of colour against the neutral walls. White tablecloth cover every surface, so bright they almost hurt to look at directly. Crystal glassware catches and reflects light. Silver cutlery lines each place setting with mathematical precision. Fresh flowers bloom in vases on every table. The overall effect suggests a very fine restaurant that happens to be crossing the Atlantic. A steward in formal attire materialises at your elbow. "Table for one, sir?" You confirm, and he guides you to a small table near one of the windows. As you're seated, you notice how the room fills with passengers, families, couples, and solo travellers like yourself. The noise level rises, but never becomes overwhelming. People speak in modulated tones, maintaining that atmosphere of refined civilization, even as hundreds of conversations happen simultaneously. Your table settings include more pieces of silverware than you strictly need for any meal. Working from the outside in, you remember from some half-forgotten etiquette lesson. The menu, presented in an embossed folder, offers choices that would impress even the most demanding diner. For lunch, this is the selection available for a casual midday meal. You can choose from consommé or cream soup. Fish courses include salmon with mousseline sauce. Meat options range from chicken to lamb to beef, each with its own accompaniments. Vegetables come separately: asparagus, potatoes prepared 3 different ways, and fresh peas despite it being only April. Desserts take up an entire section of the menu. Even the cheese selection requires careful consideration. You order modestly: soup, fish, vegetables, perhaps a light dessert, aware that dinner will be a much more substantial affair. The steward nods approvingly and glides away, moving between tables with practiced efficiency. While waiting for your food, you observe your fellow diners. The diversity of the first-class passengers surprises you. Yes, there are obvious millionaires, men whose names you recognise from newspapers, and women dripping with jewellery even at lunch. But there are also middle-aged couples who might be successful merchants, younger people who could be inheriting family wealth, and older passengers who've clearly been rich long enough to wear it comfortably. The soup arrives in delicate china, steaming gently, and tastes exactly as good as it looks. The fish follows, perfectly cooked, flaking easily under your fork. Everything is served at the correct temperature, seasoned properly, and presented beautifully. You're eating better than you do in most restaurants ashore, and you're doing it while travelling at more than 20 knots across the Atlantic. Through the window beside your table, you watch the ocean roll past. The water today looks grey-green under cloudy skies, but you can see how it might turn brilliant blue under better weather. Waves rise and fall in patterns that never quite repeat. Occasionally the spray catches the wind and creates momentary rainbows before disappearing. After lunch you wander outside to the boat deck, the highest deck accessible to passengers. The wind up here blows stronger, carrying the salt smell of the ocean and the faint tang of smoke from the funnels. You walk toward the stern, passing ventilation equipment, past the entrance to the gymnasium, and around the base of those massive funnels that dominate the upper deck. Other passengers have the same idea. We stroll in informal groups, taking constitutional walks, getting exercise, and enjoying the fresh air despite the chill. Nobody rushes. There's nowhere to rush to, after all. The beauty of ocean travel lies partly in this enforced leisure, this necessary slowing down. You lean against the railing at the stern and look back at Titanic's wake. A wide white path stretching toward the horizon, evidence of the ship's passage through the Atlantic. The propellers churn beneath the surface, driving this enormous vessel forward with relentless power. Yet standing here, you barely feel any vibration. The engineers who designed these engines understood their craft. A steward appears with a tray of bouillon in cups, offering it to passengers on deck. You accept one gratefully, wrapping your cold hands around the warm cup, sipping the rich broth. This is what luxury means, not just comfortable cabins and excellent food, but someone anticipating your needs before you voice them, appearing with hot soup exactly when the April wind makes you wish for warmth. You spend the afternoon exploring more of the ship. The swimming pool, located deep in the ship's interior, echoes with the sound of water and voices. The Turkish bath offers heated rooms and massage facilities. The squash court provides exercise for those energetic enough to want it. The libraries stock books in multiple languages. Everywhere you go, you find evidence of careful planning, of designers who try to imagine every possible passenger need and meet it. The bugle call for dinner sounds at 7 o'clock, giving passengers 90 minutes to prepare for the evening meal. In your cabin, you've laid out your formal dinner clothes, white tie and tails, the uniform of first-class evening dining. The bow tie gives you trouble, as it always does. You fumble with it for several minutes before achieving something that looks approximately correct. The transformation of passengers between afternoon and evening remains one of shipboard life's small miracles. The same people who lounged in casual clothes at lunch now emerge from their cabins looking like they're attending an opera or palace ball. The women especially have undergone complete metamorphosis. Afternoon dresses replaced by evening gowns that showcase the latest Paris fashions, jewellery that probably required safe deposit boxes in their cabins, and hair arranged in elaborate styles that must have taken their maids an hour to create. You join the general flow toward the dining saloon, but the experience differs dramatically from lunch. The evening crowd moves more slowly, with more awareness of being on display. Ladies adjust their gloves, gentlemen check their pocket watches. We're all performing the ritual of dressing for dinner, an ancient tradition of civilization asserting itself even in the middle of the Atlantic. The dining saloon has transformed as well. The natural light of afternoon has given way to electric chandeliers that hang from the ceiling like crystallized starlight. Every bulb blazes, creating an atmosphere of almost theatrical brilliance. The white tablecloths look even brighter against the evening darkness visible through the windows. Candles on each table add flickering warmth to the electric glow. Your table assignment tonight places you with several other passengers, a system designed to encourage social mixing. You introduce yourself to your table mates, a railroad investor from Philadelphia and his wife, a British wool merchant travelling home from business in America, and a young couple whose fortune apparently derives from timber. Everyone maintains that careful politeness of strangers thrown together by circumstance. The menu for dinner requires serious study. This isn't lunch's modest selection. This is a document that describes what might be 10 separate courses. You read through the options with growing amazement. Oysters, hors d'oeuvres, soup, 2 kinds, both available if you want them. Fish with the elaborate sauces, an entree of chicken or lamb or beef, a poultry course separate from the entree, cold asparagus with vinaigrette, roasted meat, duckling, beef sirloin, spring lamb, various vegetables, punch sorbet to cleanse the palate, puddings, ice cream, fresh fruit, cheese and coffee. They feed us like Roman emperors, the wool merchant observes, studying his own menu with evident approval. I've crossed the Atlantic a dozen times, and I've never seen a menu quite like this. His comment prompts discussion of other voyages, other ships. The railroad investor prefers German liners for their engineering. The British merchant swears by Cunard for reliability. The timber couple, this is their first ocean crossing, listens with the fascination of newcomers hearing experienced travellers compare notes. You order carefully, knowing you can't possibly eat everything offered but wanting to experience the range of kitchen capabilities. The first course arrives, oysters on ice, each one looking perfect, tasting of cold salt water and the sea. You squeeze lemon over them and experience that peculiar sensation of eating something that was alive in the ocean just hours ago. The courses continue with clockwork precision. Soup appears exactly when you finish the oysters. Fish follows soup. Each plate arrives at the perfect temperature, arranged with artistic attention. Sauces complement without overwhelming. Vegetables retain their colour and texture. Everything tastes as good as it looks, which is saying something because it looks spectacular. Between courses, conversation flows around the table. The railroad investor discusses investment opportunities in American infrastructure, new rail lines pushing west, electrification of existing routes, and the endless appetite for expansion. His wife talks about their daughter's upcoming wedding and the challenges of planning a society event while travelling. The wool merchant offers dry observations about British textile markets and the quality of Australian imports. You notice how the dining saloon is filled with life as dinner progresses. Individual conversations combine into a general hum of voices, punctuated by occasional laughter. Silverware clinks against china. Crystal glasses ring gently when toasts are made. Stewards move constantly between tables, replacing dishes, refilling glasses, and anticipating needs before they're voiced. The orchestra begins playing during the main course, stationed on a small balcony overlooking the dining saloon. They perform light classical pieces and popular tunes, nothing too demanding or intrusive. The music provides oral wallpaper, creating atmosphere without commanding attention. Occasionally someone hums along, but mostly we eat and talk and let the melodies wash over us. You order the beef for your main course, and when it arrives, you understand why people pay premium prices for first-class passage. The meat has been cooked precisely to your specifications, the exterior dark and caramelised, the interior still showing a hint of pink. It cuts with minimal resistance and tastes rich without being heavy. The accompanying vegetables, tiny potatoes, fresh beans and glazed carrots, provide perfect complements. The young couple at your table holds hands between courses, a gesture they probably think goes unnoticed. The railroad investor's wife catches your eye and smiles, both of us seeing and choosing to ignore this small intimacy. Young love on an ocean voyage carries its own sweetness, and we're all old enough to remember when the world felt new. Dessert offers yet more choices. You select the chocolate pudding, which arrives in an individual portion that looks almost too pretty to disturb. But disturb it you do, and discover that it tastes even better than it looks. Rich chocolate balanced by cream, sweet without being cloying, the perfect ending to an excessive meal. Coffee follows dessert, served in delicate china cups with sugar cubes and cream. Someone at a nearby table requests brandy, and suddenly several of us are ordering the same. The steward produces a bottle and pours generous measures into snifters, the amber liquid catching the light. You warm the glass between your palms, inhaling the complex aroma, then take a small sip that burns pleasantly down your throat. The meal has stretched past 2 hours, but nobody seems hurried. This is what evenings are for aboard Titanic: leisurely dining, good conversation, and the pleasure of excellent food and wine in beautiful surroundings. Through the windows you can see complete darkness now. The ocean has disappeared into night. Only Titanic exists, a pocket of light and civilization moving through the void. As dinner winds down, passengers begin departing in casual groups. The men drift toward the smoking room for cigars and further brandy. The women head to the lounges for conversation and perhaps cards. The young couple, predictably, escapes toward the deck for a romantic moment under the stars. You follow the men to the smoking room, curious about this male sanctuary. The space lives up to expectations, deeply masculine with all leather chairs and dark wood panelling. Stained glass windows depict maritime scenes. The ceiling features ornate plasterwork painted to resemble tooled leather. Every surface suggests wealth and permanence. Men settle into chairs with practiced comfort, loosening collar buttons and lighting cigars and cigarettes. The air quickly fills with smoke that hangs in blue-grey layers under the lights. Stewards circulate with trays of drinks. Someone calls for whiskey, another for port, and a third for more brandy. The bartender prepares each drink with professional efficiency. Conversation flows in the smoking room, but with a different quality than at dinner. Topics become more frank, opinions more freely stated. Someone discusses American politics with more heat than wisdom. Another passenger offers investment advice that might or might not be sound. A third tells a moderately scandalous story about a friend's business dealings that has everyone chuckling. You claim a leather chair near the window and nurse your brandy, content to listen rather than contribute. The chair embraces you with the comfort of expensive furniture, and the brandy creates a pleasant warmth in your chest. Outside, the ocean remains invisible, but you can hear waves against the hull, a rhythmic sound that becomes hypnotic if you pay attention. The railroad investor settles into the chair next to yours. "Remarkable ship," he says, more to himself than to you. You agree, because what else can you say? Titanic exceeds superlatives. "I've built things," he continues, staring at his glass. "Bridges, rail terminals, even a small dam once. But this..." He gestures vaguely at the room, the ship, and the entire enterprise. "This makes my accomplishments look like amateur efforts." You understand what he means. There's something about being aboard Titanic that makes you aware of human capability, of what we can achieve when we combine resources, knowledge and ambition. This ship shouldn't exist. It's too large, too complex and too luxurious. Yet here you sit, drinking brandy in a floating palace that moves across the Atlantic with the confidence of inevitability. The evening passes in a pleasant haze. More drinks arrive without being ordered, the steward somehow knowing when glasses are nearly empty. Conversation ebbs and flows. Some passengers depart for their cabins, others settle deeper into their chairs, apparently planning to spend hours here. Eventually you decide you've had enough brandy and tobacco smoke. You excuse yourself and make your way back through corridors that have grown quiet. Most passengers have retired. The ship's night watch has taken over, maintaining Titanic's course while we sleep. Your cabin welcomes you with familiar comfort. Someone has been in to turn down your bed, leaving a small chocolate on the pillow, a detail so thoughtful you almost laugh. You prepare for bed, moving through the rituals of evening ablution in that magnificent bathroom. The ship rocks gently beneath you, a motion you're already beginning to find comforting rather than unsettling. In bed, you listen to Titanic's nighttime sounds. The engines maintain their steady thrumming. Water rushes along the hull. Somewhere distant, footsteps echo on metal stairs. Voices murmur in the corridor as late passengers return to their cabins. You think about dinner, about the food and wine and conversation. You think about the railroad investors' comment about human achievement and ambition. You think about being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, surrounded by luxury that would have seemed impossible just a few decades ago. Sleep comes easily, pulling you down into dreams of light and motion, of endless dining tables and orchestras playing in the distance, of a ship moving through darkness toward tomorrow. Morning light through your cabin window wakes you gently, and for a moment you forget where you are. Then the ship's motion registers, that subtle rocking that has become familiar overnight, and memory returns. You're aboard the Titanic, somewhere in the Atlantic, with another day of the voyage ahead. After washing and dressing in casual clothes suitable for morning aboard ship, you make your way to the cafe for breakfast. This smaller dining area offers a more relaxed atmosphere than the grand dining saloon, with tables scattered informally and passengers coming and going at their own pace. You order eggs, toast, bacon and coffee, simple food, perfectly prepared. The day's programme, printed on fresh paper and delivered to your cabin while you slept, lists the morning's activities, gymnasium hours, swimming pool availability, divine service in the dining saloon at 10:30, inspection of the ship for interested passengers at 11. The schedule suggests possibilities without demanding participation, leaving you free to structure your day however you prefer. You decide to explore the gymnasium first, curious about this facility you've heard other passengers discussing. Located on the boat deck, the gym occupies a surprisingly large space fitted with equipment that looks both modern and slightly strange. Mechanical horses that simulate riding, rowing machines, something called an electric camel that apparently mimics desert travel, stationary bicycles, weight machines with pulleys and cables. The gymnasium instructor, a fit man in white flannels who introduces himself as Mr. Macaulay, demonstrates each machine with enthusiastic professionalism. He helps an elderly lady onto one of the mechanical horses, adjusting the settings for gentle motion. He shows a teenager how to use the rowing machine properly. He explains to you how the electric camel provides exercise without requiring actual camel ownership. "Rather marvellous, isn't it?" Mr. Macaulay says, patting the electric camel affectionately. "You can experience the exercise benefits of exotic travel without leaving the ship. Modern science is making the world smaller. You try several machines, finding them amusing more than challenging. The mechanical horse rocks back and forth with a steady rhythm, and you imagine you're cantering across some imaginary landscape. The rowing machine provides real resistance, and after 5 minutes your arms feel the effort. The electric camel lives up to its billing. It does indeed simulate the lurching motion of camel travel, though why anyone would want to simulate that particular experience remains unclear. After the gymnasium, you venture to the swimming pool located deep in the ship's interior. The descent takes you down several staircases, past machinery spaces and crew areas, until you reach a section clearly designed for passengers. The pool itself measures perhaps 30 feet long and 15 wide, filled with seawater that sloshes gently with the ship's motion. Tiles cover the walls in white and blue patterns. Changing rooms line one side. A few brave souls are actually swimming. A man doing determined laps. A young boy splashing near the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The water looks cold, and you decide to save swimming for another day. Instead, you explore the adjacent Turkish baths, a series of rooms decorated in Arabic style with colourful tiles and carved wooden screens. The baths offer gradual progression through increasingly warm rooms. The temperate room feels pleasant, like a sunny day. The hot room makes you start sweating within minutes. The steam room envelops you in vapour so thick you can barely see your hand in front of your face. Attendants in white robes move like ghosts through the steam, offering towels and glasses of cool water. You endure the heat for perhaps 20 minutes before retreating to the cooling room, where you wrap yourself in a thick robe and stretch out on a comfortable lounger. Your body feels loose and relaxed, and muscles you didn't know were tense are now releasing. Other passengers occupy nearby loungers, all of us looking slightly pink and very content. "First time in the baths?" asks a man with an impressive moustache on the next lounger. You confirm, and he nods knowingly. "Remarkable facility. I use Turkish baths regularly in London, and these rival the best I've experienced. Extraordinary that they've installed them on a ship." He's right, of course. The existence of Turkish baths aboard an ocean liner represents another example of Titanic's commitment to comprehensive luxury. Why should passengers sacrifice any comfort just because they're travelling? Why not bring every amenity of shore life to sea? After the baths, you return to your cabin for fresh clothes, then join the growing crowd gathering on the boat deck for the inspection tour. An officer in a crisp white uniform leads the group, explaining technical details as we walk. He shows us the bridge, where the captain and his officers navigate. He demonstrates the wireless equipment, those mysterious machines that can send messages through empty air. He explains the ship's watertight compartments, designed to keep Titanic afloat even if the hull suffers damage. "She's practically unsinkable," the officer says with understandable pride. "The designers thought of everything. These watertight doors can be closed instantly from the bridge, sealing off any flooding. Even if several compartments fill with water, the Titanic will remain afloat." The group murmurs appreciation. We're impressed by the engineering and reassured by the safety measures. Titanic represents the pinnacle of maritime technology, and standing on her deck, hearing these explanations, you feel confidence in the ship and the men who operate her. Lunch arrives with its usual variety and excellence. You eat lightly, saving your appetite for dinner. The afternoon stretches ahead with pleasant emptiness. Some passengers play cards in the lounges, others write letters in the library. A few brave souls walk the deck despite the April chill. You find yourself drawn to the reading and writing room, that feminine sanctuary done in delicate colours and white wicker furniture. Despite being designed for ladies, the room welcomes male visitors, and you claim a comfortable chair near the windows. Someone has left a book, a popular novel about adventure in Africa. You pick it up, intending to read just a chapter or two. The next time you check your pocket watch, 2 hours have passed. The story captured you completely, pulling you into fictional jungles and adventures that seem both exotic and slightly ridiculous. But that's what good entertainment does. It takes you somewhere else and lets you forget your surroundings completely. Tea service begins at 4 o'clock, and you make your way to the cafe for this very British ritual. The servers have laid out impressive spreads, sandwiches with the crusts removed, small cakes, pastries, and scones with jam and cream. Tea arrives in proper pots, strong and hot. You prepare yours with milk and sugar, the way your grandmother taught you decades ago. Other passengers gather for tea, and the cafe fills with quiet conversation. This meal, really more of a snack, provides opportunity for social mixing without the formality of dinner. People move between tables, greeting friends made yesterday, striking up conversations with strangers. A sense of community is building among the first-class passengers, that peculiar bonding that happens when people share an adventure. After tea, you return to the deck for a constitutional walk. The wind has picked up since morning, and the ocean looks rougher, with waves showing white caps. Titanic handles the swells with barely noticeable motion, but you can see spray occasionally reaching high enough to catch sunlight. The air tastes strongly of salt and your face feels windburned after just minutes outside. You complete several circuits of the promenade deck, walking briskly enough to elevate your heart rate. Other passengers have the same idea: exercise before dinner, working up an appetite for the evening's feast. We nod to each other as we pass, fellow travellers sharing space and purpose. Back in your cabin, you rest before beginning the evening's preparations. The sun is setting, visible through your window as a golden glow on the horizon. The ocean catches this light and transforms it into something magical. The water appearing to hold fire, the waves edged in gold. You stand at the window and watch until the sun disappears completely, leaving only afterglow and the approach of night. Evening returns you to formal dress, to white tie and tails, to the transformation into your most elegant self. Dinner tonight features different table mates. The assignments rotate, ensuring passengers meet various people during the voyage. Your new companions include a steel magnate from Pittsburgh, a British lord travelling with his sister, and a doctor returning from a medical conference in New York. The conversation flows toward more intellectual topics than last night. The doctor discusses advances in surgery. The steel magnate offers thoughts on industrial development. The British lord, surprisingly well read, quotes poetry and philosophy. His sister listens with patient attention, occasionally contributing observations that reveal sharp intelligence. After dinner, you skip the smoking room and instead wander to the lounge where someone is playing the piano. The musician performs with real skill, moving from classical pieces to popular songs to improvised melodies that might be original compositions. A small crowd gathers, some people singing along softly, others simply listening. The music creates an atmosphere of gentle melancholy, beautiful but tinged with something indefinable, perhaps awareness of time passing, of this voyage representing a brief moment outside ordinary life. Tomorrow Titanic will be further across the Atlantic, the day after, further still. Eventually this floating palace existence will end, returning us all to normal life ashore. But not tonight. Tonight you're here, listening to piano music in an elegant lounge surrounded by strangers becoming friends, carried across the ocean by this extraordinary ship. Tonight is enough. By the third day aboard, you've begun to recognise faces and remember names. The ship's social world has organised itself into loose groups based on shared interests and compatible personalities. You find yourself drawn to a particular cluster of passengers who gather in the lounge after breakfast. A mix of ages and backgrounds united by curiosity about fellow travellers and enjoyment of good conversation. The core group includes Margaret, a widow from Boston with sharp wit and bottomless energy. Thomas, a banker from Philadelphia who collects rare books and loves discussing literature. Edward, a British diplomat returning from posting in Washington. Sarah, a young woman travelling with her considerably older aunt, both heading to Italy for an extended stay. And you, the observer who sometimes becomes a participant. Your conversations range widely. Margaret tells stories about Boston society with humour that makes everyone laugh, while also revealing complex social dynamics. Thomas describes rare volumes he's acquired, his enthusiasm infectious even for those who don't share his passion for first editions. Edward offers insider perspectives on international relations, carefully avoiding anything too confidential. Sarah asks questions that reveal her intelligence and curiosity about the wider world. These morning gatherings become ritual. You claim the same area of the lounge, those comfortable chairs near the windows. Stewards learn your preferences and deliver coffee or tea without being asked. The conversations start casually, but often develop unexpected depth. Discussions of art, politics, philosophy, and the changing world of 19 to 12. Everything's accelerating, Thomas observes one morning, stirring sugar into his coffee. Technology, society, and even time itself seem to move faster. When I was young, life felt stable. Now each year brings dramatic changes. Progress, Edward says. Inevitable and mostly positive, though not without costs. I wonder if we're progressing towards something or just moving, Margaret muses. Speed doesn't necessarily indicate direction. These conversations make you think, challenge assumptions and open perspectives. You realise that one of luxury's true gifts is time. Time to think, to talk, to explore ideas without the pressure of schedules and obligations. Titanic provides space for intellectual leisure that modern life rarely permits. You also notice how the ship's environment encourages unexpected connections. One afternoon you strike up a conversation with an older gentleman on the promenade deck. He turns out to be a professor of history at Oxford, and you spend an hour discussing the fall of Rome while walking circles around the deck. His knowledge impresses you, but so does his ability to make ancient events feel relevant to contemporary life. Another time you end up playing bridge with 3 strangers, 2 sisters from New York and a mining engineer from Colorado. None of you play particularly well, but the game provides a framework for getting to know each other. You learn about their lives, their reasons for travelling, and their hopes and worries. By the end of the evening, you feel like you've made genuine friends, people you might actually stay in contact with after the voyage ends. The children aboard deserve special mention. Titanic carries perhaps 24 first-class children, ranging from infants to teenagers. They bring energy and spontaneity that contrasts beautifully with adult formality. You often see them racing along corridors until their nannies call them back to decorum. They explore the ship with fearless curiosity, discovering spaces and perspectives that adults miss. One morning you encounter a small boy, perhaps 6 years old, standing at a window staring at the ocean with such intensity that you stop to see what he's watching. At first you see nothing unusual, just waves and horizon. Then you spot it, a distant whale, visible as a dark shape briefly surfacing before disappearing back into the depths. "Did you see?" the boy asks, turning to you with excitement that can't be contained. "A whale! An actual whale!" You confirm that yes, you saw it too, and the boy's face lights up with joy, which makes you smile for the rest of the day. That simple moment, a child's wonder at the natural world, provides more genuine pleasure than all of Titanic's manufactured luxuries. Social events punctuate the voyage's rhythm. One evening, the ship's officers host a reception, giving passengers the opportunity to meet the captain and crew who operate Titanic. Captain Smith appears exactly as you'd imagine a ship's captain should. White-bearded, dignified, and radiating calm competence. He moves through the crowd with practiced ease, spending a few minutes with each passenger, making everyone feel acknowledged. Another night features a concert by the ship's orchestra, transformed from background dinner music to featured performers. They play a full programme of classical and popular pieces, the musicians revealing skills that dinner service doesn't fully showcase. The lounge fills with passengers dressed in their evening finest, all of us enjoying culture in the middle of the Atlantic. You also observe the quiet romances developing aboard ship. That young couple from dinner the first night spends hours together on deck, talking and laughing, clearly falling deeper into love with each passing day. An older pair, he perhaps 60, she in her 50s, also seems to be discovering each other, their courtship more subtle but no less real. Ocean voyages apparently encourage romance, the enclosed world and temporary nature of the experience creating conditions where feelings develop quickly. Your own social experience includes several conversations with attractive women, encounters that might have developed into something more if circumstances were different. A charming widow invites you to walk the deck with her. A sophisticated woman your own age engages you in extended discussion about art and literature. In another context, these meetings might have led somewhere. But shipboard romance requires either quick development or acceptance of a temporary connection, and you find yourself preferring friendship to the complications of brief romance. The dining room continues providing theatre each evening. By now you've learned to recognise various personalities among the first-class passengers. The millionaire who always orders the most expensive wine, the British aristocrat who treats stewards with casual condescension. The nouveau riche couple is trying too hard to fit into high society. The genuinely wealthy who wear their money comfortably, without need for display. You also note how the stewards manage this diverse group with remarkable skill. They remember names, preferences, and small details that make each passenger feel individually served. A steward might recall that you prefer your coffee very hot, or that you typically skip the soup course, or that you once mentioned enjoying a particular wine. These small acknowledgements of individual preference create the illusion of personal service, even within the industrial scale of Titanic's operations. One evening, Margaret organises an impromptu gathering in the lounge after dinner. Perhaps a dozen passengers attend, forming a loose circle of chairs. Someone suggests telling stories, and suddenly we're entertaining each other with tales from our lives. Margaret describes a disastrous dinner party where everything went wrong, but somehow became the most memorable evening of the season. Thomas tells about discovering a valuable book in a dusty shop where the owner had no idea what he possessed. Edward shares diplomatic anecdotes carefully edited to remove confidential details. When your turn comes, you tell about a business venture that succeeded far beyond expectations, the combination of planning and luck that made everything work perfectly. But as you talk, you realise the story's real point isn't the success. It's the journey, the uncertainty, the gradual realisation that things were going to work out. Your listeners seem to understand this, nodding at recognition of universal experiences dressed in individual circumstances. The gathering continues past midnight, passengers telling stories, laughing, and sharing moments of connection that make Titanic feel less like a ship and more like a floating community. Eventually people drift away to their cabins, but you linger in the lounge thinking about this evening, about these temporary friendships that feel surprisingly substantial. Walking back to your cabin through quiet corridors, you reflect on how ocean travel creates unique social conditions. Remove people from their normal contexts, put them in close proximity for several days, add comfort and leisure, and connections develop that might never form ashore. You'll probably never see most of these people again after the voyage ends, yet right now they feel like friends, companions on a shared adventure. In your cabin, you prepare for bed while thinking about tomorrow. The voyage is more than half finished. Titanic is crossing the Atlantic's middle sections now, the deepest waters, furthest from any land. Each day brings you closer to New York, to the end of this experience and to returning to normal life. But tonight, that seems distant and unimportant. Tonight you're here, surrounded by new friends, carried across the ocean in luxury, experiencing something you'll remember forever. The ship takes on a different character after midnight. You discover this one night when sleep eludes you, and you decide to explore rather than lie in bed wrestling with wakefulness. Putting on a robe over your pyjamas and slipping into shoes, you venture out into corridors that have transformed from daytime bustle into something quieter, almost meditative. Night lighting replaces the brilliant illumination of daytime. Softer bulbs cast gentle pools of light separated by stretches of shadow. The effect creates intimacy, making the huge ship feel smaller and more manageable. Your footsteps echo differently in these empty passages, each sound reaching further without daytime noise to absorb it. You climb the grand staircase, meeting no one. The carved oak panels look different in reduced lighting, the wood grain deeper and richer. That clock showing honour and glory crowning time reads 2:15. Somewhere in the ship, crew members maintain their watches, but here in the passenger areas, you have the world to yourself. On the boat deck, cold air hits immediately. You'd expected this, but the reality still takes your breath away. The April night temperature must be barely above freezing, and the wind makes it feel colder. Yet something about the cold appeals to you. It's honest, demanding attention, refusing to be ignored. The sky above Titanic overwhelms with its vastness. You've seen night skies before, but never like this. Never so far from any competing light. Stars pack the darkness in numbers that seem impossible. More stars than sky to hold them. The Milky Way stretches overhead like spilled milk frozen in place. Constellations you've known since childhood appear embedded in this greater pattern, familiar markers in overwhelming abundance. You walk to the railing and look down at the ocean. The water appears black under starlight, invisible except where Titanic's lights reach it. Along the hull, portholes create pools of golden illumination on the surface, giving you glimpses of waves rolling past. Beyond that narrow band of visibility, darkness extends infinitely in all directions. The ship's engines maintain their constant rhythm, felt through your feet as much as heard. Somewhere forward, the watch officers stand on the bridge, monitoring instruments, maintaining course. In the engine rooms far below, crew members tend machinery that drives this enormous vessel forward. But up here, you're alone with the night and the stars and the vast ocean. You think about distance. How far Titanic has travelled from Southampton? How far remains to New York? How deep the water flows beneath the keel? The numbers become abstract at this scale. 3 miles to the ocean floor, hundreds of miles to the nearest land. Thousands of stars visible overhead, measurements that dwarf human comprehension. The cold eventually drives you inside, but you're not ready to return to your cabin. Instead, you explore the ship's public rooms, finding them empty but still lit. The reading room maintains its quiet charm even without readers. The lounge looks almost mysterious in reduced lighting. Familiar furniture transformed into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. You discover you're not completely alone after all. In the smoking room, one other passenger occupies a leather chair, staring into the middle distance while nursing a glass of whiskey. He's older, perhaps 70, dressed in a robe similar to yours. He nods acknowledgement when you enter, but doesn't speak, and you respect his desire for solitude by claiming a chair on the opposite side of the room. For perhaps half an hour, you both sit there in comfortable silence. The smoking room's stained glass windows look black from inside, reflecting the room rather than showing anything beyond. The carved ceiling seems to press down slightly without crowds and conversation to push it back. Everything feels compressed, concentrated and essential. Eventually the older gentleman rises, nods again and departs. You remain thinking about nothing in particular, letting your mind drift like the Titanic across the water. Thoughts come and go without demanding attention. Worries that might keep you awake in your cabin feel distant here, manageable and small. Around 3 o'clock, you return to the promenade deck for another exposure to cold and stars. This time you notice the horizon, a line barely visible where starry sky meets dark ocean. The division between up and down, the edge between two infinities. Staring at that line, you feel both very small and somehow connected to something larger, though you couldn't articulate exactly what. A shooting star crosses the sky, there and gone in a breath, then another, then a third. You realise you're watching a meteor shower, pieces of cosmic debris burning up in the atmosphere far above. Each streak of light represents matter older than human civilization, material that's travelled through space for millions of years before ending its journey in a brief flash above the Atlantic. The beauty of it makes your chest tight. You're watching something that has nothing to do with human concerns, the universe simply being itself, indifferent to observers. Yet here you stand, observing, creating meaning from natural phenomena that carry no inherent meaning at all. Back inside again, you wander toward the stern, down staircases you haven't explored before, and through crew areas where signs indicate passengers shouldn't go. Nobody stops you. The night watch apparently assumes any passenger wandering around at this hour has good reason. You emerge onto a lower deck where you can hear the propellers more clearly and feel their vibration more strongly. Looking back along Titanic's length from this position, you see the ship's full scale in a way daytime viewing never quite captures. She rises above you like a cliff face, deck stacked upon deck, lights marking windows and passages. The 4 funnels tower against the stars. The whole structure seems impossible, too large to float and too complex to operate. Yet she moves through the water with grace, carrying hundreds of passengers in comfort while they sleep. You make your way back to familiar areas, climbing toward the boat deck again. The sky has begun showing the first hints of dawn, not light exactly, but a lessening of absolute darkness, a suggestion that day approaches. You're tired now in a pleasant way, the sort of exhaustion that promises deep sleep. One final circuit of the promenade deck serves as the conclusion to your nighttime exploration. The wind still blows cold, but you've adjusted to it, accepted it. The stars still fill the sky, though they seem less overwhelming now, more familiar. The ocean still stretches endlessly, but you've made peace with its vastness. Back in your cabin, finally, you remove your robe and shoes and climb into bed. The sheets feel warm and welcoming after the cold deck. The mattress embraces you. The gentle motion of the ship rocks you like a cradle. You think about the night just past, about stars and darkness and solitude. You think about being awake while others sleep, about seeing the ship in her nighttime aspect, and about discovering that Titanic contains layers of experience beyond daytime luxury. Sleep arrives like a friend you'd been expecting, pulling you down into dreams coloured by starlight and ocean depths, by the rhythm of engines and the whisper of waves along the hull. Tomorrow will bring another day of leisure and luxury, of meals and conversation and social ritual. But tonight belongs to something else, to quiet wonder, to connection with vastness, to moments of pure existence without purpose beyond being. The last thought before sleep claims you completely. You're glad you couldn't sleep earlier, glad you went exploring, and glad you discovered this secret version of Titanic that only reveals herself to the wakeful and the wandering. You wake late after your nighttime adventures, sunlight streaming through your cabin window. Checking your pocket watch, you're startled to find it's nearly 10 o'clock. You've slept through breakfast service, something you haven't done since boarding. But the extra rest feels deserved, and besides, the cafe will still serve lighter fare for late risers. After washing and dressing, you make your way to the cafe, finding it moderately populated with other passengers who've also slept late. You order coffee and toast and settle at a window table to watch the ocean while you eat. The sea looks calmer today, the waves gentler, and the water a deeper blue than you've seen yet on this voyage. Margaret appears with her own coffee and, spotting you, comes over to join. You look rested, she observes, settling into the chair across from yours. You tell her about your nighttime wandering, about stars and solitude and seeing the ship in darkness. She listens with evident interest, then shares her own similar experience from a previous voyage. Apparently many passengers eventually discover the appeal of nighttime exploration, drawn by restlessness or curiosity into seeing their floating home from different perspectives. It's like visiting a familiar house at an unfamiliar hour, Margaret says. Everything looks different. You notice details that daytime activity obscures. The conversation drifts to other topics, her plans once reaching Italy, your own upcoming business in New York, and the strange feeling that this voyage exists outside normal time. We're both aware that Titanic will reach New York in a few days, ending this interlude, returning us to regular life. I always feel slightly melancholy toward the end of ocean voyages, Margaret admits. All these connections we've made, the friendships that feel real despite their brevity. Most of them won't survive contact with shore life. We'll exchange addresses, promise to write, and maybe even mean it sincerely, but then regular life resumes, and this shipboard world fades into a pleasant memory. You recognise the truth in her words. Already you can feel this voyage becoming a story you'll tell, an experience you'll remember rather than something you're actively living. The present moment keeps sliding into past tense, each day adding to accumulated memory. After coffee, you decide to attend the church service being held in the dining saloon. You're not particularly religious, but the service provides an opportunity to see the passenger community gathered for something beyond meals and entertainment. The dining saloon has been transformed, with chairs arranged theatre-style facing a small lectern at the front. Captain Smith conducts the service with the same dignity he brings to ship operations. His voice carries authority but also warmth as he reads from the Book of Common Prayer. The hymns, familiar ones that most people know, rise from hundreds of voices, creating harmony that feels both solemn and uplifting. Looking around at your fellow passengers singing together, you feel connected to something older than Titanic, older than ocean travel, something about humans seeking meaning and community. The sermon, brief and non-controversial, focuses on gratitude and safe passage. Captain Smith thanks God for calm seas and favourable weather, asks for blessings for the remainder of the voyage, and reminds everyone to appreciate the remarkable vessel carrying us across the ocean. It's good pastoral care, appropriate for the setting, demanding nothing while offering comfort. After the service, passengers linger in small groups, conversation flowing naturally. You speak with Thomas about the music, with Edward about maritime traditions, and with several other passengers you've come to know during the voyage. The gathering feels like church fellowship anywhere, people connecting over shared experience, finding comfort in community. Lunch follows its usual pattern of excellence. You've stopped being amazed by the food quality, accepting it as normal rather than exceptional. This adaptation strikes you as interesting. How quickly luxury becomes expected, how standards adjust upward when exposed to consistently high quality. You'll probably find ordinary restaurants disappointing after this voyage. The afternoon brings you to the library, where you've spent minimal time so far. The room contains an impressive book selection: novels, histories, travel narratives, poetry, and reference works. You browse the shelves, pulling volumes at random, reading opening paragraphs and trying to decide what appeals to your current mood. Eventually you select a book about Arctic exploration and settle into a comfortable chair. The contrast appeals to you, reading about extreme cold while sitting in Titanic's perfect comfort, learning about dangerous expeditions while experiencing the safest possible ocean travel. The explorers in the book struggled against hostile nature, risked death regularly, and suffered incredible hardship. You're eating chocolates while reading about their frostbite and starvation, yet you don't feel guilty about this contrast. Civilization's entire purpose is creating comfort from hostile nature, building systems that protect humans from environmental dangers. Titanic represents the culmination of that project, nature completely tamed, ocean travel transformed from dangerous necessity into comfortable pleasure. An older woman sits near you also reading. Eventually she looks up and catches your eye. "Good book." You show her the cover and she nods in recognition. "I read that last year. Remarkable stories. Makes you grateful for modern technology, doesn't it?" You agree, and conversation develops naturally. She's a professor's widow, travelling to visit family in America. This is her third Atlantic crossing, and she's watched ships evolve from relatively basic vessels to modern marvels like Titanic. Her observations about maritime progress reveal sharp intelligence and genuine curiosity about technological change. "My late husband believed we were living through humanity's great age of advancement," she tells you. "He thought future generations would look back at our era the way we look back at the Renaissance, a time when human capability exploded, when we achieved things previously thought impossible." "Do you think he was right?" you ask. She considers carefully before answering. Yes, though perhaps not quite the way he imagined. Progress always comes with costs he didn't fully anticipate. But yes, this is a remarkable time to be alive. The conversation continues for perhaps an hour, ranging across topics with the freedom that comes from intelligent strangers meeting by chance. She's read widely, travelled extensively, and thought deeply about the world and humanity's place in it. Talking with her reminds you that education and intelligence aren't limited to any particular age or gender, that wisdom can appear anywhere if you're paying attention. Eventually she returns to her book, and you to yours. But the interaction leaves you feeling enriched, grateful for unexpected connections that ocean travel facilitates. Tea service at 4 o'clock brings you to the cafe again, where the usual crowd has gathered. Your core group sits together, and conversation flows with the ease of established friendship. We've shared enough meals and discussions that inside jokes have developed, references that wouldn't make sense to outsiders but send us into laughter. Sarah describes her aunt's reaction to the Turkish baths. Apparently the older woman found the heat shocking, but the massage afterward deeply satisfying. Thomas reports finishing an excellent novel from the library and offers recommendations for what others should read. Edward shares news from the ship's daily bulletin about events in the wider world, though these reports feel distant and somewhat unreal from the middle of the Atlantic. You mention your nighttime exploration, and this prompts others to share similar experiences. We discover that several of us have been drawn to late-night wandering, each finding our own version of that peaceful solitude the ship offers after most passengers sleep. We compare favourite spots. Margaret likes the reading room at night, Thomas prefers the smoking room, and Sarah has discovered a quiet corner of the promenade deck. We're like ghosts haunting our own voyage, Edward observes, smiling at the metaphor. Moving through empty spaces while everyone else dreams, dinner that evening feels especially convivial. Your table includes several people you've come to know well, and conversation flows with unusual warmth. Someone proposes a toast to Titanic and Captain Smith, and we all raise our glasses, genuinely grateful for this experience. The meal itself, course after course of exquisite food, hardly registers now. You've become accustomed to culinary excellence, and while you still appreciate the quality, it no longer astonishes. What matters more is the fellowship, the shared experience, and the sense of being part of something special. After dinner, the group migrates to the lounge where the pianist plays and passengers gather for the evening's final social hours. You notice how relationships have developed over the voyage. The young couple you observed early on now seems firmly attached, likely engaged or soon to be. Several passengers who began as strangers now sit together like old friends. The ship's social world has organised itself into a functioning community. Margaret pulls you aside at one point. "I'm going to miss this," she says quietly. "This feeling of being outside regular life, of having time to just be without endless obligations pressing on every moment." You understand exactly what she means. Titanic provides a bubble, a protected space where normal rules don't quite apply. Time moves differently here. Concerns that loom large ashore seem distant. The enforced leisure allows for thought and conversation that regular life rarely permits. We should all do this more often, you suggest. Take deliberate breaks from normal routine and create space for reflection and connection. We should, Margaret agrees. We won't, but we should. The evening winds down slowly. Passengers drift toward their cabins in ones and twos. The pianist plays softer selections, music for ending rather than beginning. Stewards move through the room, collecting empty glasses, straightening furniture, and preparing spaces for tomorrow. You're among the last to leave, reluctant to let this evening end. On the walk back to your cabin, you pause one more time on deck, looking up at stars now familiar from previous nights. The air feels warmer than your first night aboard. Either the temperature has actually risen or you've adapted to the cold. In your cabin, preparing for bed, you reflect on the cultural snapshot this voyage represents. A particular moment in time, April 1912, when technology had advanced far enough to make ocean crossings comfortable, but not so far as to make them routine. When wealthy passengers could experience luxury that previous generations would have considered impossible. When the world felt both larger and smaller than ever before. Larger because global travel was expanding horizons, smaller because technology was connecting distant places. This voyage captures something about early 20th century aspirations. The belief that human ingenuity could solve any problem, the confidence that progress was inevitable and positive, the sense that we were building a better world through engineering and industry. You drift towards sleep thinking about Titanic as a cultural artifact, as a symbol, and as a representation of an era and attitudes. She's more than a ship. She's a statement about what humans can achieve, about our ambitions and capabilities and determination to conquer challenges. The engines throb steadily, carrying you through the night toward New York, toward the end of this experience, toward tomorrow and whatever comes after. But tonight, right now, you're here, part of this moment, experiencing something that will live in memory long after the voyage ends. Sleep comes with the gentle rocking of waves against the hull, with the whisper of water rushing past, and with the distant sound of the Titanic's orchestra playing one last waltz before silence claims the night. Before we dive into the history of specific games, let's talk about something you probably experienced today without even thinking about it. The urge to play. Maybe you did a crossword puzzle with your morning coffee, or played a word game on your phone while waiting in line, or challenged a friend to a quick match of something competitive. That impulse, that desire to engage in something that doesn't strictly need to be done, is one of the most fundamentally human things about us. Scientists have watched animals play, puppies wrestle, otters slide down riverbanks repeatedly for no practical reason, and even crows have been observed playing what looks suspiciously like games with each other. but humans took play and transformed it into something more structured, more meaningful, and infinitely more complex. We created games. The urge to play seems to be hardwired into our brains, right alongside our needs for food, shelter, and connection with others. And here's something fascinating. Archaeological evidence suggests that humans have been creating formal games for at least 5,000 years, and probably much longer. Think about that for a moment. While our ancestors were figuring out agriculture, building the first cities, and inventing writing, they were also sitting down to play board games. This tells us something important. Games aren't frivolous additions to human culture. They're central to it. Games teach us strategy, help us bond with others, give us safe ways to compete, and provide mental challenges that keep our minds sharp. They're practice for real life, but with lower stakes and more laughter. Imagine the first person who looked at some stones or seeds and thought, I could make a game with these. Perhaps it was a shepherd watching over flocks with nothing but time and pebbles. Perhaps it was a child playing in the dirt who noticed patterns emerging. However it happened, that moment of creative play sparked something that has never stopped evolving. Early games likely grew from simple concepts, moving objects from one place to another, trying to get things to land in certain spots, and competing to see who could throw or aim most accurately. These weren't just time wasters for bored ancient people. They were ways to sharpen skills needed for survival, hand-eye coordination, strategic thinking, and the ability to read an opponent's intentions. But games also served another crucial purpose that had nothing to do with survival skills. They were fun. In a world where daily life could be harsh, uncertain, and short, games provided moments of genuine enjoyment. They created spaces where people could laugh, compete without serious consequences, and forget their troubles for a while. You can almost picture it, can't you? After a long day of work that would make our modern desk jobs look simple, ancient people would gather as the sun set, bringing out their game boards, their dice, and their playing pieces. Children watching and learning, eventually joining in. Strangers becoming friends over shared games. Winners gloating just enough, losers plotting their comeback. The beautiful thing about games is that they require nothing more than agreement between players and some basic materials. You don't need wealth, status, or power to play, just willingness to participate in this peculiar human tradition of creating arbitrary rules and following them for enjoyment. As you relax into your pillow tonight, consider that this very human impulse to play connects you to every generation that came before. The person who will go to sleep after playing a video game has more in common with an ancient Egyptian playing sonnet than you might think. The materials change, the complexity evolves, but that fundamental joy of engaging in playful competition remains constant across millennia. Let's travel back to ancient Mesopotamia, to the land between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, around 2600 BCE. Picture a city with mud brick buildings, marketplace sounds drifting through warm air, and in a cool interior room 2 people hunched over a beautiful board game. This game was called the Royal Game of O-O-R. And when archaeologists discovered it in the 1920s, they found something remarkable. Not just the game boards themselves, but also instructions for how to play. Someone over 4,000 years ago thought to write down the rules. This tells us that games were important enough to preserve, to pass down, and to make sure future generations could enjoy them exactly as intended. The Royal Game of Or was played on a distinctive board that looked like 2 rectangles connected by a narrow bridge. The playing pieces were beautiful, often carved from precious materials and inlaid with shell and lapis lazuli. This wasn't a cheap amusement. This was a game that people valued enough to craft with artistry and care. The game involved dice, though not the cubic dice we know today. Ancient Mesopotamian dice were pyramid-shaped, with 2 marked corners, creating a binary system of chance. Players would race their pieces around the board, landing on special squares that either helped or hindered their progress. Sound familiar? If you've ever played Parcheesi or Sorry, you've played a distant descendant of games like this. Meanwhile, across the world in ancient Egypt, people were equally devoted to their games. The Egyptians particularly loved a game called Senet, which was so important that they buried game sets in tombs so the deceased could play in the afterlife. Imagine considering a board game so essential that you'd want it with you for eternity. Senet boards have been found in tombs ranging from common workers to pharaohs. The game appears in Egyptian art, showing everyone from queens to servants hunched over their boards, moving their pieces with concentration. The boards were often beautifully crafted, with 30 squares arranged in 3 rows of 10, and pieces that range from simple pawns to elaborately carved figures. The game combined luck and strategy in ways that made it endlessly replayable. Players moved pieces based on the throw of casting sticks, flat sticks with one decorated side that would land either up or down, creating different move combinations. The goal was to get all your pieces off the board before your opponent, but certain squares had special meanings, including some with religious significance. Here's something that might make you smile. Archaeologists have found evidence that ancient Egyptians sometimes cheated at Senet. Some boards show wear patterns suggesting people moved their pieces in ways that didn't quite match the rules. Even 4,000 years ago, some competitive player was trying to sneak an extra square when their opponent wasn't looking carefully. Ancient China developed its own rich gaming traditions. Go, known as Weiqi, Weiqi in Chinese, emerged over 2,500 years ago and is still played today with essentially unchanged rules, making it possibly the oldest continuously played board game in human history. The game's elegance is deceiving. Played on a grid with black and white stones, it looks simple, but contains such strategic depth that modern computers only recently learned to beat master players. Go was considered one of the 4 arts of the Chinese scholar, alongside calligraphy, painting and music. This elevated games from mere entertainment to cultural refinement. Learning to play Go well was seen as developing mental discipline, strategic thinking and even moral character. The game became a metaphor for life itself. You can't control everything. You must work with what you have, and sometimes sacrificing small advantages leads to greater victories. The ancient Greeks and Romans, never ones to be left out of cultural innovations, had their own gaming traditions. They played dice games enthusiastically, perhaps too enthusiastically, as both cultures had laws against gambling in public places, which naturally meant people did it anyway, just more discreetly. Roman soldiers stationed at outposts across their vast empire scratched game boards into stone surfaces wherever they were stationed. You can still see these boards today at Hadrian's Wall in Britain, at desert forts in North Africa, and at garrison sites throughout Europe. Imagine Roman soldiers far from home, finding comfort and camaraderie in games that connected them to their culture and to each other. The Romans also loved a dice game called Tesserae, which was remarkably similar to modern dice games. They had expressions like to play with dice as a metaphor for taking risks, the same way we might say someone is rolling the dice on a decision today. What's particularly touching about these ancient games is how they reveal universal human desires that transcend time and culture. The Mesopotamian merchant, the Egyptian priest, the Chinese scholar, and the Roman soldier. They all wanted the same things from their games that you want from yours: challenge, entertainment, social connection, and those satisfying moments when strategy and luck align to deliver victory. As you drift towards sleep, picture these ancient game players. The materials they used might have been different: carved stone instead of moulded plastic, painted wood instead of printed cardboard, but the emotions were identical. The concentration, the excitement of a good move, the groan of bad luck, the satisfaction of outsmarting an opponent, the laughter when something unexpected happened. Across thousands of years, games create a continuous thread of shared human experience. Let's move forward in time to medieval Europe, roughly 1000 to 1500 CE. Picture a world lit by candles and firelight, where entertainment options were limited compared to today's endless streaming services and digital distractions. Yet people in the Middle Ages were no less eager for amusement and competition than we are. If anything, games mattered more because they were one of the few reliable sources of entertainment. Chess arrived in medieval Europe around the 10th century, travelling along trade routes from Persia, where it was called shatranj, and ultimately originating in India centuries earlier as chaturanga. The game's journey across continents took hundreds of years, with rules evolving and pieces transforming to fit each new culture. European medieval society saw chess as a perfect symbolic representation of their feudal world. The king, queen, bishops, knights, castles, and pawns mirrored the social hierarchy they lived within. Playing chess became associated with nobility and education. Kings and queens played it, clergy studied it, and knights practiced it to sharpen their strategic minds. The medieval version of chess was slower than modern chess. The queen, originally a piece called the advisor, could only move one square diagonally. Imagine how frustrating that must have been compared to the powerful queen we know today, who can sweep across the board in any direction. The game underwent a major revolution in the 15th century Spain, when the queen's powers were dramatically increased, creating the game we recognise today. Manuscript illuminations from the period often show people playing chess. In one famous image, a knight and a lady play chess while servants attend them. In another, two monks play by candlelight. These images tell us that chess transcended social boundaries, or at least provided one of the few spaces where people from different classes might interact as equals, united by the rules of the game. But medieval Europe wasn't just about chess. Common people who couldn't necessarily afford elaborate game sets created their own entertainment. Nine Men's Morris, a strategy game played on a grid, could be scratched into wood, stone, or even dirt. Boards for this game have been found carved into church pews and monastery walls, suggesting that even during religious services some minds wandered toward play. Dice games remained popular throughout the medieval period, despite repeated attempts by both church and secular authorities to ban them, particularly when played for money. The persistence of these prohibitions tells us something important. People kept playing anyway. The medieval love of games was stronger than any decree could suppress. Backgammon, or rather its medieval ancestor called tables, was enormously popular. The game combined the strategic element of piece placement with the random element of dice rolls, a combination that has proven irresistible to humans across cultures. Medieval travellers would carry portable game boards, and inns often provided boards for guests, much like hotels today might provide chess sets or card games in their lobbies. Children's games in the medieval period included many that would look familiar today. They played with dolls, hoops, balls and toys. They played tag and hide and seek. They played games with rhymes and songs that, in some cases, have survived to the present day with remarkably little change. Ring Around the Rosie might have medieval origins, though historians debate this. Outdoor games were particularly important in an era when most people worked outside and children had far more freedom to roam than modern kids typically enjoy. Archery contests, wrestling matches, and various ball games provided entertainment and helped people maintain skills that might prove useful in warfare or hunting. The nobility enjoyed hunting, which they considered both sport and training for combat. They developed elaborate rules and rituals around hunting, turning it into a sophisticated game with its own etiquette and scoring system. Falconry, hunting with trained birds of prey, was particularly prestigious and had rules as complex as any board game. Festivals and holy days brought special games and contests. Villages would compete in everything from races to strength competitions. These events served important social functions, allowing communities to bond, showing off skills, and providing young people with opportunities to impress potential partners. Games weren't just individual entertainment, they were social glue holding communities together. One particularly interesting medieval development was the emergence of card games. Playing cards reached Europe from the Islamic world by the 14th century, and their arrival created something of a sensation. Here was a game system that was portable, endlessly variable, and accessible to people at all economic levels. You could play cards in a castle or a tavern while travelling or at home. Early playing cards were hand-painted and expensive, available only to wealthy individuals. But printing technology soon made them affordable for common people. The democratization of card games represented an important shift. Entertainment that once belonged only to the elite became available to everyone. The medieval period teaches us that games adapt to their cultural context. Chess reflected feudal society structure. Card games spread followed trade routes and technological innovation. Children's games mixed education with entertainment, teaching skills while providing fun. And through it all, authorities tried and failed to control how and when people played, because the human need for play refuses to be regulated away. As sleep draws closer, imagine a medieval hall on a winter evening. Outside it's dark and cold. Inside, firelight flickers, casting moving shadows. At a table, two people focus on a chess game while others watch, commenting on moves and strategies. In a corner, dice rattle in someone's hands. Children play a clapping game, their rhythmic sounds mixing with adult conversation. The scene is hundreds of years old, but the feeling it creates, warmth, companionship, engagement, is timeless. Let's step into the 18th and 19th centuries now, into an era when the middle class was expanding and domestic life was becoming more structured and in many ways more formal. This was the age of parlour games, entertainment that took place in the home's most refined space, the parlour or drawing room, where families and friends gathered for socially acceptable amusement. The Victorians, in particular, were enthusiastic game players. They lived in an era that valued both self-improvement and entertainment, and games fit perfectly into this worldview. A proper parlour game should be mentally stimulating but not too challenging, socially engaging but not improper, and amusing but not crude. Charades became wildly popular during this era. The game required nothing but imagination and willing participants, perfect for evening entertainment when families and visitors gathered. Players would silently act out words, phrases, or titles while others guessed. The game combined creativity, performance, and mental agility, all within the bounds of respectable behaviour. What's particularly charming about Victorian charades is how seriously people took them. There are accounts of elaborate preparations, with players sometimes creating costumes or props specifically for their performances. Victorians might have valued restraint and propriety in public, but in the privacy of their parlours, they were perfectly willing to make fools of themselves for entertainment. Word games flourished during this period. Acrostics, where words are formed from the first letters of other words, became popular puzzle entertainment. Anagrams challenge players to rearrange letters to form new words. These games appealed to an educated middle class that valued literacy and clever wordplay. The 19th century also saw the emergence of commercial board games as we know them today. The Game of Life, created in 1860 by Milton Bradley, was explicitly designed to teach moral lessons about making good choices. Players move through life stages, with virtuous decisions leading to happiness and poor choices resulting in setbacks. It was entertainment with an educational purpose, very Victorian indeed. Publishers began producing elaborate board games with colourful printed boards, detailed rules, and specific themes. Many games focused on travel and exploration, reflecting an era when railways and steamships were opening up the world. Games like Across the Continent and Journey Through Europe let players imaginatively travel to places they might never actually visit. These travel games reveal something interesting about the relationship between games and reality. For Victorian players, a board game about travelling to India or crossing America might be the closest they ever came to such adventures. Games provided safe, affordable ways to experience exciting scenarios from the comfort of home. Card games evolved significantly during this period. Whist, a trick-taking game that required 4 players in 2 partnerships, became enormously popular. It was considered intellectually respectable. Serious whist players formed clubs and competed in tournaments with the same gravity that others brought to business or politics. Bridge evolved from whist in the late 19th century, adding bidding and more complex strategy. Within decades, bridge became a cultural phenomenon, particularly among educated middle and upper classes. The game required memory, mathematical calculation, partnership cooperation, and strategic thinking. Playing bridge well was seen as a mark of intelligence and sophistication. Jigsaw puzzles emerged as popular entertainment during this era. Originally created by cutting maps into pieces for educational purposes, puzzles evolved into increasingly complex images designed purely for entertainment. Families would work on puzzles together during long winter evenings, combining solitary focus with companionable silence. Parlour magic and illusion also became popular home entertainment. Simple magic tricks that could be performed with household objects filled books, marketed to families seeking new forms of amusement. The person who could entertain guests with clever tricks became a valued addition to social gatherings. Victorian children had their own games, many commercially produced for the first time. Pick-up sticks, marbles, jacks, and spinning tops were manufactured and marketed specifically for children. This represented a shift in how childhood was viewed. No longer just miniature adults, children were recognised as deserving their own appropriate forms of play. The 19th century also saw the birth of modern sports rules. Games that had been played informally for generations received standardised rules that allowed for organised competition. Baseball, football, both American and association, tennis, and many other sports developed their modern forms during this period. What had been local variations became unified games that could be played the same way across distances. This standardisation was enabled by improvements in communication and transportation. People could read about sports in newspapers, travel to watch matches, and form leagues that competed across regions. Games were becoming not just local pastimes, but shared cultural experiences that connected communities across geographical boundaries. One particularly interesting development was the emergence of games explicitly designed for mixed company. Men and women playing together. In an era when social interactions between sexes were carefully regulated, games provided acceptable context for interaction. A young man and woman might not be permitted time alone together, but they could certainly be partners in a game of whist or charades. The parlour game era reminds us that games reflect their social context. Victorian games emphasised propriety, education, and controlled excitement. They created structured opportunities for social interaction within acceptable boundaries. They provided mental stimulation during an era that valued intellectual improvement. And they helped define and reinforce class identities. Knowing the rules of proper games was part of being properly middle class. As you nestle deeper into your blankets, imagine a Victorian drawing room on a rainy afternoon. Gaslight illuminates the space. A fire crackles in the hearth. At a table, 4 people concentrate on their whist hands. In another corner, children are utterly absorbed in a board game about travelling through Africa. Someone sits near the window working on a jigsaw puzzle. The rain outside makes the warmth and companionship inside feel more precious. It's a scene from another era, but the comfort it describes feels entirely familiar. The 20th century transformed games in ways that would have seemed like magic to our Victorian parlour game players. Let's trace this remarkable evolution, from the early 1900s through the digital revolution that fundamentally changed what games could be. The early decades of the century saw board games become big business. Parker Brothers and Milton Bradley weren't just companies, they were cultural institutions producing games that would become household names. Monopoly, introduced in the 1930s during the Great Depression, let players buy and sell property in an era when many people were losing their real homes. There's something both poignant and therapeutic about that. Monopoly's origin story is itself fascinating. The game evolved from earlier versions designed to demonstrate economic principles. By the time it became the version we know, with its properties named after Atlantic City streets, it combined just enough luck and strategy to keep players engaged while allowing anyone to potentially win. Family arguments over Monopoly have been a consistent feature of American life for nearly a century. Scrabble appeared in 1938, created by an unemployed architect who was essentially killing time by inventing a word game. It combined vocabulary knowledge with spatial strategy and a healthy dose of luck in letter drawing. The game became a cultural phenomenon, spawning tournaments, clubs, and heated family debates about whether certain words are actually in the dictionary. The post-World War II era saw an explosion of board game development. Risk lets players command armies across a world map. Clue combined logic with narrative, turning players into detectives solving a murder mystery. These games were more thematically elaborate than earlier board games, telling stories as players moved through them. Television's arrival changed gaming culture significantly. Game shows brought competitive play into millions of homes, making ordinary people into temporary celebrities and demonstrating that games could be spectator entertainment, not just participant activity. Children watched Concentration or Password with their families and then created home versions of these games during playtime. But the real revolution was brewing in university computer labs and engineering departments. In the 1950s and 60s, computer scientists and engineers began creating simple games on the massive mainframe computers of the era. These weren't commercial products. They were experiments, often created during off hours by people exploring what these new machines could do. Space War, created in 1962 at MIT, is often considered one of the first true video games. Two players controlled spaceships trying to shoot each other while avoiding a gravity well in the centre of the screen. The graphics were primitive, just white lines on a black screen, but the game was captivating enough that it spread to other research institutions, played by scientists and students who should probably have been doing other things. The leap from university mainframes to home entertainment took another decade. In 1972, Pong arrived, a simple tennis simulation with two paddles and a square ball bouncing between them. The game was so basic that it's almost laughable by modern standards, but it proved something crucial. People would pay to play electronic games. Home video game consoles followed. The Atari 2600, released in 1977, brought arcade experiences into living rooms. Suddenly, the same games you pumped quarters into at the arcade could be played at home anytime you wanted. The graphics were barely recognisable as what they were supposed to represent. The adventure game's dragon looked more like a duck. But players' imaginations filled in the gaps. The early 1980s saw video games explode into mainstream culture. Pac-Man became a global phenomenon that transcended gaming. The character appeared on t-shirts, lunchboxes, and Saturday morning cartoons. People who didn't play games knew Pac-Man. The game's simple premise, navigate a maze eating dots while avoiding ghosts, proved universally appealing. Arcades became social spaces where teenagers gathered, creating communities around competitive play. High-score tables gave players status and recognition. The best players became local celebrities. There's something beautifully democratic about arcade culture. Your skill mattered, not your background or resources. Everyone started with the same number of lives. Home computers in the 1980s opened new gaming possibilities. Text-based adventure games like Zork created elaborate worlds using only words, challenging players to type commands like "Go North" or "Take Lamp." These games required reading comprehension and imagination, combining literature with interactivity in ways that presaged modern narrative gaming. The Nintendo Entertainment System, released in 1985, saved the video game industry after a major crash and introduced characters that would become cultural icons. Super Mario Bros. Wasn't just a game, it was a masterpiece of level design, control mechanics, and player psychology. Its creator, Shigeru Miyamoto, approached game design with an artist's sensibility. creating experiences that were both challenging and joyful. The 1990s brought 3D graphics, CDROMS, and increasingly sophisticated gameplay. Games like Myst presented players with hauntingly beautiful environments and abstract puzzles. First-person shooters like Doom and later Half-Life created immersive experiences that made players feel physically present in virtual spaces. Internet connectivity transformed gaming again. Suddenly, players could compete against or cooperate with people across the globe. Massively multiplayer online games like World of Warcraft created persistent virtual worlds where thousands of players could interact simultaneously. These weren't just games. They were social spaces where people formed friendships, joined guilds, and experienced genuine community. Mobile gaming, emerging with smartphones in the late 2000s, made games truly ubiquitous. Everyone carries a sophisticated gaming device in their pocket. Games like Angry Birds or Candy Crush reached audiences who never considered themselves gamers. Your grandmother might not play console games, but she might very well have a puzzle game on her phone. The digital revolution democratized game creation. Independent developers could now make and distribute games without needing major publishers. This led to an explosion of creative, experimental games that explored new ideas and themes. Games became recognized as legitimate art forms, capable of telling meaningful stories and evoking genuine emotions. Modern games range from simple mobile puzzles to sprawling open-world adventures, from competitive esports with professional players to relaxing farming simulations. Virtual reality is creating entirely new possibilities for immersion. Artificial intelligence is enabling more responsive, dynamic gameplay. The evolution continues at an accelerating pace. Yet through all this technological change, fundamental aspects of games remain constant. We still seek challenge, competition, narrative, and connection. Whether moving pieces on a wooden board or controlling characters in a virtual world, we're satisfying the same human needs that drove our ancestors to scratch game boards into stone thousands of years ago. Now let's talk about something that runs through every era of gaming history we've explored. Games as social glue, as bridges between people, and as creators of connection and community. This is where the history of games becomes deeply personal, because it's about relationships and shared experiences. Think about your own relationship with games. Chances are your strongest gaming memories involve other people. Maybe it's playing cards with grandparents, board games with siblings, video games with friends, or phone games that you compare scores on with colleagues. Games create shared experiences that become part of our relationship stories. Throughout history, games have served as social facilitators. In ancient Rome, bathhouses often had game boards built into the architecture, creating spaces where people could socialise while playing. Medieval inns provided game boards to encourage travellers to linger and interact. Victorian parlours used games to structure social evenings. Modern game stores host game nights where strangers become friends over shared interests. Games provide structure for social interaction, which is particularly valuable in situations where people might otherwise struggle to connect. Meeting new neighbours, invite them over for game night, awkward family gathering. Break out a board game. First date needs an activity. Try an arcade or board game cafe. Games give people something to do together while naturally facilitating conversation and bonding. The beauty of games as social tools is that they create temporary frameworks where normal social hierarchies can be suspended. In a game, the CEO and the intern compete on equal terms. Parents and children can challenge each other fairly. Strangers can cooperate toward shared goals. The rules of the game supersede other social rules, creating temporary communities of players. Competitive games reveal character in interesting ways. How someone handles winning and losing tells you something about them. Do they gloat or show grace? Do they make excuses or acknowledge defeat? Do they prioritize winning over everyone's enjoyment? These revelations can strengthen relationships by creating understanding and shared history. Cooperative games, where players work together toward a common goal, create different dynamics. These games require communication, compromise, and shared strategy. Success feels collective rather than individual. There's something particularly satisfying about beating a difficult cooperative game with friends, knowing that you succeeded only through teamwork. Gaming communities form around shared interests, creating spaces where people who might never otherwise meet find common ground. Chess clubs bring together people across ages and backgrounds. Online gaming guilds create friendships that span continents. Board game meetups at local stores build neighbourhood connections. These communities often extend beyond gaming into genuine friendships. The rise of streaming has created another layer of gaming community. People watch others play games, participating through chat and feeling connected to both the streamer and fellow viewers. This might seem odd if you're not part of that culture. Why watch someone play instead of playing yourself? But it's really no different than watching sports or cooking shows. We enjoy observing skilled people doing things we're interested in. Games have provided crucial connection during times of isolation. During the 2020 pandemic, when physical gathering was dangerous, games became lifelines for maintaining social connections. Families played online games together across distances. Friends maintained relationships through gaming sessions. Animal Crossing became a phenomenon partly because it provided a gentle, social virtual space when real social spaces were unavailable. Gaming can bridge generational divides. Grandparents learn to play video games with grandchildren, creating shared experiences across decades. Children teach parents about new games, reversing the usual teaching dynamic in ways that can be empowering for young people. These shared experiences create memories and stories that become family history. Games also create inclusive spaces for people who might struggle with other forms of social interaction. For people with social anxiety, the structure of games can make interaction easier. For people on the autism spectrum, games' clear rules and predictable patterns can be comfortable. Online gaming allows people with physical disabilities to compete on equal terms. Games' flexibility makes them accessible to diverse players. Cultural exchange happens through games. When people from different countries play together online, they share not just gaming strategies but also perspectives, humour, and cultural references. Games like Pokemon or Minecraft have created global communities that transcend national boundaries, giving young people shared cultural touchstones regardless of where they live. Educational research has shown that play, including game playing, is crucial for developing social skills. Children learn cooperation, negotiation, and conflict resolution through games. They practice taking turns, following rules, and dealing with disappointment. These lessons transfer to other social situations throughout life. The social aspect of gaming has led to new forms of entertainment. Escape rooms combine gaming with physical experience, requiring groups to solve puzzles together. Board game cafes provide spaces where strangers can meet over shared tables and shared interests. Gaming conventions create temporary communities where thousands of people celebrate their shared passion. There's something almost miraculous about games' ability to create instant communities. Put a chessboard in a public park and players will materialise. Set up a volleyball net on a beach and a game will form. Stream yourself playing a game online, and viewers will gather to watch and interact. Games create magnetic fields that attract people seeking connection through play. Even competitive gaming, which might seem antisocial to outsiders, creates communities. Sports fans understand this. The rivalry between teams creates shared identity and passion. Gaming works similarly. Players of fighting games gather at tournaments, creating communities bonded by their shared technical knowledge and competitive spirit. The competition itself is a form of connection. Family game nights have become rituals that structure and strengthen family bonds. These regular gatherings create predictability and shared anticipation. They provide times when devices are put away and full attention is given to being together. Years later, people remember specific games, specific victories, and specific moments of laughter more vividly than they remember many other family activities. As you drift towards sleep, think about your own gaming connections. Who taught you your favourite game? Who do you most enjoy playing with? What gaming moments have become stories you tell? These memories and relationships are part of gaming's greatest legacy. Not the games themselves, but the connections they facilitate and strengthen. We're nearing the end of our journey through gaming history, and it's time to consider something fundamental. What is it about games that makes them so persistently appealing across all cultures and all ages? Why, after thousands of years, do humans keep inventing new ways to play? The answer lies partly in what games provide that little else can: voluntary challenge. In games, we choose to face obstacles that we don't have to face. We create problems for ourselves, capturing an opponent's pieces, solving a puzzle, achieving a high score that have no external necessity. This voluntary engagement with challenge is uniquely satisfying in ways that obligatory challenges rarely are. Games give us control in a world where we often have little. We can't control our jobs, our health, world events, or even our family dynamics. But in a game, the rules are clear, the boundaries are defined, and our choices directly affect outcomes. This sense of agency is psychologically valuable, providing relief from the uncertainty and powerlessness we sometimes feel in life. The temporary nature of games is part of their appeal. A game has a clear beginning and end. You can win or lose and then start fresh with a new game. Life rarely offers such clean resolutions. Problems persist. Relationships are complicated and outcomes remain ambiguous. Games provide the satisfaction of completion and the opportunity for fresh starts. Games also satisfy our innate love of pattern recognition and mastery. Human brains are pattern-finding machines, constantly looking for connections and regularities in experience. Games provide concentrated pattern-learning opportunities. As we play, we recognise strategies, predict outcomes, and develop skills. This learning process feels good. It's literally rewarding at neurological level. The balance between skill and chance in games mirrors life itself. Pure skill games can be intimidating and frustrating. If you're not good, you'll never win. Pure chance games lack the satisfaction of mastery. Winning feels arbitrary. The best games combine both elements. Skill increases your odds, but doesn't guarantee victory. This reflects how life works, where preparation and ability matter, but can't ensure success. Games provide safe spaces for experiencing emotions we might not want in real life. Fear, frustration, excitement, triumph. Games let us feel these intensely but temporarily, with no lasting consequences. Horror games let us experience fear from safety. Competitive games let us experience conflict without actual hostility. This emotional exploration is psychologically valuable. The aesthetic appeal of games shouldn't be underestimated. Beautiful game boards, elegant game mechanics, and stunning visual designs. These artistic elements make games objects of appreciation beyond their playability. From intricately carved medieval chess sets to gorgeously illustrated modern board games to breathtaking video game environments, games can be works of art that appeal to our aesthetic sensibilities while entertaining us. Games also fulfill our need for narrative. Even abstract games create stories through play. Each chess match tells the story of two armies in conflict. Each round of Monopoly narrates a tale of economic rise and fall. Video games have evolved into sophisticated narrative experiences that rival novels and films in emotional impact and storytelling complexity. The social aspect we discussed earlier connects to something deeper. Games as cultural transmission. When you teach someone a game, you're passing on knowledge, sharing experience, and creating connection. Traditional games carry cultural memory. The childhood games you learned from your parents might trace back generations. This makes games living links to the past. Different cultures have different gaming traditions that reflect their values and worldviews. Go's emphasis on territory and influence reflects certain Chinese philosophical concepts. The European development of trick-taking card games reflects social structures around partnership and competition. Indigenous peoples worldwide have traditional games that encode cultural knowledge and values. Games are windows into how different societies think and what they prioritise. The evolution of games parallels technological and social change. Ancient games required only natural materials, stones, sticks, and bones. Medieval games reflected feudal social structures. Industrial Revolution games came from factories, standardised and widely distributed. Digital games mirror our current information age, networked and constantly updating. Yet despite these changes, the fundamental appeal remains constant. Consider how games adapt while maintaining their essential character. Chess has been played for over 1,000 years with relatively minor rule changes, but now you can play chess against a computer, online against someone across the world, or watch grandmasters compete in tournaments streamed globally. The game itself hasn't changed, but its context and possibilities have expanded enormously. This adaptability suggests something important. Games tap into fundamental aspects of human psychology that don't change despite cultural or technological shifts. The pleasure of strategic thinking, the excitement of competition, the satisfaction of skill development, and the joy of play itself. These are human constants. Modern neuroscience is beginning to explain why games are so compelling. When we play games, our brains release dopamine, particularly during moments of achievement or reward. This neurochemical response creates the just one more game feeling that makes games so engaging. Games essentially hijack our brain's reward systems in ways that feel good and keep us coming back. But games aren't just psychological tricks exploiting our neurochemistry. They genuinely develop cognitive abilities. Strategy games improve planning and foresight. Puzzle games enhance problem-solving skills. Action games can improve reaction time and spatial awareness. The mental exercise games provide real benefits beyond entertainment. Research on aging has shown that regular game playing can help maintain cognitive function. Seniors who regularly engage with challenging games show better memory, faster information processing, and more mental flexibility than those who don't. This suggests that our lifelong relationship with games isn't just about fun, it's about keeping our minds sharp and engaged. Games also serve therapeutic purposes. Occupational therapists use games to help patients develop fine motor skills. Psychologists use games to help children express emotions and work through experiences. Virtual reality games are being used to treat phobias and PTSD. The applications of games extend far beyond entertainment into healing and development. The gaming industry has become a major economic force, generating billions in revenue and employing hundreds of thousands of people. Game designers, programmers, artists, writers, testers, and marketers. Entire career paths exist around creating and supporting games. This professionalisation has elevated games from casual entertainment to serious business and a recognised art form. Yet despite commercialisation, games retain their essential accessibility. You can play profound games with nothing but a piece of paper and a pencil. Tic-tac-toe requires only the ability to draw X's and O's. Rock, paper, scissors needs no equipment at all. The most expensive video game and the simplest children's game both tap into the same fundamental human drive to play. The future of games is impossible to predict precisely, but certain trends seem clear. Virtual and augmented reality will create increasingly immersive experiences. Artificial intelligence will enable more responsive, dynamic gameplay. Cloud gaming will make high-end experiences accessible without expensive hardware. But whatever forms games take, they'll still be serving those timeless human needs. What's particularly exciting is that we're living through a golden age of game diversity. There are more types of games, more ways to play, and more opportunities to find games that match your specific interests than ever before. Whether you want relaxing puzzle games, intense competitive experiences, narrative adventures, social party games, or anything in between, options exist that previous generations couldn't have imagined. The democratization of game creation means new voices are entering the field, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative ideas. Games are being created by and for audiences that were previously underserved. This expansion enriches gaming culture and ensures that games will continue evolving in unexpected directions. As you settle more deeply into your blanket, consider this. Tomorrow, somewhere in the world, someone will create a new game. Someone else will master a game they've been practicing. Children will learn games from parents. Friends will bond over shared play. Strangers will connect through online matches. This has been happening every day for thousands of years, and it will continue for thousands more. As we approach the end of our journey through gaming history, let's make this personal for a moment. You are part of this story. Every game you've played, every match you've won or lost, every moment of joy or frustration. These are your contributions to humanity's long gaming tradition. Think back to your earliest gaming memories. Perhaps you're remembering a specific board game from childhood, the feel of the worn box and the slightly bent cards. Maybe you're thinking of playground games at school, the rules that varied by region and sometimes by the hour. Or perhaps your earliest gaming memory involves watching older siblings or cousins play, learning by observation before you were allowed to join. These memories aren't just nostalgia, they're connections to that vast web of play that extends backward through history and forward into the future. When you played Monopoly with your family, you were participating in a tradition of family game nights that goes back generations. When you first discovered video games, you were joining a cultural revolution that was reshaping entertainment. The games that mattered to you growing up were shaped by when and where you lived. If you came of age in the 1970s, you might remember the explosion of mass-market board games and the earliest video game consoles. The 1980s brought arcade culture and the Nintendo revolution. The 1990s saw 3D graphics and the early internet changing what games could be. The 2000s brought online gaming and mobile devices. Each generation has its defining games, the titles that everyone played, that created shared cultural moments. These games become shorthand for periods of our lives. Mention certain games to people of similar ages, and you'll see recognition and memory flash across their faces. Games mark time almost like music does, evoking specific eras and the feelings associated with them. Your gaming preferences say something about you. Do you prefer competitive games that test you against others, or cooperative games where you work together? Do you like games of pure strategy where skill determines everything? Or do you enjoy the unpredictability of chance? Do you seek games with rich narratives, or are you drawn to abstract challenges? These preferences reflect your personality, your values, and how you approach problems. The way you play games also reveals character. Are you the person who reads all the rules carefully before starting, or do you prefer to learn as you go? Do you play to win at all costs, or is the social experience more important than victory? Do you finish games you start, or do you jump from one game to another? These patterns often mirror how you approach other aspects of life. Games have likely shaped you in ways you might not fully realise. The strategic thinking you developed in chess or strategy games applies to planning and problem-solving in work and life. The hand-eye coordination from action games might help in various physical tasks. The patience learned from difficult puzzle games transfers to other challenging situations. The social skills developed through multiplayer games affect how you interact with others. If you've ever taught someone a game, you've participated in that ancient tradition of cultural transmission through play. Explaining rules, demonstrating strategies, helping someone develop skills. This teaching is a gift you give, connecting another person to the joy you found in play. And like all good teaching, it often teaches the teacher something new as well. Your relationship with games has probably evolved over time. Games that once seemed impossibly difficult might now feel simple. Games you once loved might now feel less appealing, as your tastes have matured and changed. You might have periods where you play intensely and periods where games take a back seat to other priorities. This evolution is natural. We grow and change, and our play changes with us. Perhaps you've experienced how games can provide comfort during difficult times. When life feels overwhelming, there's something soothing about entering a game's structured environment where rules are clear and problems are solvable. Games can provide respite from anxiety, distraction from pain, and escape from circumstances we can't immediately change. This therapeutic quality of games is real and valuable. You might have gaming traditions with specific people, family game nights, weekly game sessions with friends, or annual tournaments or competitions. These traditions create continuity and anticipation in our lives. They're appointments we keep with the people we care about, times specifically set aside for shared enjoyment and connection. The games you play with your children, if you have them, or with younger relatives and family friends, create memories that will last their lifetimes. Years from now, they might remember specific games you played together, specific moments of victory or defeat, or times when you laughed together over something that happened during play. You're creating their gaming history, which will someday be their gaming nostalgia. Your gaming future is unwritten. New games are being developed constantly, some that will build on familiar formulas, others that will surprise you with unexpected innovations. Technologies will create possibilities that don't yet exist. Your own interests and circumstances will evolve, leading you to games you can't yet anticipate. But regardless of how technology changes or what new games emerge, that fundamental impulse to play will remain. It's wired into you, into all of us, as deeply as any human characteristic. The desire to engage with voluntary challenges, to exercise our minds in pleasurable ways, and to connect with others through shared play. These drives will persist as long as humans exist. So as you drift towards sleep tonight, know that you are part of an unbroken chain of players stretching back thousands of years and extending indefinitely into the future. The ancient Egyptian moving pieces on a Senate board, the medieval noble contemplating a chess move, the Victorian family playing whist, the arcade goer in the 1980s chasing a high score, and you, right now, preparing for rest after a day that probably included some form of play. You're all connected by this beautiful, seemingly frivolous but deeply meaningful human activity. Tomorrow you might play a game. It might be a quick puzzle on your phone during a break, a card game with friends over lunch, a video game session in the evening, or something else entirely. Whatever form it takes, that moment of play connects you to humanity's oldest traditions. You're not wasting time. You're engaging in one of the most fundamentally human activities that exists. As your breathing slows and sleep approaches, let's end where we began, with the question of why humans play games. We've travelled through 5,000 years of gaming history, from ancient Mesopotamian game boards to modern virtual worlds. We've seen games evolve with technology, reflect culture, bridge generations, and create communities. But perhaps the most important thing we've discovered is this: games aren't separate from serious life. They're central to it. They're how we learn, how we bond, how we challenge ourselves, and how we find joy. The impulse to play is as vital as the impulse to explore, to create, or to connect with others. Every game ever played has been a small act of defiance against the hardships and uncertainties of existence. Life can be difficult, unfair, and unpredictable. But in the space of a game, we create temporary worlds where rules are fair, outcomes are clear, and starting over is always possible. This isn't escaping reality. It's creating pockets of meaning and order that make reality more bearable. Games remind us that not everything needs to be useful in the narrow sense of productivity or profit. Some things can simply be enjoyable, engaging, and meaningful in themselves. The hour spent playing a game isn't wasted. It's an investment in your well-being, your relationships, and your humanity. The ancient Roman philosopher Plato once said, "Life must be lived as play." He understood something that our productivity-obsessed culture sometimes forgets. Play isn't the opposite of seriousness. It's the opposite of desperation. Play is what allows us to engage fully with life, to take risks, to learn, and to create, without the paralysing weight of every action needing to matter in some grand scheme. So as you drift into sleep, carrying with you these stories of games across centuries and continents, know that tomorrow's play, whatever form it takes, is part of a tradition as old a civilization itself. You're not just passing time, you're participating in one of humanity's most enduring and essential activities. Sleep well, fellow player. The game continues tomorrow, as it has for thousands of years, as it will for thousands more, and you, like countless generations before you, will answer humanity's eternal invitation. Come, play with us. Let's see what happens. Let's enjoy this moment together. Let's remember that in a world that often takes itself too seriously, there's wisdom, joy, and profound meaning in the simple act of play. The game is never truly over. It just pauses between sessions, waiting for you to return, ready to provide once again that unique combination of challenge, connection, and joy that only games can offer. Rest now. Tomorrow, another turn awaits. The end. Imagine standing on a rocky shore somewhere in 9th century Scandinavia, watching the morning mist roll off the water like breath from some sleeping giant. The air smells of salt and pine resin, smoke from cooking fires, and the earthy scent of sheep wool being carded for spinning. This is a world where every natural phenomenon has a story, every storm a personality, every sunrise a small victory of light over chaos. In this northern realm, the gods were not distant cosmic administrators sitting on clouds passing judgment. They were neighbours with complicated personal lives, prone to making questionable decisions and occasionally needing help from humans to get out of trouble. Thor wasn't just the thunder god. He was that strong friend who'd help you move furniture and accidentally break your door frame while being genuinely apologetic about it. Odin was the mysterious uncle who showed up unexpectedly with cryptic advice that only made sense years later. The Norse cosmos was structured like a great tree, Yggdrasil, and if I mispronounce this or any other words, please grill me down below so I can learn. Now where was I? Oh yes, the world Ash, whose branches and roots connected 9 different realms. It was less a scientific model and more a poetic way of understanding how everything fit together. The gods lived in Asgard, humans in Midgard, giants in Jotunheim, and various other beings occupied the remaining worlds. Death wasn't a single destination but several, depending on how you died and which deity claimed you. Warriors might feast in Valhalla, others might find themselves in Hell's Hall, which, despite the similar name to the Christian concept, was more like a quiet, somewhat dreary retirement community than a place of torment. Life in the Norse world revolved around practical concerns that made theological disputes seem somewhat academic. You needed your crops to grow, your ships to return safely, your children to survive infancy, and your neighbours not to start feuds that would consume generations. The gods were approached with the same practical mindset. You honoured them not out of abstract devotion, but because maintaining good relationships with powerful beings seemed like sensible risk management. Religious practice happened everywhere and nowhere in particular. There were no grand temples in early Scandinavia, no priestly hierarchy, and no holy books to consult. Instead, religion happened at boundary stones marking property lines, at sacred groves where particular trees had witnessed enough history to become witnesses to oaths, and at natural springs where offerings disappeared into darkness. Your average Norse farmer was simultaneously landowner, priest, judge, and storyteller, performing whatever rituals seemed appropriate for the occasion, without requiring approval from religious authorities. The sacred and the mundane braided together like threads in tablet weaving. You might sacrifice to Thor before a journey, but you also checked your ship for leaks and packed adequate supplies. You honoured the land spirits that inhabited fields and forests, but you also rotated crops and managed woodlots. This wasn't hypocrisy or shallow belief. It was practical wisdom that recognised both supernatural and natural forces shaped outcomes. Stories about the gods served multiple purposes beyond entertainment during long winter nights. They were educational tools teaching moral lessons, legal precedents explaining why certain customs existed, psychological frameworks for processing complex emotions, and social bonding experiences that connected communities across generations. When your grandfather told stories his grandfather had told him, you were participating in something older than memory, connecting to a tradition that stretched back before anyone could remember when it started. The Norse relationship with fate, the concept of wyrd, was simultaneously fatalistic and empowering. The future was set, woven by the Norns who sat at Yggdrasil's roots spinning destiny like thread. Yet how you met that fate, the courage and honour you displayed facing inevitable outcomes, remained entirely within your control. It was like knowing your flight will eventually land but still being responsible for how you conduct yourself during the journey. Magic, Seidun, existed in this world as a practical craft, though it carried complicated social implications. Women primarily practiced the most powerful forms, which involved going into trances and communicating with spirits to gain knowledge or influence events. Men who practiced these arts faced social stigma because the practice involved a kind of passive receptivity that contradicted masculine ideals of direct action. It was one of those cultural quirks that seem strange from the outside but make perfect sense within the system's internal logic. Death rituals in pre-Christian Scandinavia reflected beliefs about the afterlife's continuation of earthly existence. The dead were buried or burned with possessions they'd need in the next world: weapons, jewellery, and sometimes even ships for high-status individuals. But they were also buried with everyday items: combs, gaming pieces, and cooking equipment. The afterlife apparently involved both heroic feasting and quiet evenings playing board games, which honestly sounds more appealing than many alternatives. This was a world where time moved in cycles rather than lines, where the past and future existed simultaneously in the present, and where gods and humans shared the same fundamental nature and faced similar challenges. The universe would eventually end in Ragnarok, a twilight of the gods that would consume everything in fire and flood. But from those ashes, a new world would emerge, and the cycle would begin again. Even destruction was just transformation, not finality. Into this intricate web of belief, practice, and worldview, Christianity was about to arrive. But it didn't come as a conquering army sweeping away everything before it. It came as a persistent whisper, a new melody gradually finding harmony with older songs, a slow tide that transformed the landscape so gradually that people barely noticed, until everything had changed. The first Christians your Norse ancestors encountered were probably not impressive evangelists with compelling theological arguments. They were more likely slaves captured during raids on Christian lands, monks who'd washed up on shores after shipwrecks, or merchants who made the sign of the cross before business deals and seemed oddly unwilling to swear oaths by Thor or Odin. Picture a trading port somewhere in Denmark around 800 CE, where the air smells like tar from ship maintenance, dried fish hanging in warehouses, and exotic spices from Byzantine markets. Here, Norse traders who travelled to Christian lands in Frisia or England might wear small cross pendants alongside their Thor's hammers, not from deep conviction, but because it seemed to help business dealings with Christian merchants. Religion, in this context, was less about exclusive truth claims and more about social lubrication, making potentially hostile strangers willing to trade fairly. These early encounters with Christianity were often bewildering for Norse people. The religion seemed to have some appealing features: eternal life in a paradise that sounded considerably more comfortable than most Norse afterlife options, a god who apparently loved everyone regardless of their social status, and a moral framework that theoretically protected the weak from the strong. But it also had some deeply strange requirements from a Norse perspective. Christianity demanded exclusive worship of a single god, which seemed simultaneously arrogant and impractical. Why would you put all your eggs in one cosmic basket when you could maintain relationships with multiple powerful beings? The Norse approach had always been more portfolio diversification than monotheistic commitment. You honoured Thor for protection, Freya for fertility, Odin for wisdom, and various land spirits for local concerns. Limiting yourself to a single deity seemed like terrible risk management. The Christian prohibition on violence was particularly puzzling in a society where honour and reputation could only be maintained through willingness to fight when challenged. How could you survive, let alone prosper, if you turned the other cheek every time someone insulted you or your family? The Norse legal system was built around the assumption that people would pursue feuds to restore honour after offences. Christianity's emphasis on forgiveness threatened to unravel the entire social fabric. Yet some aspects of Christianity resonated with Norse values in unexpected ways. Christ's sacrifice had elements of the heroic death that Norse culture celebrated. His willingness to endure suffering for others echoed the warrior ethos that prized courage over survival. The Christian emphasis on fate and divine providence wasn't so different from Norse beliefs about Wyrd and the Norns' weaving, and the promise that the meek would inherit the earth had obvious appeal to thralls and poor farmers who occupied the bottom of Scandinavian social hierarchies. The earliest conversions in Scandinavia often happened through personal relationships rather than theological persuasion. A Norse trader might convert to Christianity because it helped him do business in Christian ports, then gradually find himself actually believing the teachings he'd initially adopted for practical reasons. A slave from Ireland or England might maintain Christian practices in captivity, and his Norse master's children might grow curious about this religion that seemed to provide such comfort to someone in desperate circumstances. Some conversions were more cynical. Kings and jarls recognised that Christian kingdoms in Europe had developed centralised power structures that made them wealthy and formidable. Christianity seemed to come packaged with literacy, advanced administration, and diplomatic connections to powerful southern kingdoms. Converting to Christianity might be worth it purely for the political and economic advantages, regardless of personal belief. The Christian missionaries who eventually arrived in Scandinavia with deliberate evangelical intentions discovered that converting Norse people required considerable cultural translation. They couldn't simply condemn everything about Norse religion as demonic without losing their audience entirely. Instead, the most successful missionaries looked for points of connection, ways to present Christianity as fulfilling rather than contradicting Norse spiritual yearnings. These missionaries learned to work within existing Norse frameworks even while trying to transform them. They presented Christ as the ultimate warrior king who defeated death itself through heroic sacrifice. They described heaven using imagery that Norse people would find appealing: feasting, reunions with loved ones, an escape from cold and hardship. They portrayed the Christian God as more powerful than Odin or Thor, able to control the same natural forces but with greater authority and consistency. The Norse response to these missionary efforts was neither immediate acceptance nor violent rejection, but something more complicated. People hedged their bets, attending Christian services while still making offerings to the old gods. They baptized their children while still telling stories about Thor's adventures. They built churches next to sacred groves, apparently assuming the different divine powers could coexist if given appropriate space. This period of dual religious practice created some genuinely odd hybrid situations. Archaeological evidence shows Christian crosses decorated with Norse artistic motifs, Thor's hammers modified to look more cross-like, and burial practices that mixed Christian and pagan elements with cheerful disregard for theological consistency. People seemed to approach religion with pragmatic flexibility, taking what seemed useful from Christianity, while retaining practices that had served their ancestors for generations. The smell of this changing world mixed old and new in distinctive ways. Incense from Christian rituals drifted through halls that still smelled of mead and roasted meat from traditional feasts. Church bells rang out across landscapes where sacred groves still stood, their trees hung with offerings. Priests in rough woolen robes walked paths where vulvas, female seers, had once travelled from farm to farm performing prophecies and magic. This religious borderland, where Christianity and Norse paganism coexisted in uneasy proximity, would persist for generations. It was messy, inconsistent, and probably theologically unsatisfying to true believers on either side. But it was also deeply human, reflecting how people actually navigate religious change, not through sudden conversion experiences or violent ruptures, but through gradual adaptation, selective adoption, and the slow transformation of meaning that happens when new ideas encounter old patterns of life. The conversion of Scandinavia accelerated dramatically when kings decided Christianity served their political interests, though this process looks less like spiritual awakening and more like medieval corporate restructuring with religious branding. Take Olaf Tryggvason, who became King of Norway in 995. He'd spent years in England and had converted to Christianity there, probably with genuine belief mixed with political calculation. When he returned to claim the Norwegian throne, he brought Christian missionaries and a conviction that religious uniformity would strengthen royal power. His conversion methods were, let's call them, assertive. Olaf's approach to evangelism involved showing up at regional assemblies, things, with armed retainers, and offering local leaders a straightforward choice: convert to Christianity, or face immediate consequences that range from exile to execution. He destroyed pagan temples, threw sacred idols into fjords, and generally demonstrated that Christianity had the backing of overwhelming military force. It was the medieval equivalent of a hostile corporate takeover, where the new management makes it clear that everyone will adopt the new corporate culture or find employment elsewhere. The funny thing about this forced conversion approach was how often it backfired. Olaf managed to alienate so many powerful people that he eventually died in battle against a coalition of his enemies, and Norway promptly returned to paganism like someone reverting to their natural hair colour after an unsuccessful dye job. Religious change imposed through violence alone rarely sticks, because it creates resentment rather than conviction. But Olaf's namesake, Olaf Haraldsson, later St. Olaf, learned from these mistakes when he became king a generation later. His approach was more sophisticated, combining military pressure with economic incentives and genuine missionary work. He brought in trained priests who could actually explain Christian theology, rather than just demanding submission. He built churches that doubled as administrative centres, making Christianity practically useful for governance. He offered tax breaks to converts and made Christian baptism a requirement for full participation in legal proceedings. This Olaf also died violently. It turns out that aggressive religious reform combined with heavy taxation made him unpopular regardless of his methods. But his legacy endured. After his death, miracles were reported at his shrine. He was declared a saint, and suddenly Norway had its own holy figure who happened to be a warrior king. It was brilliant religious marketing. Christianity repackaged with a Norse hero at its centre, someone who understood honour and courage and dying gloriously in battle. In Denmark, King Harald Bluetooth, yes, that's where your wireless technology got its name, converted around 965 and commissioned the Gelling Stones, massive rune stones that announced his accomplishment in bringing Christianity to Denmark. The stones combined traditional Norse art styles with Christian symbolism, creating a visual representation of cultural synthesis. Harald understood that successful conversion required making Christianity feel Norse rather than foreign, wrapping new beliefs in familiar aesthetic forms. Sweden took longer to convert, partly because centralised royal power developed more slowly there. Missionaries working in Sweden faced the challenge of converting a more decentralised society, where no single king could impose religious uniformity from above. This meant more grassroots evangelism, more negotiation with local leaders, and more instances of Christianity adapting to existing social structures rather than transforming them wholesale. The most successful missionaries in Sweden tended to be those who showed genuine respect for Norse culture, while presenting Christianity as its fulfillment. They learned Old Norse, participated in local life, and found ways to present Christian teachings using Norse storytelling traditions. They discovered that you couldn't insult someone's ancestors and their centuries-old traditions, and then expect them to embrace your religion. Persuasion required building relationships. demonstrating that Christianity enhanced rather than rejected Norse identity. Iceland's conversion in 1000 CE showcased a uniquely Norse solution to religious conflict. The island was tearing itself apart as Christian and pagan factions moved towards civil war. Rather than fight, they agreed to let the law speaker, a kind of chief legal expert, decide Iceland's religious future. He spent a day and night under his cloak considering the problem, then announced his decision. Iceland would be officially Christian, but people could still practice pagan rites privately if they wished. It was religious compromise at its most pragmatic, choosing social peace over theological purity. This political decision didn't immediately change Icelandic hearts and minds, but it created the framework for gradual transformation. Once Christianity became the official religion, it controlled education, literacy, legal proceedings, and social advancement. Over time, being Christian shifted from political compliance to cultural norm to genuine belief, though the process took generations. The missionaries themselves came from diverse backgrounds with varying approaches. Some were aristocratic younger sons who'd entered the church as a career rather than from deep vocation. Others were genuinely devoted monks who'd volunteered for what was considered dangerous frontier work. A few were Scandinavians who'd converted while travelling abroad and returned as missionaries to their own people, bringing insider knowledge that made them more effective evangelists. These missionaries faced practical challenges that often outweighed theological ones. Scandinavia's climate was harsh, communications were difficult, and learning Old Norse was complicated by the lack of written materials. Early missionaries often depended on local hospitality, making them vulnerable to the very people they were trying to convert. They needed to prove Christianity's practical value, providing literacy, mediating disputes, and offering connections to wider European networks, while gradually introducing theological concepts that might take years for people to fully understand. The smell of this missionary era was distinctive. Incense from Mass mixing with wood smoke from longhouse fires, parchment and ink in newly established scriptoria, and the distinctive scent of fresh-hewn timber as churches rose next to ancient sacred sites. Church bells introduced new sounds to landscapes where previously only natural noises and human voices marked time. Latin chants echoed in places where previously only Old Norse poetry and everyday conversation had been heard. As Christianity took root in Scandinavia, something fascinating happened to the old myths. They didn't simply disappear or get violently suppressed. Instead, they underwent a transformation as complex as any mythological shape-shifting, emerging in new forms that served new purposes while retaining echoes of their ancient power. The monks who first wrote down Norse mythology faced a delightful paradox. They were Christian scholars who theoretically shouldn't preserve pagan myths, yet they were also the only people with literacy and the cultural interest to record these stories before they vanished entirely. Their solution was to become creative editors, preserving the myths while subtly Christianizing their interpretation. Take the prose Edda, written by Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. Snorri was Christian, but he recognized that understanding traditional Norse poetry required knowledge of the old myths. His solution was ingenious. He presented the Norse gods as ancient human kings who'd been mistakenly worshipped as deities due to their remarkable abilities. It was euhemerism, the theory that gods were actually historical figures who'd been deified, and it allowed Snorri to preserve detailed mythological knowledge while maintaining that Christianity was correct and paganism had been based on misunderstanding. This interpretation required some creative theological gymnastics. Snorri traced the Aesir, the Norse gods, back to Troy after its fall, making them descendants of classical civilization rather than independent Scandinavian deities. It was like creating an elaborate backstory that connected Norse mythology to the broader historical narrative Christianity recognized, turning Odin from a god into a very impressive ancient king who'd led his people north from Asia. The funny part is that Snorri preserved far more authentic mythological detail than he probably should have, if his goal was simply Christian apologetics. He couldn't resist the story's narrative power, their poetic complexity, and their psychological insight. Reading the prose Edda, you can almost feel him enjoying the myths, even while explaining why they were technically incorrect from a Christian perspective. Other Christian writers took different approaches to the old stories. Some portrayed the Norse gods as demons who deceived humans into worship, casting mythology as a tragic history of supernatural manipulation. This interpretation allowed for detailed mythological description while clearly condemning the beliefs themselves. The demons were real, just evil rather than divine, and their stories served as cautionary tales about the consequences of worshipping false powers. Still others saw in Norse mythology dim reflections of Christian truth, as if the pagan past had contained prophetic glimpses of revelation to come. Odin's self-sacrifice hanging on Yggdrasil for 9 nights to gain wisdom became a prefiguration of Christ's crucifixion. Balder's death at the hands of treachery and his eventual return after Ragnarok echoed Christ's death and resurrection. These parallels allowed Christians to acknowledge the myth's spiritual depth while subordinating them to the Christian narrative. The most significant reinterpretation involved Ragnarok itself, this cosmic catastrophe where gods and giants would destroy each other and the world would burn, had always been central to Norse cosmology. Christian interpreters recognized its similarity to apocalyptic Christian traditions and recast it as a pagan prophecy of the Last Judgment. The new world emerging from Ragnarok's ashes became heaven, Balder's return became Christ's second coming, and the entire Norse eschatology was retrofitted into a Christian framework. This reinterpretation changed the myth's meaning in subtle ways. Originally, Ragnarok represented the inevitable triumph of entropy and chaos, the recognition that even gods cannot prevent eventual destruction. It was cosmologically pessimistic but ethically empowering. Since everything ends anyway, what matters is how you conduct yourself in the meantime. The Christian reinterpretation transformed this into a story about sin's consequences and redemption's promise, changing the emotional valence from tragic acceptance to hopeful expectation. Local folklore underwent similar transformations. The Landvatir, land spirits that inhabited natural features, became associated with trolls and hidden people, still present but now classified as natural creatures rather than objects of worship. The elves of Norse tradition split into 2 categories. Some became angels or saints, while others became associated with demons and dark magic. The Norns who wove fate became analogous to God's providence, their weaving reinterpreted as a divine plan rather than an impersonal cosmic force. Interestingly, some of the most powerful Norse deities simply merged with Christian figures. Thor's protective role was often transferred to St. Michael, who fought demons with similar martial effectiveness. Freya's association with fertility and prosperity found new expression in prayers to the Virgin Mary and various agricultural saints. Odin's connection to wisdom and poetry was partially absorbed into the cult of saints associated with learning and eloquence. The practical rituals of Norse paganism underwent equally creative reinterpretation. The custom of drinking rounds in memory of the gods became a Christian practice of toasts to Christ and various saints. The midwinter sacrifice and feast became July, eventually Christmas, maintaining its association with light returning during the darkest season, while completely changing its theological meaning. Spring fertility rites were reframed as Easter celebrations, keeping the timing and some customs while attaching them to Christ's resurrection. Even the runic alphabet, which had been imbued with magical significance in pagan times, was partially Christianized. Christians continued using runes for inscriptions, but sometimes included crosses and Christian prayers alongside traditional runic formulas. The Sigurd stones in Sweden provide perfect examples, memorial stones carved with both the legendary dragon slayer Sigurd and Christian prayers for the dead, creating visual syntheses that would have seemed contradictory to theological purists, but made perfect sense to people living through cultural transition. The skalds, professional Norse poets, face particular challenges in this era of reinterpretation. Their traditional verse forms relied heavily on kennings, elaborate metaphorical phrases that often referenced pagan mythology. How do you compose in traditional Norse poetry when half your metaphorical vocabulary refers to gods you're supposedly no longer allowed to mention? The solution was to keep using the old kennings, while adding disclaimers that these were just poetic conventions, not actual beliefs. It was like using Greek mythological references in modern English. Everyone understood the cultural references without thinking Zeus actually existed. What emerged from this period of reinterpretation was a uniquely hybrid tradition that was neither purely Christian nor purely Norse, but something new. The myths survived not in their original context, but in transformed versions that served different purposes for different communities. Scholars preserved them as historical curiosities and poetic resources. Common people remembered them as entertaining stories about the past. Christian theologians used them as examples of human religious instincts groping toward truth before revelation provided clarity. This creative reinterpretation meant that Norse mythology never completely died even as Christianity triumphed. Instead, it was preserved in amber, fossilized in texts, and transformed into folklore, waiting for later generations to rediscover and once again reinterpret for their own purposes. The myth's survival, ironically, depended on their enemies becoming their recorders and translators. The transformation of Norse religious practice was perhaps even more profound than the reinterpretation of myths, because it changed how people moved through the rhythms of daily and seasonal life, how they marked births and deaths, and how they structured time itself. Before Christianity, your Norse ancestors organised their year around agricultural cycles and seasonal festivals that had religious significance but also practical purposes. The midwinter celebration brought communities together during the darkest, coldest time of year, reinforcing social bonds when isolation might otherwise lead to despair. Spring festivals marked the return to agricultural work with rituals ensuring fertility of fields and livestock. Harvest celebrations gave thanks for successful crops while preparing for winter's challenges. Christianity didn't eliminate these seasonal rhythms. That would have been both impractical and unnecessary, but it gradually reframed them within a Christian liturgical calendar. The timing often remained identical, but the meaning and associated practices shifted. Midwinter became Christmas, celebrating Christ's birth rather than honouring various gods and spirits associated with the season. The spring festival became Easter, focusing on resurrection rather than agricultural renewal, though the themes of life returning after death weren't incompatible. This transformation happened gradually, with considerable overlap between old and new practices. For generations, people celebrated Christian holy days, while maintaining customs that had originated in pagan contexts. They might attend Mass at the new wooden church, then go home to traditional feasting that looked suspiciously similar to pre-Christian celebrations. The food smelled the same: roasted meat, fresh bread, fermented drinks, even if the prayers before eating had changed. Personal life cycle rituals underwent particularly significant changes. Pre-Christian Norse societies had marked births with naming ceremonies where the father officially recognised the child and sponsors gave gifts, establishing social relationships and inheritance rights. Christianity introduced baptism, which served similar social functions, establishing the child's identity, creating godparent relationships, integrating the new person into the community, but within a framework of spiritual rebirth and original sin that was distinctly Christian. The baptismal ceremony itself often retained Norse elements despite its Christian meaning. The ritual washing paralleled earlier customs of sprinkling newborns with water while naming them. The giving of gifts by godparents echoed traditional gift-giving by sponsors. Even the timing sometimes accommodated Norse preferences. Some Christian communities allowed delayed baptism, so families could choose auspicious occasions according to traditional reckoning, though the Church officially preferred immediate baptism to protect the child's soul. Coming-of-age transitions also evolved. Pre-Christian Norse societies had marked the transition to adulthood through various ceremonies and tests that demonstrated capability for adult responsibilities. Christianity introduced confirmation, where young people publicly affirmed their faith and received full status as church members. The underlying function, marking the passage from childhood to adult community membership, remained similar even as the ritual forms and stated purposes changed. Marriage practices showed perhaps the most complex blending of old and new. Norse marriage had primarily been a property arrangement between families, with elaborate negotiations over bride price and dowry, sealed with oaths before witnesses and celebrated with feasting. Christianity introduced the idea that marriage was a sacrament with spiritual significance, requiring a church blessing and theoretically indissoluble except through death. In practice, Norse marriage customs gradually absorbed Christian elements rather than being replaced wholesale. The negotiations and property arrangements continued, but now a church ceremony preceded or followed the traditional festivities. The bride still wore Norse-style dress and jewellery, but might also wear Christian symbols. The feast still included traditional foods and drinks, but now began with Christian prayers. It was syncretism in action, each tradition borrowing elements from the other, until distinguishing original from adopted became nearly impossible. Death rituals experienced the most dramatic transformation, because Christianity and Norse paganism had fundamentally different ideas about what happened after death, and how the living should relate to the dead. Pre-Christian Norse funerary practices involved elaborate grave goods, ship burials for elite individuals, and sometimes cremation to speed the deceased's journey to the afterlife. These practices reflected beliefs that the dead continued existing in forms that resembled earthly life. Christian burial was radically simpler. The body went into the ground, oriented east-west, with few or no grave goods, because material possessions had no value in the spiritual afterlife to come. The funeral service focused on prayers for the soul, rather than equipping the deceased for their journey. Church graveyards replaced traditional burial mounds and family plots, relocating the dead from their own lands to communal Christian space. This transition was painful for many families. The old practices had provided comfort through their implicit promise that loved ones continued existing in recognizable form. The elaborate preparations, provisioning the grave with food, tools and treasures, gave mourners concrete actions to perform, ways to demonstrate continuing care for the deceased. Christian burial seemed stark by comparison, stripping away these comforting rituals and leaving only prayers and faith in an invisible afterlife. Yet Christianity offered its own consolations that gradually became meaningful to converts. The promise of eventual resurrection provided hope that relationships severed by death would be restored. The idea that social hierarchies didn't persist into the afterlife meant that even slaves and poor farmers could hope for a better existence after death. The regular prayers for the dead maintained a connection between living and deceased that paralleled older practices of remembering ancestors. Gradually, hybrid practices emerged that satisfied both Christian requirements and Norse emotional needs. People might bury their dead in church graveyards according to Christian rites, while still leaving small offerings at the graves. Technically a Christian practice, but flavoured with older habits. They might have masses said for the deceased while also telling stories about their ancestors, in ways that kept them present in communal memory, blending Christian intercession with Norse ancestor veneration. The physical landscape of ritual also transformed. Pre-Christian sacred sites, groves, springs, stone circles, mountain peaks, either were Christianized through the addition of crosses and small chapels, or became forbidden places associated with demons and trolls. Churches rose on former sacred sites, sometimes deliberately claiming these spaces for Christianity, other times simply because these locations had always been community gathering places regardless of religious significance. The architecture of early Norse churches reflected cultural synthesis, built using traditional Scandinavian woodworking techniques, often by the same craftsmen who built longhouses and ships. These stave churches incorporated Christian architectural elements, like cruciform layouts and western-facing entrances while maintaining distinctively Norse aesthetic character. Their carved portals included both Christian symbols and traditional interlaced patterns, dragons that might be demonic or might simply be familiar decorative motifs stripped of their original meaning. The smell inside these new churches mixed imported and local elements, incense and candle wax from Christian liturgy, fresh timber from Norse building traditions, wool and leather from congregants' clothing, and the earthy smell of dirt floors. The sound shifted too. Latin chanting replaced Old Norse poetry. Church bells marked time instead of natural rhythms and horns. But underneath these new sounds, familiar voices speaking Norse discussed community affairs in the same building where they prayed in Latin. What emerged was a distinctively Norse Christianity, neither identical to continental European practice, nor simply paganism with a Christian veneer. It was something genuinely new, created by communities adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining continuity with their past. The transformation was neither simple replacement nor pure synthesis, but a complex negotiation between competing values, practical accommodations, and genuine changes in belief that occurred over multiple generations. Even as Christianity became dominant across Scandinavia, pockets of pagan practice persisted for centuries in remote areas where royal authority was weak, missionary presence limited, and traditional ways deeply rooted in landscape and community memory. Picture a small farming valley in inland Norway or Sweden, around 1100 CE, several generations after official conversion. The nearest church is half a day's journey away, the priest visits irregularly, and daily life remains structured by agricultural cycles and weather patterns that care nothing for Christian liturgical calendars. Here, people might dutifully attend Easter and Christmas services when possible, but they also maintain older practices that their families have performed for longer than anyone can remember. These last pagans weren't necessarily defiant rebels making conscious theological choices. Often they were simply rural people maintaining traditions that worked, that connected them to place and ancestors, and that provided meaning and structure to lives far from power centres where religious uniformity was being enforced. They sacrificed to land spirits not because they rejected Christianity, but because their grandfather's grandfather had done so, and the crops seemed to grow better when you honoured the beings who inhabited the fields. The Sami people of northern Scandinavia maintained their indigenous spiritual practices longest, partly because their lifestyle as reindeer herders kept them mobile and difficult to systematically convert, and partly because their beliefs were so thoroughly integrated with their relationship to the land that changing religion would have required changing their entire way of life. Christian missionaries working among the Sami discovered that conventional evangelical approaches designed for settled agricultural communities simply didn't work with people whose spirituality was inseparable from their nomadic patterns and intimate knowledge of Arctic wilderness. In Iceland, the situation was particularly interesting because the compromise conversion of 1000 CE had explicitly allowed private pagan practice to continue. This created a centuries-long period where people publicly conformed to Christianity while privately maintaining older traditions, creating a cultural schizophrenia that was probably psychologically uncomfortable but practically manageable. Icelandic sagas written during this period reflect this tension, portraying pre-Christian ancestors with admiration while acknowledging Christianity's truth, trying to honour the past without endorsing its religious framework. The last explicitly pagan temples were probably destroyed by the late 11th century, but informal sacred sites persisted much longer. Certain groves, springs and mountains retained their holy character in local consciousness even after Christianity officially claimed them. People might cross themselves before approaching these places, while also leaving small offerings, combining Christian protection with older practices of propitiating local powers. It was spiritual insurance, covering all bases just in case. Folk magic and superstition preserved fragments of pagan belief in forms that were technically compatible with Christianity, if you squinted and didn't examine them too closely. The Galder chanting used in Norse magic simply became folk healing charms that invoked Christian saints instead of pagan gods. The runes lost their divine associations, but retained their use in protective amulets and folk remedies. The belief in hidden people and land Vettir was reframed as superstition rather than religion, allowing it to persist as colourful folklore rather than a condemned practice. Women, particularly older women in rural areas, became the primary keepers of these borderland traditions. Their knowledge of healing herbs, midwifery, weather prediction, and folk magic often retained connections to pre-Christian practices even after generations of Christianity. They weren't necessarily consciously preserving paganism, but their practical knowledge came packaged with ritual elements and spiritual understandings that had roots in older worldviews. The Church's response to these persistent pagan elements oscillated between violent suppression and pragmatic accommodation. During periodic reform movements, authorities would crack down on folk practices, threatening severe penalties for anyone caught making offerings to stones or trees, performing pagan-flavoured magic, or consulting seers. Other times, the Church essentially looked the other way, recognising that rural populations would maintain certain traditions regardless of official policy, and deciding that nominal Christianity with folk elements was better than driving people into open rebellion. Some clergy even participated in this accommodation, learning to distinguish between practices they considered genuinely dangerous to souls and harmless customs that could be tolerated or even Christianized through reinterpretation. A rural priest might privately disapprove of his parishioners leaving milk offerings at fairy mounds while publicly focusing his preaching on more pressing moral issues like violence and theft. The memory of the old ways was also preserved through the skaldic tradition, which continued for centuries after conversion. Schools needed to understand traditional mythology to compose proper verse, so they maintained detailed knowledge of pagan beliefs and stories even while personally being Christian. This created an interesting situation where the most sophisticated preservers of Norse mythology were often monks and priests who recorded these stories as literary heritage rather than living religion. The saga tradition performed similar preservative work. Saga writers, working mostly in Iceland during the 13th and 14th centuries, were thoroughly Christian but wrote extensively about their pagan ancestors with sympathy and admiration. They portrayed these earlier Icelanders as noble, honourable people who simply hadn't yet received Christian revelation. The sagas became a way of honouring ancestral culture while maintaining proper Christian identity. You could admire your pagan great-great-grandfather's courage and cleverness without endorsing his religious beliefs. This selective remembering created a romanticised vision of the pagan past that probably bore only partial resemblance to historical reality. The sagas emphasised heroic values, dramatic conflicts, and colourful personalities while downplaying the more mundane aspects of Norse paganism. They preserved memory of the old gods primarily as characters in entertaining stories, rather than as deities who'd actually been worshipped. It was like remembering Greek mythology, culturally important, aesthetically valued, but no longer religiously believed. By the 14th century, explicitly pagan practice had essentially disappeared from Scandinavia, though the process had taken centuries longer than official conversion dates suggested. What remained were cultural habits, storytelling traditions, place names that referenced old gods, and a landscape still marked by ancient sacred sites, even if their original meaning had been forgotten or transformed. The last person in Scandinavia to genuinely worship Odin or Thor probably died sometime in the late Middle Ages, in some remote location, without anyone recording the moment or recognising its historical significance. It was an undramatic ending to a religious tradition that had sustained Norse peoples for millennia. Not a violent suppression or dramatic final stand, but simply the quiet death of the last practitioner in a world where everyone else had moved on. Yet in another sense, Norse paganism never entirely died. It survived in folk customs whose origins were forgotten. in stories parents told children on winter nights, in the names of weekdays that still honour Thor and Freya, and in the landscape itself, where every feature seemed to carry memory of older meanings. The old ways didn't disappear so much as they dissolved into the cultural substrate, becoming part of how Norse-descended people understood themselves even after their religious framework had completely changed. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the night grows quieter around you, let's explore how this ancient religious transformation continues to echo through modern life in ways you probably never notice unless someone points them out. Every Thursday, you honour Thor. Every Friday, Freya gets her due. These weekday names are fossils from a time when these deities were actively worshipped, preserved in language long after their religious significance vanished. It's one of history's pleasant ironies that the most secular act, checking your calendar to see what day it is, perpetually honours gods that Christians spent centuries trying to eliminate from memory. The Christmas tree in your living room, if you have one, has roots that stretch back to pre-Christian Nordic traditions of bringing evergreen boughs indoors during midwinter, a way of celebrating life's persistence through the darkest season. The custom survived Christianization by being reinterpreted as a symbol of Christ's eternal life, but its origins lie in older practices of honouring nature's resilience. Your holiday decorations connect you to ancestors who stood in frozen forests and marvelled that some trees remained green even when everything else seemed dead. The literary legacy of this conversion is extraordinary. The preservation of Norse mythology through Christian scribes means we know more about Norse religion than we do about most other pre-Christian European belief systems. If medieval monks hadn't written down the Eddas and sagas, we'd have only fragmentary archaeological evidence and would need to reconstruct Norse beliefs through guesswork and comparison with other Germanic traditions. The irony is delicious. Christianity's triumph ensured the survival of detailed knowledge about the religion it replaced. This preserved mythology has had an outsized influence on modern fantasy literature, film, and popular culture. Every time you encounter elves, dwarves, trolls, or dragons in fantasy fiction, you're experiencing concepts that were filtered through Norse tradition and preserved by Christian scribes. J.R.R. Tolkien drew heavily on Norse mythology for Middle-earth, creating a fantasy world that was essentially a love letter to the literature produced during Christianity's absorption of Norse culture. The Lord of the Rings exists because Snorri Sturluson decided to write down the myths he'd learned centuries earlier. Modern Scandinavian identity still draws heavily on Norse heritage, even in nations that have been Christian for a millennium. Norway's constitution invokes historical continuity with Viking Age kingdoms. Iceland's sense of cultural distinctiveness emphasises saga literature and the preserved Old Norse language. Sweden's tourism industry sells Viking experiences alongside Lutheran churches. This isn't a contradiction. It's the long-term result of that medieval synthesis, where Christian faith and Norse cultural identity learn to coexist in the same communities. The physical landscape of Scandinavia still bears marks of this religious transformation. Stave churches that combine Norse woodworking traditions with Christian architecture dot the Norwegian countryside, their dragon-headed roof ornaments and interlaced carvings creating visual bridges between the pagan past and Christian present. Rune stones that mix Christian crosses with traditional Norse artistic motifs stand in fields and along roadsides, permanent records of that transitional period when people were figuring out how to be both Christian and Norse. Place names across Scandinavia preserve memory of pagan sacred sites and mythological associations. Towns and features named for Thor, Odin and Freya are as common in Sweden, Norway and Denmark as towns named for saints. Every map is a palimpsest where Christian geography overlays but doesn't completely erase earlier religious meanings. When modern Scandinavians give directions or discuss locations, they're constantly invoking a landscape that was sacred long before Christianity arrived. The folk traditions that survived Christianization have become valued cultural heritage rather than embarrassing pagan residue. Midsummer celebrations across Scandinavia, ostensibly Christian festivals of St. John's Eve, retain pagan elements in their emphasis on fertility, seasonal transition, and connection to nature's rhythms. The Christmas goat of Scandinavian tradition, which seems random to outsiders, connects to pre-Christian winter celebrations. These customs are now treasured as authentic cultural expressions, rather than condemned as pagan survivals. The modern revival of Norse paganism, various forms of heathenry or asatru, represents an interesting twist in this story. Contemporary pagans attempt to reconstruct Norse religious practice, but they're working primarily from sources written by Christians, preserved through Christian institutions, and interpreted through centuries of Christian cultural influence. They're trying to recover something that was already transformed by the time it was recorded. It's like trying to restore a painting when all you have are descriptions written by people who disagreed with the original artist's vision. This modern Norse paganism is simultaneously a return to pre-Christian religion and a completely new creation, because you can't actually step into the same river twice. The contemporary people attempting to worship Odin and Thor live in a world shaped by centuries of Christianity, scientific rationalism, and modern values. Their paganism is necessarily different from what their ancestors practiced, filtered through all the intervening history that makes direct reconstruction impossible. The academic study of Norse mythology and Viking Age culture has exploded in recent decades, partly driven by popular interest, partly by improved archaeological techniques, and partly by recognition that Norse contributions to European culture deserve serious attention. Universities offer courses on Old Norse literature, museums mount exhibitions on Viking Age religion, and scholars publish detailed studies of conversion processes. The medieval Christians who preserved these myths while trying to replace them inadvertently created materials for a thriving modern field of historical study. Popular culture's endless fascination with Vikings ensures that Norse mythology remains commercially viable and culturally relevant. Marvel's Thor films introduce Norse gods to global audiences who've never heard of the Eddas. Video games let players explore Viking Age worlds with varying degrees of historical accuracy. Television series dramatise Norse religion and society for entertainment value. This pop culture engagement is often historically dubious, but it keeps Norse mythology alive in contemporary imagination in ways that purely academic preservation never could. The conversion of Scandinavia also provides historical lessons about how religious change actually happens, which is rarely through the dramatic confrontations or sudden revelations that make good stories. Real conversion is messy and gradual, and involves generations of people maintaining seemingly contradictory beliefs while slowly shifting toward new frameworks. It's not conquest, but negotiation, not replacement, but transformation, not either or, but both and, until eventually the both becomes just an and becomes invisible. This process offers insights for understanding contemporary religious change and cultural transformation. When you see modern societies grappling with secularization, immigration, or other forces that challenge traditional religious frameworks, you're watching patterns similar to those that played out in medieval Scandinavia. The specifics differ, but the underlying dynamics, how people balance inherited identity with new influences, how institutions adapt to maintain relevance, how meaning-making systems evolve while claiming continuity, these patterns repeat across different contexts. The Norse experience also demonstrates that cultural loss and cultural survival aren't simple opposites. Yes, Norse paganism as a living religious tradition essentially disappeared, but Norse culture, mythology, values and identity survived in transformed versions that remain vital today. The conversion was simultaneously an ending and a continuation, a loss and a gain, a death and a metamorphosis. Trying to classify it as purely positive or negative misses the complexity of how human cultures actually evolve. As our journey through this religious transformation draws to a close, imagine standing once more on that rocky northern shore, but now in our own time. The air still smells of salt and pine, but now church bells mix with those eternal rhythms. The landscape that once held only pagan sacred sites now contains churches, but those churches often stand where the sacred sites once stood, occupying space that was holy long before Christianity arrived. The northern lights flicker overhead, the same aurora that your distant ancestors saw and interpreted through their own religious frameworks. They might have seen Bifrost, the rainbow bridge to Asgard, or the Valkyries riding through the sky gathering the heroic dead. Later generations saw them as natural phenomena, beautiful but devoid of religious meaning, explained by science rather than myth. Yet the lights themselves remain unchanged. It's only human interpretation that shifts. This continuity of landscape combined with transformation of meaning captures something essential about the conversion we've been exploring. The physical world remained the same. The sky, sea, forests and mountains that witnessed pagan rituals also witnessed Christian prayers. What changed was the language people used to describe their relationship with this world, the stories they told to explain their place in it, and the rituals they performed to connect with powers beyond themselves. The conversion of Scandinavia wasn't unique. Christianity spread across most of Europe through similar processes of negotiation, adaptation, and gradual transformation. But the Norse experience is particularly well documented because literacy arrived in Scandinavia roughly simultaneously with Christianity, meaning we have unusually detailed records of the transition from people who lived through it. The Icelanders, in particular, had reasons to preserve detailed accounts of their past, because their society was so thoroughly organised around memory, genealogy, and historical precedent. What makes this story worth pondering as you drift towards sleep is its reminder that all the things we consider permanent and unchangeable were once new and contested. Christianity, which now seems to many Europeans like an eternal part of their cultural heritage, was once foreign and strange. The Norse paganism that seems exotic and distant to us was once ordinary daily practice, as normal and unremarkable as checking your phone is today. This recognition can be simultaneously unsettling and liberating. Unsettling because it suggests that our own certainties might someday seem as quaint and outdated as beliefs about Odin and Thor now appear to most people. Liberating because it demonstrates that humans have always navigated religious and cultural change, have always found ways to honour their past while adapting to their present, and have always created meaning in whatever circumstances they found themselves. The people who lived through Scandinavia's Christianization weren't so different from us. They worried about their children's futures, tried to honour their parents' memories, sought meaning in their daily work and attempted to understand forces beyond their control. They faced change they didn't necessarily want or choose but had to accommodate. They tried to preserve what seemed valuable from their heritage while adopting what seemed useful from new influences. Some of them resisted change stubbornly, clinging to old ways until they died. Others embraced Christianity enthusiastically, perhaps too eager to abandon traditions their ancestors had valued. Most probably fell somewhere in between, hedging their bets, keeping what they could of the old while accepting what seemed inevitable about the new, and creating hybrid practices that satisfied neither pagan purists nor Christian reformers, but worked for people living ordinary lives in extraordinary times. The monks who preserved Norse mythology while simultaneously working to replace it were engaged in an act of profound cultural generosity, whether they recognized it or not. By writing down stories about gods they didn't believe in, they gave future generations the gift of knowing their own past with unusual clarity. They couldn't have known that their careful transcriptions would someday inspire fantasy novels, academic dissertations, and contemporary pagan reconstructions. They were just trying to be thorough scholars in their own time. What survived from pre-Christian Scandinavia survived because someone thought it was worth preserving, even when that preservation happened through institutional structures dedicated to replacing the very beliefs being recorded. This paradox suggests something important about how cultural memory works. We don't preserve the past through isolation and refusal to change. We preserve it through creative transformation, through finding new context for old meanings, and through recording and reinterpreting so that each generation can engage with what came before in ways that make sense for their own circumstances. The Northern Lights continue their silent dance overhead, caring nothing about human interpretations, changing nothing about their behaviour regardless of whether observers see bifrost or atmospheric electrical phenomena. This indifference of the natural world to human meaning-making is oddly comforting. Beneath all our religious frameworks, mythological systems, and competing truth claims, the world simply is. Stars wheeling overhead, tides advancing and retreating, and seasons cycling through their eternal patterns. Yet we are meaning-making creatures who cannot simply experience the world without interpreting it. We need stories to explain why things are as they are, rituals to mark important transitions, and communities bound together by shared beliefs and practices. Religion, in all its forms, emerges from these fundamental human needs. The conversion of Scandinavia didn't change these needs. It changed how people satisfied them. As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself thinking about your own religious or spiritual framework, whatever form it takes. Where did it come from? What earlier traditions influenced it? What transformations occurred between its origins and its current form? How might it continue evolving? These aren't questions that require answers tonight. They're simply worth pondering, letting them drift through your consciousness like the northern lights drift across the Arctic sky. The story of Christianity transforming Norse mythology reminds us that spiritual certainty is often retrospective. It looks solid and permanent only when we're looking backward at it. To the people living through it, religious change felt uncertain, contested, and incomplete. They couldn't see the neat narrative arc that historians would later impose on their experience. They were just trying to figure out how to live faithfully in changing circumstances, making their best guesses about ultimate things while managing immediate concerns like crops, weather, and family relationships. This is ultimately a deeply human story about how people navigate between honouring their past and adapting to their present, between inherited identity and chosen belief, and between what they're told they should believe and what their lived experience teaches them. The specifics are Norse and Christian and medieval, but the underlying patterns are universal and timeless. Imagine waking in a small Icelandic farmhouse sometime in the 13th century, centuries after official conversion, but in a world still saturated with memory of the old ways. The morning light is pale and thin. It's winter and full daylight won't arrive for hours yet. You pull on layers of wool against the cold, eat porridge that tastes of salt and butter, and perhaps attend a brief morning prayer that your Christian household maintains as daily practice. But as you go about your morning tasks, feeding animals, checking on supplies, preparing for the day's work, you also pour a small amount of milk on the ground near your barn, a gesture your grandmother taught you, maintaining a relationship with the hidden people who share this land. You're not being hypocritical or confused. You're simply honouring both the Christian framework that structures your community's formal religious life and the older practices that connect you to this specific place and your family's history within it. This is how most religious transformation actually looks, not the dramatic confrontations and decisive moments that make it into official histories, but the quiet daily negotiations between inherited practice and adopted belief, the practical accommodations that let people maintain continuity with their past while adapting to their present. The monastery bells ring across the valley, a relatively new sound in this ancient landscape, but one that now marks time and calls the faithful to prayer. Yet the mountains that echo these bells are the same mountains that heard older invocations, and the stones that support the church absorbed prayers to different powers for centuries before Christianity arrived. The landscape holds all these layers of meaning without contradiction, accepting human interpretations while remaining fundamentally itself. By the time you finish your morning routine and look toward the day's work, you're operating in multiple time frames simultaneously. You're a Christian living in the 13th century according to the religious framework your community has adopted. You're also an heir to traditions stretching back before Christianity arrived, carrying practices and memories your ancestors developed over generations. You're simultaneously new and ancient, Christian and Norse, traditional and innovative. This layered identity isn't confusion, it's richness. It's the natural result of living in a culture where change happened slowly enough that people could maintain multiple frameworks simultaneously, where conversion was a process rather than an event, and where the new didn't require complete abandonment of the old. As you finally step outside into the pale northern morning, breathing air that carries the sharpness of approaching winter, you're walking in a world that has been profoundly transformed while remaining recognisably itself. The conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity changed everything about how people understood their relationship to the divine, yet changed remarkably little about the daily rhythms of life shaped by climate, geography, and agricultural necessity. This is the quiet miracle of cultural transformation, that it can be simultaneously revolutionary and barely noticeable, that people can undergo profound changes in worldview while maintaining practical continuity in their daily lives, and that new religious frameworks can take root without completely destroying the cultural soil from which earlier traditions grew. Rest now, and let these stories of conversion and transformation drift through your consciousness like snow falling on ancient stones. The world you wake to tomorrow will be different from the medieval North we've been exploring, but it will bear the marks of these transformations and countless others like them. Every morning is simultaneously new and old, every culture simultaneously changing and continuous, and every person simultaneously heir to the past and creator of the future. The Northern Lights continue their dance, indifferent to human interpretations, but somehow enriched by all the meanings we've projected onto them across millennia. May your sleep be as peaceful as that indifference, as rich as those accumulated meanings, and as continuous as those ancient patterns cycling endlessly through the Arctic night. Sleep well, knowing that transformation and continuity aren't opposites, but partners in the endless dance of human culture, adapting to change while maintaining connection to its deepest roots. The story of Christianity transforming Norse mythology is ultimately your story too. The universal human experience of finding new meanings while honouring old memories, of changing profoundly while remaining essentially yourself. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, Al-Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, Al-Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For Al-Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. Their House of Wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, Al-Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of travelling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Husayn observed Maryam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Eunice's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Maryam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Maryam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artefact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century, a place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Maryam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, The scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden djinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described. Behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted, even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahal, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al-Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al-Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dockworkers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Husayn set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Husayn, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward, heart-pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go. But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving." Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Taufik, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al-Husayn brought his notebooks, Eunice's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahul's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al-Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Taufik recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al-Husayn jotted down each tale, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Taufik urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al-Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al-Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Taufik guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al-Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Taufik pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Taufik secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al-Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al-Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Pastimes' determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway. Intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Eunice had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritising the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognised partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al-Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al-Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al-Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Al-Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Al-Husayn agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Al-Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation. Nicholaus Copernicus did not awake each morning, expecting to redefine how humanity understood the cosmos. In his youth, he was a quiet observer of everyday trade, civic gossip, and the slow turn of seasons along the Vistula River. Born in 1473 in Torun, he lived in a land humming with activity, bustling markets, occasional outbreaks of illness, and whispers of new maps from distant seas. He absorbed all of it without making grand claims or seeking quick fame. His father, a merchant of modest means, died when Copernicus was still a child. This loss shifted the boy's path, placing him under the care of his uncle, Lucas Watson Rhodes, a bishop with strong ambitions for his nephew. But it was not a cosy arrangement free from pressure. In 15th century Europe, family alliances mingled with church roles. Watson Rhodes made sure Nicholaus gained a broad education, perhaps believing that a well-schooled clergyman could serve both faith and practical politics. By his late teens, Copernicus studied at the University of Krakow, a lively centre of scholarship. The city's streets teemed with visiting merchants who told of copper mines and foreign trade routes. Professors taught geometry side by side with astrology, half-lost Greek texts and careful reflections on the cosmos. Nicholaus listened eagerly. He devoured ideas about celestial spheres and puzzling planetary orbits, tucking them away while also training in law and medicine. As a student, he displayed no wild rebellion. Instead, he showed a quiet thirst for evidence. If a notion seemed inconsistent, such as the accepted idea that the sun spun around Earth, he filed it under needs more thought. Beyond the lecture halls, Copernicus encountered a swirl of travelling scholars. Some boasted credentials from Italy or distant corners of the Holy Roman Empire. They debated the relative positions of stars, whether Mercury followed a perplexing path, and if ancient astronomers might have overlooked simpler interpretations. Many dismissed alternatives outright, clinging to the comfort of tradition. But Copernicus felt a tug toward re-examination. Observing the sky with primitive instruments, he noted patterns that didn't align perfectly with existing models. He completed his basic studies in Krakow, then ventured beyond Poland's borders. Italy beckoned, with universities in Bologna and Padua promising more specialised knowledge. There, he immersed himself in the revival of Greek and Roman thought. He pored over manuscripts in dimly lit libraries, fascinated by calculations from centuries past. He also studied canon law, fulfilling family expectations that he build a solid ecclesiastical career. But when evenings came, he would slip outside and look heavenward, measuring angles between stars or charting planetary positions. Each observation hinted that Earth might be in motion, though he dared not announce such a claim prematurely. Although Copernicus was devout and respectful of the Church's authority, he had a careful mind. He saw how theological and political forces shaped knowledge. If a new idea threatened established beliefs, it might be scorned before it was tested. He acquired the skill of patience. Gradually, he compiled observations. He refined calculations taken from Greek sources, then combined them with modern star charts. Quietly, the shape of a new model emerged. Earth, in motion around a sun that commanded the centre of the system. Yet even these thoughts were incomplete. He lacked perfect instruments and recognised that the mathematics required further refinement. By the time he returned to his homeland to serve as a canon at Frombork Cathedral, Copernicus had developed an approach that blended caution with an innovation. In Frombork, he managed administrative tasks, financial matters, and community disputes, skills that gave him a grounding in practical life. Still, late at night, he observed the skies through tiny windows in the tower. Using rudimentary tools, he tested angles, compared them with references, and revised his growing manuscript. Few neighbours knew the depth of his curiosity. He did not proclaim that the earth moved, or that centuries of teaching were flawed. Instead, he continued to gather data, revise charts, and refine his emerging theory. He weighed the risk. To challenge the geocentric worldview was to question scriptural interpretations, academic tradition, and the power structures that shaped them. But the puzzle of planetary movement drew him forward, urging him toward a more convincing explanation. By the dawn of a new century, Copernicus's notebooks were rich with diagrams that contradicted accepted dogma. The seeds of a revolution were sown, even if they still rested in unspoken form, in the mind of a humble canon quietly scribbling in a remote corner of Europe. In secret letters to close colleagues, he hinted at his suspicions but held back his conclusions. By the early 16th century, Frombork was more than a spot on the Baltic coast. Its cathedral, perched above windswept waters, housed Copernicus in his role as canon. Here, he balanced church governance with private questions about planetary motion. Though smaller than Krakow or Bologna, Frombork offered something precious, quiet, steady hours for research. Europe was tense with talk of religious reform. Rumours of upheaval swept through ports, reaching Frombork in whispered fragments. Copernicus saw the risks of challenging official doctrine. If he declared Earth's movement, he might face condemnation. So, he worked cautiously, measuring the sky with simple instruments each night. His notes revealed that the sun, not Earth, likely held the centre. During the day, he managed church finances and mediated local problems. Officials admired his precision and calm. When currency troubles arose, he designed measures to stabilise coinage, bolstering his reputation as a logical thinker. Such behaviour helped mask his radical astronomy. The more respect he garnered for practical solutions, the safer he felt exploring unorthodox ideas in private. Still, he remained torn. In an age where the Church shaped much of scientific understanding, proposing a heliocentric system was risky. Scripture seemed to confirm Earth's central place. Copernicus grasped that mathematical evidence alone might not sway those who believed questioning geocentrism was akin to heresy. He exchanged guarded letters with scholars, sharing parts of his data but rarely revealing the full extent of his model. Frombork's quiet aided his patience. He tracked planetary paths across months and years. Errors in existing models grew too large to ignore. The orbits, once force-fit to Ptolemy's system, made sense when the sun sat in the middle. Copernicus refined these insights in drafts he showed only to trusted friends. He feared the backlash if word spread prematurely. Meanwhile, the Reformation simmered in Europe. People questioned church authority on many fronts. The old structures were weakening. Copernicus observed that the pervasive uncertainty could potentially foster new ideas, but it also heightened the likelihood of severe retaliation if these ideas contradicted deeply held beliefs. He watched how daring thinkers risked exile or worse, yet some found pockets of support, suggesting that a revolution in astronomy might eventually find acceptance. By the mid-1510s, his notebooks held a skeleton of the heliocentric model. Earth spun and circled the sun, joined by the other planets, yet he refused to publish a major treatise. He insisted on checking every calculation. Observational evidence had to be beyond reproach. Church superiors recognized his diligence and seldom pried into his nighttime research. They assumed he was honing church-related expertise, not drafting a cosmic shift. His life looked ordinary. He ate modest meals, cared for ill colleagues, and attended to canonical duties with unwavering focus. But once darkness fell, he scaled the cathedral tower to observe the planets. He aligned homemade instruments to gauge Jupiter's position, or noted how Venus vanished behind the sun's glare at times inconsistent with geocentrism. In the hush of the tower, he felt the weight of discovery, tempered by the knowledge that revealing it too soon could endanger him. This period also tested his resolve. Persistent calculations sometimes contradicted his earlier assumptions, forcing him to correct or refine his diagrams. Yet each setback nudged him toward a more robust framework. He realized that Ptolemy's centuries-old design no longer held up under meticulous scrutiny. If Earth truly revolved, it explained the irregular motion so many had labored to reconcile. The data whispered that ancient edifice of belief was cracking. In 1514, he drafted a concise outline called the Commentariolus. It circulated among a small circle, generating muted intrigue. Copernicus valued their feedback, which helped him hone his equations. He kept his tone measured, presenting heliocentrism as a hypothesis rather than a challenge to authority. He saw that acceptance depended on evidence, not strident proclamations, and so he persisted, day after day. He would read economic reports in the morning and engage in stargazing at night, constantly refining his observations. The locals viewed him as a prudent canon, never suspecting that his observations could unsettle the very foundation of cosmic order. Yet, in that remote corner of the Baltic, he gathered the pieces for a grand puzzle that would, in time, upend humanity's view of itself. By the end of this phase, his confidence had grown. The numbers spoke clearly to him, even if he kept them hidden from public debate. While Europe's religious tensions escalated, Copernicus quietly solidified his theory. He saw potential allies in a future shaped by fresh perspectives. By the 1520s, Europe's religious landscape was in upheaval. Martin Luther's Reformation challenged long-standing church authority, fueling tension across nations. Against this backdrop, Copernicus quietly refined his heliocentric theory. At Frombork, he juggled ecclesiastical duties with clandestine astronomical pursuits. Aware that a misstep could brand him a heretic, he shared star charts and observations through letters to scholars in Italy and Germany. Although some recognized that Ptolemaic geocentrism seemed forced, open endorsement of Earth's motion was risky. Copernicus tested each new data point, measuring planetary positions with homemade instruments. With each alignment, the sun-centered approach gained credibility, but proclaiming it publicly might trigger condemnation. The diocese entrusted him with greater responsibilities. He resolved financial disputes, attended synods, and occasionally travelled. Everywhere he went, he saw how Luther's ideas shook old pillars of authority. Quietly, he noted parallels to the cosmic debate. If Europe's spiritual core could be questioned, perhaps its astronomical beliefs might also be challenged. Still, caution prevailed. He wrote in Latin, making his drafts less accessible to the uninitiated. He tested retrograde motion under the new model, confirmed that Earth's rotation explained day and night, and that seasonal changes fit a planet circling the sun, he was building a rigorous, cohesive argument. Yet rumours spread that Copernicus harboured unorthodox views. Aware that unrefined manuscripts circulated without his permission, he worried about critics who might seize on incomplete data. Despite these fears, he found encouragement in quiet corners. Trusted colleagues marvelled at how neatly the theory explained planetary wanderings. Others, fearful themselves, advised him to hold back until Europe's religious confusion abated. He heeded that counsel, but he kept gathering observations. Night after night, he charted angles and times, refining calculations. He felt certain that Earth's motion was not just plausible, it was likely true. One of his challenges lay in reconciling scripture with a moving Earth. Many clerics took biblical phrases as literal proof of geocentrism. Copernicus believed the Bible employed everyday language, not strict cosmic geometry. He chose his words carefully, asserting that a sun-centered system needn't undermine faith. Privately, he wished for a church open to nature's revelations, but he recognized the risk of alienation if he pushed too hard. By the mid-1520s, Europe's political shifts touched him personally. He helped local officials with coin reforms, an effort that drew upon his mathematical precision. This success bolstered his standing as a practical problem solver, indirectly shielding him from suspicion. Yet church officials sometimes hinted that he should remain within traditional boundaries. They valued his service but seemed uneasy about whispers of cosmic novelties. His progress on the manuscript advanced. The geometry no longer relied on clunky epicycles. Heliocentrism explained phenomena more directly, with fewer forced corrections. He tested Mercury's orbit, verifying that its swift revolutions made sense in the new scheme. He noted how Venus's phases and brightness variations supported a sun-centered perspective. These observations, though rudimentary by modern standards, were groundbreaking. As Europe's religious conflicts intensified, Copernicus reflected on timing. Should he reveal his findings before the Church fully stabilized? He feared that any radical claim might be conflated with Lutheran heresies. He remained loyal to Catholicism, seeing no reason why a more accurate cosmic map should threaten spiritual truths. Yet he knew that misunderstandings abounded, and dogmatic zeal could swiftly erupt into persecution. By the late 1520s, he had assembled a near-complete draft. He called it De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium, on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. He circulated sections to close confidants, soliciting feedback on calculations or clarity. A few suggested releasing it soon, hoping Europe's thirst for new knowledge might outweigh theological resistance. Others counselled patience, warning that the times were too volatile. Copernicus weighed both sides. He recognised that the Reformation had shattered old certainties. Perhaps the moment was ripe for new truths. However, the consequences of open defiance were significant. He decided to continue polishing the manuscript, ensuring that no detail was left unverified. In the event of condemnation, the evidence would undoubtedly bear witness. Meanwhile, life at Frombock proceeded with routine. He oversaw funds, settled disputes, and tended to the occasional patient. By night, he ascended the tower to observe the stars. They remained serenely predictable, orbiting the sun in patterns his mathematics could describe. This harmony sustained him, even as Europe's politics churned unpredictably. He remained resolute. Soon, he would finalize his cosmic blueprint. Copernicus was on the verge of a significant discovery. Years of painstaking work had reinforced an idea once unthinkable. Earth was neither the cosmic pivot nor immovable. In the hush of his study, he refined equations that could uproot centuries of belief. Yet for now, he kept them close, awaiting an opening in history's storm that might allow the light of his discovery to shine without calamity. Copernicus continued his delicate balance as the 1530s approached. Europe's religious turbulence showed no sign of easing, and he sensed that caution remained critical. Yet, with each passing year, his manuscript neared completion, the pages revealing a coherent system in which Earth, once deemed the universe's anchor, now shared the heavens with planets spinning around the sun. Quietly, he refined details that nagged at him. Because Mars seemed to be moving backwards, it needed extra care because its path showed there was a better way to solve the problem than the geocentric mess of spheres and epicycles. By focusing on Mars and Venus, planets whose orbits came closest to Earth, he strengthened the numerical backbone of his claim. His devotion to precision occasionally bordered on obsession. but this meticulousness, he believed, was the only shield against accusations of error. Frombork's daily routines persisted. In the cathedral's records, his signature appears on financial ledgers and property documents. He participated in church synods, debated currency standards, and offered medical consultations to fellow clerics. Despite his responsibilities, he was always fascinated by geometry and star charts. At times, he found it ironic that a man so deeply entrenched in the church's official structure was assembling a radical concept that could unseat centuries-old dogma. Yet Copernicus did not see himself as a rebel. He was not out to undermine faith, merely to rectify what he viewed as a flawed cosmology. The impetus behind his work was neither vanity nor rebellion, but a quest for a truer understanding of creation. If God had set the sun at the centre, then acknowledging that truth honoured, rather than defied, divine order. In these years, a handful of younger scholars began seeking him out. They heard whispers that an unassuming canon in a Baltic outpost was building a staggering new celestial framework. One such visitor was a bright mathematician who journeyed north, risking poor roads and uncertain lodgings, just to glimpse Copernicus's calculations. Though the older man was reserved, he recognised genuine curiosity in these guests, and sometimes shared glimpses of his evolving model. He stressed that it was still in flux, cautioning them not to spread half-formed theories that critics could easily dismantle. Occasionally, word of Copernicus's ideas made its way to academics in larger cities. Some expressed scepticism. They pointed to centuries of authority backing Earth's fixed position, or they raised theological concerns about dislodging humanity from the cosmic centre. Others quietly cheered him on, intrigued by reports that his geometry matched observations more neatly than Ptolemy's. This division in response only heightened his sense that timing would be everything. One challenge he faced was how to present his findings. The written text was dense, filled with geometry and astronomical tables. It would not be a casual read for the untrained. That was intentional. Copernicus believed that if his argument stood against theological scrutiny, it must first appear airtight to mathematicians. Once the mathematical skeleton was unassailable, he hoped reason would triumph, persuading even skeptics who feared contradiction with scripture. Still, he had lingering doubts about reception. Europe was in disarray, local skirmishes erupted over doctrines that now seemed fluid, and the threat of political entanglement loomed. When he read news of harsh punishments for dissenters, he wondered whether his cosmic theory might be lumped in with dangerous heresies. Yet he pressed on, guided by an inner conviction that the simpler explanation of planetary motion must eventually prevail. Between editing sessions, he still took time to observe the heavens. Nightly vigils were a source of comfort for him even in his 50s. The glimmer of Saturn, or the brightness of Jupiter, reassured him that the sky did not bend to human quarrels. It followed laws that beckoned to be understood. Inside Frombork's walls, Copernicus's outward life appeared unchanged. He was a dutiful canon, a measured official, and an occasionally stern caretaker of church affairs. Only a trusted few knew how deeply he wrestled with the final touches of his magnum opus. Some nights, by lamplight, he rearranged entire paragraphs, seeking a more precise way to describe planetary paths. Small errors had no place in a claim this bold. As the decade progressed, letters trickled in from scholars who'd glimpsed parts of his manuscript. Many urged him to publish. His seclusion, they argued, only delayed a necessary debate. Yet the swirling uncertainty in Europe gave him pause. He suspected that once his book was out, there would be no turning back. For now, he clung to a cautious optimism. Perhaps a new era would dawn, one open to re-evaluating ancient truths. In that hope, he saw the faint glow of a future shaped by calculation and observation. The dawn of the 1540s brought Copernicus an unexpected visitor, Georg Joachim Rheticus, a young mathematician from Wittenberg. Rheticus had heard the rumours. An ageing canon in distant Warmia was challenging the cosmos itself. Curious and bold, Rheticus travelled north to see if the stories were true. Upon arrival, he found Copernicus at his desk, surrounded by geometric diagrams, half-finished manuscripts, and star charts pinned to walls. Their initial conversation was guarded. Copernicus, ever wary, questioned Rheticus's motives. Was this gentleman a genuine scholar or a spy, sent by critics seeking ammunition against him? But Rheticus displayed both admiration and a profound knowledge of mathematics. Before long, trust replaced suspicion. The younger man pored over Copernicus's notes, impressed by the clarity with which heliocentrism solved planetary riddles. Retrograde motion, awkward epicycles, and the wandering paths of Venus and Mars became far more comprehensible in a sun-centered layout. Encouraged by Ariaticus's enthusiasm, Copernicus cautiously shared more details. He explained how decades of observations pointed to the same conclusion. Earth was a planet orbiting the sun, spinning on its axis to create day and night. Rheticus, astonished, urged him to publish. If even a fraction of these calculations were accurate, the world needed to know. Copernicus hesitated. Europe's religious situation remained volatile. One misinterpretation of his work could see him branded a heretic. Still, Rheticus persisted. He offered to write a preliminary treatise showcasing the core arguments, a trial balloon to gauge reaction. Copernicus consented, handing over relevant tables and diagrams. Rheticus composed the Narratio Prima, describing heliocentrism in readable form. Circulated in scholarly circles, it sparked a mix of curiosity, praise, and alarm. Some lauded the elegant math, others bristled at dethroning Earth. The Church kept silent for the moment, perhaps not fully grasping the implications or too busy handling other controversies. Buoyed by the reaction, Rheticus urged Copernicus to finalise De Revolutionibus. He argued that reason and observation were on their side. If the book laid out each calculation thoroughly, it could withstand even hostile scrutiny. In private, Copernicus felt he was facing a pivotal moment. He had dedicated most of his adult life to this theory. If he died with the manuscript unpublished, all that effort might fade into obscurity, yet to publish was to risk condemnation. Even as he wrestled with these choices, life in Frombork marched forward. He oversaw church revenues, patched up administrative loopholes, and sometimes practiced medicine for local residents. Rheticus stayed for months, assisting with computations and clarifying textual passages. Their collaboration proved fruitful. Where Copernicus's Latin explanations felt dense, Rheticus suggested simpler wording. Where Rheticus hurried, Copernicus insisted on double-checking each figure. In time, the manuscript became more coherent and approachable. Rumours of this partnership spread, and some scholars travelled north to witness the synergy. They debated planetary speeds and elliptical hints. Though neither man realised it fully at the time, their exchange of ideas foreshadowed future scientific endeavours where collaboration would push boundaries of knowledge. Yet clouds of doubt hovered. Not everyone was ready for a world lacking Earth's cosmic privilege. Meanwhile, Copernicus received letters from distant colleagues warning him of potential backlash. A few devout theologians insisted that Scripture unequivocally placed Earth at the centre. Another faction, less tied to literal interpretations, expressed intrigue at the possibility of reconciling a moving Earth with God's grand design. In these missives, Copernicus saw both risk and hope. Divisions among intellectuals mirrored the broader rift fracturing Christendom. Increasingly, he leaned on Rheticus for counsel. The younger man advocated transparency, convinced that a well-argued treatise would find defenders among Europe's scholars. This optimism heartened Copernicus, though he remained wary. To reassure his friend, and perhaps himself, he invoked the principle that truth, grounded in measurable phenomena, should endure. If the sun truly lay at the centre, no condemnation could erase the geometry proving it. Yet, as they rechecked tables and refined the text, Copernicus's health began to wane. Long hours at his desk, combined with the stress of potential controversy, weighed on him. Still, he pressed forward. In quiet corners of the cathedral complex, he paced, mentally rehearsing how to defend his findings if challenged. With each revision, De Revolutionibus solidified into a structured argument. Geometry and observation intertwined, forming a fortress of logic. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Rheticus suggested printing the manuscript. Copernicus reluctantly agreed, provided he could oversee the final stages to ensure accuracy. He wanted no sensationalism, no grandstanding. The data would provide sufficient evidence. A moving Earth wasn't just an opinion, it was a conclusion drawn from decades of meticulous inquiry. By the early 1540s, Copernicus was on the verge of publication. The quiet scholar who once hid his notes now inched toward revealing them. Europe might recoil or rejoice. He could not predict. But with Rheticus at his side, he felt less alone. The momentum was unstoppable. A swirl of ink-stained pages, fresh calculations, and cautious excitement gathered force. Soon, the world would learn of a cosmic shift that carried as much poetic wonder as it did sober mathematics. By 1542, Copernicus's manuscript was nearly ready for the printer, yet he fretted over every line. Even after Rheticus departed from Frombork to handle affairs elsewhere, they continued exchanging letters. The younger scholar reported progress in securing a printing arrangement in Nuremberg, a city known for scholarly works. Although pleased, Copernicus also felt a pang of anxiety. Handing his life's labour to a printer meant relinquishing control over its reception. He braced himself for potential fallout. Whispers among clerics suggested that a harsh reaction could come from those who read the Bible's celestial references as literal scientific statements. And yet, the same hush also contained flickers of curiosity. Many churchmen with an interest in astronomy had privately acknowledged that the intricacies of Ptolemaic astronomy challenged their credibility. Perhaps, in time, a new system, if persuasively presented, might find acceptance. Before sending the final draft to Nuremberg, Copernicus added finishing touches, refined planetary tables, a preface in measured tones, and clear proofs of each claim. He took solace in Rheticus's vow to oversee aspects of the publication. But as he sealed the last packet of manuscripts, he could not quell a tremor of apprehension. There was no telling how Europe, embroiled in Protestant Catholic tensions, would react to an idea that seemed to rewrite creation's script. In the printing shop, trouble stirred. Andreas Osiander, a Lutheran theologian and mathematician, was enlisted to help with the publication process. Osiander, without Copernicus's direct approval, affixed a preface suggesting that we should treat the new model as a mere hypothesis, not a literal truth. Intent on shielding Copernicus from persecution, or so he claimed, Osiander's note implied that the heliocentric arrangement was just a convenient way to calculate planetary positions. This ambivalence grated on those who knew Copernicus's genuine conviction. Rheticus, furious at the alteration, sought to rectify matters, but the printing presses were already in motion. Copies of De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium rolled out, some with Osiander's unauthorized preface front and centre. When word of this reached Copernicus in Frombork, he was too ill to mount a vigorous protest. Age and sickness had caught up with him. Friends noted that his once methodical pace of life now faltered as he confronted persistent fatigue and bouts of confusion. Still, his resolve did not break. He had done what he set out to do, placed the Earth in motion and the Sun in the centre, with rigorous math to back it. In spirit, he rejected Osiander's suggestion that it was mere theory. For Copernicus, careful observation and calculation had laid bare the architecture of the cosmos. His only regret was losing a measure of control over how the public first encountered his opus. As the printed volumes began their slow dissemination across Europe, the initial response was muted. Many readers found the text too dense to pass quickly. Some scholars examined the tables and geometry, intrigued but unsure if they dared endorse such a radical viewpoint. Others dismissed it out turmoil, citing scriptural or philosophical objections. Church officials, preoccupied with stamping out Protestant heresies, did not immediately focus on the treatise. A swirl of local controversies overshadowed Copernicus's cosmic claim. Meanwhile, in the hushed rooms of monastic libraries, a few inquisitive minds turned the pages with dawning realization. The logic was compelling. No matter how one tried to preserve geocentrism, the math kept pointing back to a sun-centered system. That a canon of the Church had authored such a text baffled some and inspired others. Indeed, whispers circulated that if a Catholic cleric could advocate a moving earth, perhaps the lines dividing faith and inquiry weren't as absolute as many believed. Back in Frombork, Copernicus's condition deteriorated. Accounts suggest he suffered a stroke. By May of 1543, he was largely bedridden, drifting in and out of clarity. Legend holds it that he received a bound copy of De Revolutionibus on his deathbed, though whether he recognised it is uncertain. Some say he opened it, saw the printed diagrams, and smiled faintly. Others claim he was barely conscious. The truth is lost in the haze of final hours. What remains certain is that he passed away soon after the book appeared. His life's work, once guarded in secret manuscripts, now circulated beyond his small domain. The seeds of revolution were in place, poised to challenge intellectual assumptions for generations to come. like a spark igniting a distant fuse. De Revolutionibus would not detonate instantly, but it carried a flame that would burn steadily through halls of learning. In those last days, Copernicus's name was not yet legendary. Few grasped the enormity of the events that had unfolded, but in that small cathedral town, an exhausted scholar had released into the world an idea both stark and beautiful, that Earth itself was but one traveller in a grand cosmic dance. And though his eyes closed before the storm broke, the echo of his insight would ripple onward, bridging ages of darkness and light. After Copernicus's passing, his book lingered in relative obscurity. In the year 1543, religious controversies in Europe overshadowed a treatise on planetary motions. Many copies of De Revolutionibus ended up in university libraries, occasionally browsed by curious readers but not instantly hailed as a landmark. The pace of change in astronomy proved slower than myth might suggest, yet word of a new cosmic theory spread across scholarly circles. Mathematicians and astronomers who tested Copernicus's geometry found it persuasive. Some disliked Osiander's preface, recognizing that Copernicus himself viewed the subject as more than a mere computational tool. Others felt uneasy endorsing a concept that could provoke church censure. Even so, the heliocentric proposition, once unthinkable, steadily gained attention. People wondered, if centuries of geocentrism had been mistaken, what else might we be wrong about? In the decades that followed, defenders of the Copernican system refined his work. Errors or approximations in planetary tables were corrected, often with better instruments than Copernicus had possessed. Young astronomers who never met him still found guidance in his pages. Building on the foundation he left behind, a handful of them wrote treatises supporting the heliocentric view, adding incremental proof with each fresh observation. Opposition, however, was not trivial. Traditionalists saw Copernicus's ideas as an affront to human dignity. If Earth spun through space, how did that align with the divinely ordained centre? Dogmatic interpretations of Scripture hardened, and some influential theologians declared the new system unscriptural. In certain academic halls, supporters of Copernicus sparred with conservative voices who refused to surrender the old model. Quietly, a battle of paradigms began. One figure who championed Copernicus's heliocentrism was Galileo Galilei, born more than 20 years before Copernicus died. Galileo's telescopic observations, decades later, provided striking evidence: the phases of Venus, the moons of Jupiter, and the sunspots that shifted daily. Though Galileo's story would unfold in its own tumultuous way, he traced a lineage back to Copernicus. Galileo might never have defied convention by pointing his lens skyward in the absence of that earlier text. Despite Galileo's eventual condemnation, Copernicus's seeds continued to sprout. Johannes Kepler, another giant of astronomy, built on Copernican principles to demonstrate elliptical orbits. Those elliptical refinements improved predictions beyond Copernicus's original data. Each subsequent advance validated the notion that the Earth travelled around the Sun. Newton's physics would later bind it all together, showing how gravity governed these celestial dances, weaving Copernicus's revolution into the broader tapestry of scientific lore. As these luminaries pushed the limits of astronomy, Copernicus's name gradually gained a venerable glow. Scholars looked back on his cautious approach and saw wisdom. He had predicted resistance, recognized the perils of an epoch riven by religious strife, and still managed to publish an audacious claim. Over time, the memory of him as a timid canon in a remote cathedral town transformed into an image of the brave father of modern astronomy. In the centuries to come, the Church itself would revise its stance. Though official condemnations of heliocentrism emerged decades after Copernicus's death, they were eventually lifted, and his works found a place in Catholic scholarship. That shift was neither swift nor simple, but it underscored how even massive institutions could adapt to new evidence, given enough time and debate. Legends about Copernicus blossomed. Some painted him as an unacknowledged rebel, others as a devout servant of the Church who happened upon a startling truth. The reality was more nuanced. He was part of a lineage. Ancient Greek astronomers, Islamic mathematicians, and European scholars all contributed pieces of the puzzle he finally assembled. Yet he was the one who broke from the gravitational pull of tradition, suggesting that Earth soared through space rather than resting at creation's centre. Today, in Torun, Visitors see statues and plaques celebrating the hometown astronomer. His name adorns craters on the moon, testifying to his lasting imprint on our knowledge of the heavens. Schoolchildren learn of his achievements, often without grasping the centuries of struggle it took for his ideas to triumph. In the broader sweep of history, his story warns us that even widely held beliefs can crumble under the weight of rigorous observation and honest inquiry. And so, Nicholas Copernicus's life underscores the power of quiet determination. He served as a canon, healed the sick, balanced church finances, and, through it all, reinterpreted the universe. Though he never saw the full upheaval his book would create, he lit the fuse. In the end, his legacy transcended his age, forging pathways for thinkers bold enough to look upward and question the obvious. By repositioning Earth among the stars, he gave humankind a gift both humbling and liberating. The realization that our vantage point is but one corner of a vast cosmic stage.